Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the Premier Cup. We are here for your 30-minute pre-show. I'm Shogun, joined by Johnny Boy, Cole, and Stumpy. Stumpy, you're looking pretty dapper today. Which of us three would you say is up there with you in terms of overall dress sense?
I had to tell Cole to undo his top button because he looked stupid earlier, so not him. Shogun's gone for the gaming conference look with a t-shirt and a blazer, so not you. Johnny Boy literally always looks brilliant, so it's got to go for the Scott.
Thank you.
How has Johnny already won something again on this pre-show? This keeps happening.
You had an opportunity to give a win to anybody else today, Stumpy, and you've thrown it away. You've thrown it away.
Sometimes.
Disappointing.
Yeah, the disappointing is definitely a way to describe it. But what we saw yesterday was far from disappointing. Some brilliant games of Rocket League going down. We only got 4 teams remaining today, but of the games we saw, I don't think we had anything there that was like an easy game there, Cole. Everything was just a war.
Yeah, I think starting off with Evil Geniuses versus Misfits, that one was a series that all hinged on that massive overtime in game number 3. I think it was 5 minutes. Was it 8 minutes that it hit right at the end?
8
before the
minutes.
goal finally went in.
Yeah,
a
I
ridiculous
genuinely
amount of
think
time.
we might have had about an hour's worth of overtime yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely the day of overtime. So here it was, the double demo. So either could score. And after that moment, I think that Misfits, they didn't stand a chance at a best of 7 after losing that one. And Evil Geniuses, I was really impressed with Evil Geniuses, actually. The way they've played in this entire tournament is more what we expect from those guys.
Very momentum-based team these days from Misfits, so we're likely just to see that again today. Whichever way the series is going, it's probably going to strongly swing in that direction. But the rest of the teams that are left in this competition, a lot more consistent, not relying on that momentum as much, and that's interesting to see because, yeah, we've actually not seen Queso or EG make anywhere near these kind of runs.
No, you said consistent, and we've immediately got Guild versus Misfits on our screens.
Well, even that series didn't have consistency in it.
That kind of speaks to Misfits. I think their swingy nature, because they're 3-0 up, then they lose 3 games, and then game 4, Guild absolutely could have won this. Maybe should have won. Game 7, I should say, 4th win for them. Maybe they should have won this if their shooting was a little bit better, but Misfits able to sneak out the win.
I mean, Misfits definitely should have won that, I think. Looking at just the road that Guild have had here, they look different with CRR. But I mean, just seeing the quality of the Misfits then started to put up towards the end of the series, that's what managed to win it out because they did not look that good versus EG earlier.
There were so many goals in this one. Queso versus Dignitas. It's just the replays that we're seeing. Some absolute bangers just flying in all over the place. Loved watching that series. The quality of mechanics definitely seems to have upped somehow yet again coming into this event, and that just excites me so much, Shogi.
It's just such small things now where Rocket League's always been a case of you have to outplay or make a mistake. Something's going to lead to a goal, but the mistakes are getting less frequent. They're so much more difficult as well that you're trying to cause the opponents to make mistakes, and you just get games like we saw yesterday between Queso and Dignitas, where Queso really announcing themselves to be one of the most consistent teams over in Europe. A very, very difficult task to do, but there were some teams over in the group stage that struggled with consistency. If you're wondering where your team went out, but if you see them down at number 4, they probably went out earlier than you wanted them to. Williams Resolve, Troopers, Cookses, Minions, and Team Vitality continue to struggle. We're not going to harp on them too much over here. We already have enough time to do that every single weekend, which is becoming a rather unfortunate tradition over here. But if you were over in the first spot, then you went over to our double elimination bracket in the upper part. And what's interesting here is that everybody, I think, everybody that went in yesterday in that upper bracket is now remaining. So showing how key it is to get out of the group stage looking as good as possible, Johnny.
Yeah, the group stage winners, proving that they wasn't just that they were helped into the top 4 here. They did have to win. 2 of them did have to win in order to get in there through lures. Real big advantage to get first place in the group stage. You're guaranteed top 6, and you've got 2 shots at making that top 4. And for BDS and EG, I mean, they're already in the top 3. This is exactly where you want to be, but credit to them. They're the teams who showed up on day 1. In other formats, you can kind of just scrape through on the first day of competition, as long as you pop off in the last day. Not in this one. Starting early, starting strong, very, very beneficial.
It can be done, though. I mean, think back to the first regional where Dignitas had that massive lower bracket run all the way from lower round 1. Couldn't quite do it this time because they came up against Team Queso, but if in future regionals you do end up in that lower bracket, just look to Dignitas to know that it is possible. It doesn't always go like this, where the 4 top finishers will get to the last 4.
Yeah, and these are the teams that could still gain points. As you already know, top 5 represents Europe at the Winter Major. Currently, Queso, BDS, looking fantastic. They've got an opportunity to earn even more points today, with Dignitas currently locked in at their current amount, and Evil Geniuses as well. Probably pretty happy, actually, with some of the results that we saw. But we've got other teams over on the charge. Evil Geniuses looking to settle down into that top 5, and Misfits. What an opportunity this is. They need a good day for themselves. They'll want to try and squeeze past Endpoint and put the pressure on them. But in order to get to this stage, Stumpy, you need big, big plays. You need to be able to get the right stuff done when the pressure is on you. And I believe you're going to start us off on our top 3.
I mean, yesterday, it was one of the most mechanical days we've ever seen in RL esports. And you've got to look to BDS to kick it off with Mark and his beautiful Octane receiving that pass onto the flip reset. He pre-flips it there and then still boosts on the right-hand side of the ball to send it top left. The defender genuinely has so little chance to get any touch on that ball. You just have to go, you have to hope and pray. And those link-ups, they were dominant all over Europe yesterday.
A cleaner flip reset you will never see, but a cleaner ceiling shot here from Jory is rarely seen as well. Look at this one, falling down in overtime as well. I think it was about 13 seconds into the overtime, so straight from the kickoff, Jory is there. And when he has that much time and space on the ball, he is just always going to score. You can see the demos flying in as well to open up that space for him, but he still had a lot of work to do to get his car so low with all the boost that he had left to be able to reach it.
And after all the talk of Vatira and Rise, or rather Vatira and Joyo being such mechanical beasts, we get a bit of Rise as well. And he had such a great day yesterday when it comes to mechanics. Vatira with the flip reset, pop into the air, Rise faster than the defender, double taps over the top of him, the last man as well with the tight angle. This team Queso are so exciting to watch. They're all so mechanical. They're all unreal. And I think just right now, a definite top 3 team in the region.
I mean, that Queso versus Dignitas series was easily one of the most mechanical series I've ever seen in my life. We were looking at Vatira right when this split started, and we said, look out for him, see what he ends up doing. I was a big, big fan of him after seeing him on a Johnny Boy show match. And I just feel bad that I didn't mention Joyo and Rise in the same breath, because they are clearly at that same level, and Queso looked just unbelievable.
Somebody's really getting on Johnny's good side today. I'm wondering what the end game here is. I'm waiting for the time in the green room. He just goes, so Johnny, can I have a favor?
No, maybe I just need a tenner. It's fine.
Well, we're going to move on here to a segment that we are calling The Best. We've got 4 teams left in this, and we're going to go for a couple of different categories and see which team we think is the best in certain categories. You at home as well can let us know what you think. We're not doing like a countdown on this one. We're just going to bring it up. You guys can discuss, maybe come to a consensus. If not, oh well, we'll move on to the next one and declare it to be figured out later on behind closed doors. But we're going to start off here with the most likely to remain with this roster in 18 months. And a reminder again, we can only select from the 4 teams remaining in this tournament. Does anyone want to start off with a shout?
Yeah, I'll start off with a shout. I think that Team BDS have seemed volatile, and if they don't win absolutely everything, at some point, there'll be a change rightly or wrongly.
That's my theory.
Team Queso, you look at players like Vatira, and I'm not saying he would leave, but players would certainly want him to leave, and be sort of trying to beckon him to them. Misfits, they're up and down. That to me leaves Evil Geniuses. The former German Amigos, they've got themselves an org. They've had a tough start to the season, which they have rallied from. They're getting the clutch factor. They seem to believe in each other and suit each other. They'd be my shout.
I can't back that.
I've got to go for you here then, mate. I've got opinions, but I want to know if you're going to echo the same as mine.
I don't think I can back that, unfortunately. I think BDS for me, I think after we saw Monkey Moon Desk Slam, it looks a bit not troubling, but certainly a question mark has formed in the corner of my mind. To me, I think Team Queso are my biggest pick.
They were my second
together.
pick.
I think that Queso, they've risen very quickly and they've done very, very well together behind a very large org who are doing very well by them. Clearly good friends, very mechanical, all on the same level as each other. For me, Queso, they're still young. They stick it together and grow through this competition.
Yeah, Cole's right though. I bet there's a lot of teams looking at the KSO players right now thinking,
You have to, yeah.
Can
he's
they avoid
better than one of
poaching,
our players.
is my
We can
question.
probably grab that guy, especially, Vatira. He's French, so you're just imagining that he's going to end up in a full French roster at some point in his career. But I think, if we're looking at 18-month window, this team's going to have so much success in that time frame. Even if the grass does look pretty green, on the other side, it's still stunning underneath them right where they are. So I think KSO for this
On
one.
their
I think for
cheese
Queso,
ball underneath.
my big worry was going to be after the first one was how good Vatira was. He was primed to just be poached by a team. They needed the other two to step up. We needed to see Rise and Joyo play the way they did because obviously they were fine.
Yeah,
but they
exactly.
needed to be at that same level where Vatira was not going to think, okay, what can I do elsewhere? So
Yeah.
I feel like I would settle there, but I can understand the shouts elsewhere. All right, I'm looking at my sheet over here. Which one is? Do I go negative? Do we want to go positive or negative for the
Positive.
next one?
Negative.
Negative?
Shogun wants to go
Negative.
negative.
Stumpy, change
All
the,
right.
change the record.
The
Negative.
most likely team of these four to be reverse swept. This is not of today's tournament. This is just an in general
Easy.
sort of statement. And
Easy.
I feel like this one's easy.
there's a few,
Yeah?
though.
Are we all going to go the same way?
There's a couple. I'm going to
think
start
so.
with Misfits.
I'm going evil geniuses.
Yeah,
Oh.
good choice as well.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going
say- I'm gonna say
Misfits.
I was thinking Misfits.
Really?
Because I mean,
I'm
I've,
close, but
because
evil
I've been chatting to Jorby, and he is loving Misfits, but he also says, "No, they throw, man, they just do it." So that's what's
So
in
my problem with this, Stumpy, is that we've seen it in the past. Evil geniuses, they can finish the job. If they're about to get reverse swept, they make sure that it gets closed out and they are reverse swept.
Not
Misfits
anymore.
had this opportunity yesterday. They were right there against
Yeah.
Guild, and they couldn't get the job done. They went ahead and won. Okay.
Very true, very true.
I think Misfits still. EG, they've been too clutch this event. So right now, I think we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They've won 3 Game 5s this weekend, and they've swept Misfits. So Misfits looking a bit more shaky. I'd say they of course swept their group as well, but nearly getting reverse swept by Guild. For now, I have to say Misfits.
Misfits definitely with their heart on their sleeves as well. You can
They do.
just see it, especially Cash. If you watch his player cam, you can just see how happy he is. He doesn't hide anything. And that sort of emotion can be really beneficial, but when you're on the cusp of a reverse sweep, you just need clear heads,
Okay, we're going to do one more and then we'll move on here. So, look at this. I'm going to go with the most likely team to keep a clean sheet. Who's got the most solid defense? This is both a mixture of defense and just keeping that momentum throughout. Who wants to start this one off? Stumpy looks like he's in 4. All right, don't stop him.
Well, Stumpy thinks I'll jump in because I've been really impressed with. Wait, no, I thought you
you
were
don't want to talk here, Stumpy. It's good.
thought you had a thought, mate. You ponder in your mind.
Go on, after you.
I'll jump in for a second with Evil Geniuses because whenever I've watched this team in this event, their defense has been absolutely stunning. They are like, remember when Vitality were at their peak recently and they'd always find a way to save on the goal line. They'd
Like
chuck
6
2 or 3
months
players
ago.
at the ball. No, I mean, when they were, before the sudden drop that they've had, even then, their defense was really,
Sudden.
their goal line defense was really, really good. Okay, and Evil Genius
We
is
just have to go
that too.
everything.
Yeah, Evil Genius is my answer.
That
Stumpy, what do
is-
you think,
okay,
mate?
That is
Okay.
a ridiculous suggestion because I was going to say evil geniuses. Yesterday, we saw Ivan on the goal line and
No
Rizex
chance.
just
Rubbish.
looked like unbelievable walls just built out of cinder blocks. And I
Like
don't
Prime
think anything was
Vitality.
getting through. I mean, clearly, Cash couldn't shoot yesterday, and that's also fine. But some of the saves we saw from Rizex, they were mind-bendingly good. So I think evil geniuses, despite what Cole said.
Same.
Have we got another shout here? Johnny, you
No, it's gotta be.
disagree?
It's going to be EG,
I-
although, second place BDS, because BDS yesterday, they showed us a bit of a defensive look against Queso, so that's
And then
really
they showed
cool
us
to
none
see.
of that later on. I know.
That's really-
we
that's
had
cool to
some
see.
games. There was some good defense against Queso, and then there was other games where it was just like go, 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 go. Just
Well, that's
back to
Queso, though.
back.
Who did EG played Misfits, and, BDS played Queso. Queso are a lot better than Misfits right now, or at least, so they've looked a lot better. We'll see today. We'll
Okay.
see today if that remains true. But Queso definitely look a lot more scary in offense than Misfits, who I think didn't Cash tweet how to shoot or something after his
yeah.
series versus Guild. So yeah, I think they're aware of their issues that they had with scoring yesterday.
It's a proper let me Google that for you. For Cash. All right. Something else that you're not allowed to use Google for, though, is our next topic. Get Direct 2. Reason why we're doing this a second time is because they weren't very good at this, Stumpy. You weren't here for this,
Awful.
but we tried this segment yesterday. Johnny got one right, but that's mostly because we just let everyone split up. So the way this is going to work, as it did yesterday, I'm going to give a statement. I've got Stats Mastermind Direct who have sent me a bunch of true and false statements. I'm going to put them out there, and you can either say whether or not it's true or false, but you need to come together as a group. And I want to see some... I want to see some determination. No flip-flopping, all right? A lot of times you guys like talked yourself out of it.
You talked us out of it, Shogun. Actually, you talked out of it. We were about to flip.
I have no...
We were about to flip correctly, and Shogun's
Hate,
like, no.
the game,
quick,
not the player, okay? That's the old... All right, first statement we've got coming up. BS Plus competition led all games in RLCS X with an average length of overtime at just under 4 minutes. So BS Plus competition, did they have the most overtime average length last season?
I feel like we've not seen BS Plus competition all regional for whatever reason.
Yeah, this is last season.
Last season. No, but weren't they in one of the super long overtimes? I think they were. They were like in one of the really,
we had a
long
lot
ones.
of those. I feel like
they're the ones
breaking
that...
the record every week.
Yeah, because Galaxy Racer and BDS had theirs, and then like a week later, something overtook it. But I don't know.
I think
No, I think it was the same weekend, wasn't it? BS Plus.
Was it the same weekend? Wow.
Something.
I think it was like next day.
I think it was BS Plus who were in a couple of really long overtimes. I'm going to say yes on this one. I'm leaning.
But an
yes.
average length of overtime at just under 4 minutes. That is, they must be in a lot of overtimes.
Yeah, they had Freaky on their team though.
I was thinking they did have Freaky.
That's a very good point.
Playing Permakeeper. I mean, with that said, it's got to be yes.
Are we still thinking back to 2019 though with that logic? Or...
I'm not sure we are. I think we're just thinking to Freaky, man.
Well, I'll go with the crowd. Do you reckon true?
I think true.
Yeah, I don't know about the other 4 minutes, but yeah, let's say true.
Get us off to a good start.
Come on.
Congratulations, you have got your first one correct.
Yes!
You're already better than yesterday.
Yes.
Greg
Stumpy's better than
was the
Gregan.
problem, officially confirmed.
Gregan was the
Stumpy greater
problem.
than Gregan.
Yeah.
Gregan was the problem.
Okay.
All right, next one up. The first player to record 2 exterminations in a game was Virtuoso.
I think that's bait.
I think that's
No, it
false.
was-
I bet it's illusion.
It
I was thinking
sounds like
illusion.
bait.
Oh,
I think
Stumpy,
illusion.
they got down this path yesterday, mate.
Against RBG Esports, right?
No, Shogun's trying to Shogun's
False.
trying to flop our flip.
I'm ignoring Shogun. he's like baited us yesterday twice.
I'm confident this was
I
illusion
feel my
for
flip
FaZe.
getting flopped. I think it will probably be illusion as well. I don't think it's
Yeah.
that.
2 exterminations.
We all with false?
I don't think 2.
I think
yeah,
false. I think that's
false.
bait to say
Ooh.
False.
All right, Direct, mate, they've seemed to have you locked down today. That is false. 2 in a row correct.
Keep this up. Well done, team.
all right.
Yes.
How much money are we
All right.
winning per every right answer, Shogun?
At the tenor that Stumpy's going to ask from Johnny later on.
I'll take it. Thank you.
All right, fantastic.
Johnny.
I literally just looked in my wallet in the money bit and it's just empty. That's embarrassing. Okay, carry on.
All right, up next, our third one. Jorius has the most overtime winners scored this season.
And these are all EU specific, apparently.
Yes, these are all EU specific.
Oh, so it wasn't illusion then. Last one.
Yeah. Apparently it was Scrub Killer.
Oh, good for him.
Most overtimes. That's a tough one because I don't think Dignitas just win without overtime a lot. So I don't know.
I mean, at the start of this show, we had goal number 2 from yesterday.
did.
Was a Jorius overtime winner.
I think
So that's at least one.
That's 1 for 1 on this.
Good job, Bill.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, odds. I'm going yes for that reason, you know, it's in my mind.
Is this though where you look at like what the teacher has put already
Don't
for like, you know,
overthink.
when they do like true, you think, well, it has to be false next, surely.
So I want to point this out to you.
It's on true,
That was,
false.
I did coin flip the order of this, true and false. So
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna.
there is no other thinking behind it.
Sorry, I tried to meta the
It's
game.
tough.
You did.
I'm going
It's a
for
very
true.
Gregan move of me. He's coming
It
through.
was.
Jorius is clutch as heck. He's gonna do this.
You
for
know,
us.
I was trying to think of another player, but I can't think of another player who's had a bunch of overtime. So True seems fine. Joris does, score a lot.
You know what? I'll go with the boys here. I thought we've done well so far, so
Come
I'll
on.
say true as well.
Come on.
Come on.
I'm so sorry. I'm actually very sorry on this one. That is false. Jorius has not scored.
I keep thinking, Shogun, you're gonna do the
Who is
thing
it?
where it's like, I'm really sorry that you're on 3 out of 3.
No, I
Yay!
can't do that to you. That's so tacky.
who is it though? I'm curious. Do we know? We'll have to find out.
I would love to find
That's
out.
Monkey Moon, apparently.
Ooh,
That also makes
okay.
sense.
Moon. Yeah, fair play. Yeah, he scores a lot of goals. Fair enough.
He does win a lot of
Monkey.
games.
I feel like they go to
That's
Mortal
true.
Tees as well, so we should
All
probably
right.
seen this.
We'll do one more here. Okay, the next one up.
All right, let's
Can you at least? Is it going to be a tie or is it going to be a victory?
Come on.
We already know that ties are basically losses. All right, the all-time leader for saves in the RLCS is KDOP.
It's
There's
either
just
going to
no
be
way.
KDOP or
Nah, there's
Garrett.
no way.
EU.
It's got to be Garrett.
Well, no, but
EU.
this is
EU.
No, but is it EU for this as well? Because this is all-time leader.
Oh, if it's EU.
We were told this was all EU.
I'm doing by what I've got here. So
Okay. I'm looking
Okay.
at our chat desperately for EU or not.
I mean, Shogun, can you confirm that we can disregard NA at least?
Oh yeah,
all
they all are.
questions are
With the
EU
answer that you've got.
specific. 100%.
Yeah.
All questions are EU specific. Thank you,
Okay.
And
Direct.
I'm
So
pretty
you
sure
specific.
Garrett is an NA, so it can't be
Yeah,
him.
I think.
He
Yeah.
He
Okay.
emigrated. Yeah.
It very well could be KDOP for EU then.
Who else
'Cause
would it
he's been
be?
around for a
Like, who
while.
else has been playing for that long? Like,
Fairy
Panda?
Peak.
No, it's not Panda. There's no way.
Panda won't have played as much. Like,
I don't know why I'm getting involved here. I'm not. allowed to be
KDOP
involved.
recently, didn't he just hit his like 1,000th game or something? No, I said, or like
I-
coming
I-
up to it.
There was
Yeah, I
something
think
that
it's
he
true.
got, yeah, some sort of
think it's true.
milestone.
And like, I think Garrett was the first to do it. So yeah, I think
I'd say KDOP or Fairy.
purely by the numbers, yeah, it should be KDOP.
Yeah.
I'm happy to go for yes
I
for
think
this one.
I think true, yeah.
It is false.
Who is it?
I'm
Don't say
so
Fairy.
interested to find out who this actually is because I absolutely would have gone KDOP
Yeah.
if somebody asked me.
Because
on
he's
this
had
one.
so many games, just
does-
like
yeah, so many games.
individually.
Who's done as many
It's just
games?
there.
Is it Chaussette?
Chaussette?
Yeah, he's been around since season 1. That's a good shout, actually. But he didn't make playoffs as much, so I thought maybe Chaussette didn't really make those deep runs. Hasn't been
Yeah.
adding up the lands as well, but...
How many
Lots
at
of six.
Direct behind is KDOP? How many does Chaussette have on him? If it's one, I am angry with you.
All right, we'll get him to let us know about that. Let's get on to our final segment before we get into our matches. Stumpy, since you weren't here yesterday, but you have had a very good recent record
Thank you.
on the predictions, we gave you the entire. You're speaking for the team today. You sent over production your predictions for today's bracket, and you're going to help us figure out why you've gone with some of these. I'm actually trying to look at this. It's the first time we've got to see it.
Yeah, you need
You've
to
got
figure
Queso of
out
a
the
Misfit.
genius. Yeah,
Queso of BDS.
Okay,
EG
okay.
of
Yeah.
a all right.
Yeah.
Who do you want to explain this? This is the extra bit. Stumpy gets to choose who's explaining these.
Well, Shogun, because you introed the topic, I want to hear why Team Queso 4-0 Misfits, because that is a massive result in this bracket.
Okay, this one's actually quite easy. I'm going to keep it quite short because Queso are better than Misfits. Just 4-0, I
like
can
it.
see. Misfits, we already discussed earlier on how they're either on or off. I can't see them. If they go down by 2, they're losing the next 2 after the fact. So this is actually where I would have gone with this, Stumpy. So I appreciate that.
I mean, we then need to look at who faces Queso then in the lower bracket final. So, Johnny, why is it that EG beat BDS in a 4-3? And also, I can confirm for you, that is a reverse sweep.
Okay, well, this is great. Thank you, Stumpy, for electing me to explain
worries.
your prediction here. I think that this is a great one to choose, very likely. Obviously, BDS going 3-0 up. I no need to explain that. Anyone can see that happening. But Evil Geniuses, they decide to just park the bus, like the biggest bus you've ever seen, triple decker, really long bus. They just refuse to concede and they just grind out wins, a bunch of 1-0s, bunch of overtimes. BDS can't score a goal, and that's how EG make the reverse sweep happen.
No, well, I mean, I fully agree. That's brilliantly explained. And Cole, I just want to hear from you as well as to why Queso, they reverse their fortunes and they take down BDS 4-2, seeing as they were beaten by them in the semis the other day by that scoreline.
I mean, yeah, they were beaten by them in the semis, but if you think back to the last
Say thank
regional,
you,
they
Stumpy.
beat. Thank you, Stumpy. That's
Thank you.
really weird that you made me say that. If you think back to the last regional, Stumpy, Team Queso beat Team BDS 4-0. So I think the only shock here is that BDS managed to get a couple of games against Team Queso, which is a massive step up for them. I think the reason that they lose this series is that after Evil Genius has parked the bus for 4 consecutive games and BDS gets so frustrated, when they come up against Team Queso and Team Queso do the opposite, refuse to defend at all, it just confuses BDS. And Kale's there behind them. He's sort of, he's got the tactics out, got the paper out, trying to figure out how to change everything up on the fly. Just doesn't work. Team Queso.
Stumpy, can I
Vatira's got a lot of
make a
goals.
prediction here, by the way?
Go on.
Prediction about your prediction. I'm seeing this grand finals. Is there any chance that you're turning around here and saying EG went 3-0 up and then they lost 8 in a row?
I think you might be right, Shogun. And why does that happen?
Because evil geniuses, as I mentioned earlier on, cannot get the job done. They get right close. They lose that game 4 in overtime, and it's just Tilt City, population evil geniuses, and they maybe don't even score a goal. 8 games in a row, just getting
8 perfect sweeps
by Team Queso. Yeah, perfect reverse sweep. I don't know if that's ever actually happened. That'd be amazing if it did. And then perfect swept over in that second round. So from the team to you, Stumpy, thank you for these amazing predictions.
You're welcome.
You have represented the team.
You're welcome.
And I actually think this is maybe the most civil we've ever been regarding
My genius
these
is finally
predictions.
appreciated. It feels good.
It certainly is. A reminder yet again of the points totals coming into this. The Dignitas might end up being passed by Evil Geniuses depending on how good Evil Geniuses can do today. Endpoints, Sitting Ducks for Misfits. And these are the way that these games are going to be played out. We have got today's schedule for you. Some games still to be confirmed, but that grand final is double elimination. So the team that is in from the upper bracket need to be beaten twice. We're starting off with our upper bracket matchup between BDS and Evil Geniuses, and then Team Queso against Misfits, as we now get ready for this best of 7. Reminder, as always, timeouts are available. We're going to get our actual predictions out here now. We're going to step away from Stumpy and show what we really think is going to happen. Stumpy, you're actually the one that least had to discuss this earlier on, so give us your thoughts on this one.
BDS are an incredibly good team at the moment. And despite, these guys looking very similar actually across the board in pretty much all the stats, same on goals, near same on shots, demos just a bit more heavy on BDS's side. I think BDS, they are in the upper bracket right now for a reason. Taking down, as far as I'm concerned, one of the only teams that will be able to consistently beat them. The fact they took down Queso was gigantic. It didn't even get to 7. I think that is such a huge statement for them. But EG, man, going through Misfits 4-0 with their defense, I think it's going to be quite a low-scoring series. I think they're going to have to score wonder goals on each other to score. It's going to be very exciting.
Okay, well, we want to know what you at home think. Get your predictions out there. Hashtag BDS or hashtag EG, depending on who you think is going to go through. Yesterday was one of the first times I've ever seen BDS lose a fan vote. Internationally, yes, it happens. But regionally, very rarely do BDS ever get voted against. I'm not too sure. I'm expecting to see it this time around, but it's time for us to get our predictions out there. I'm going to go first, actually. I'm taking the bull by the horns, and I'm here to say what I think's going to happen. I'm going, unfortunately, Stumpy, against you on this one. I think BDS are taking this. I think they're owed a regional win, and I think today is the one that they're going to get. So in order to do it, they are taking this victory. Johnny, you're up next, bud.
Yeah, I've got to go BDS as well. They beat Queso and EG. They've had an impressive run up until now, but this is the real deal now. They're playing a top 3 team, and there's 3 teams in the region right now that I think on these days, the bracket days are just too good. There's Dig, Queso, BDS, and yeah, BDS have got this.
Yeah, I can echo those sentiments. I think the team BDS, I think it was you, Shoga, that said they are due a regional. I think this will be their day as well. They've got to win at least one. Surely it's getting a little bit silly now. Today will be that day, and it starts here.
I said earlier, I don't think many teams in Europe can take down BDS. And despite my brilliant bracket earlier, I think I've seen the light. I think BDS do take down EG. And I feel bad for them because EG looked so good yesterday versus Misfits. But BDS, man, I feel like you're silly if you go against them at this level.
Yeah, but beating BDS is the team that is the statement maker out here in Europe. You get a win against BDS, you are for real. You are legit. Let's see what you guys at home think. 54% over to BDS. So actually a little bit closer than I expected. People starting to become believers of Evil Geniuses. Well, let's find out whether or not they can translate your faith into performance on the field. BDS up against Evil Geniuses. Both these teams have got 2 lifelines, but they want to carry them over to the grand finals. In order to do that, they've got to beat the other. Bringing you all of the action is James Bot and Corelli.
You win this one and you move to the grand finals. A lot on the line, so many points, prize pool, pride, it's got it all. And one team you expected to be here was Team BDS. They haven't got a regional title yet, but you heard Shogun, he thinks they're going to get it here this weekend, here today. But EG stands in their way of that grand final, Corelli.
It is not a bad bet. put your money on BDS, but don't you count out Evil Geniuses quite yet. They've beaten BDS before. In the fall split, at least, first time meeting. And well, that's not the way you want to start out. If your Evil Geniuses marked by 8 the first 5 seconds off the kickoff, we'll put this one away.
And a quick start. You saw Ivan getting beat there on the height on that follow-up challenge. Kickoff goals never feel good. So a quick goal here for Team BDS. It's going to put EG in an awkward spot early. Another chance for a kickoff goal. RLCS flip reset, going low, rebound out, and Monkey Moon will prevent Catalysm from getting the shot. Back-to-back opportunities off kickoff.
I know Johnny was saying that Evil Geniuses, he thinks they're going to park the bus. And I don't know if he was memeing or not, but I've really liked the way RLCS has been playing in the midfield, finding those flip resets too, being unpredictable behind the ball. Ivan Catalysm to follow up as well. Evil Geniuses gonna have to fight back here in the first 30. Here comes Extra, looking for a double tap off the back wall, and RLCS will clear it away.
Whether you're a fan of EG or BDS, you can take comfort knowing that this is not their tournament life. They still have one more. They'll be going down into the lower bracket, whoever loses.
And it might not get any easier with the way Queso's been playing. You never know what Misfits are going to do. You know, for a long time, BDS was the final boss, and to an extent they still are, but there are multiple teams here that are just as scary at the moment, and this is a great test for EG, a team that in the fall split were able to take 3 series off of the top 5 teams, the major qualifying teams, so they have found some success against the top. Here's another day to prove that.
We saw Team Queso come out of nowhere for a regional title. Perhaps it's EG's day this time. This first game, we saw that quick goal off kickoff. Now another chance for BDS. Catalysm streaking back does keep it out. BDS still hunting. Monkey Moon, the shot bounces it in. It's good, and BDS extend their lead.
Look at that pass from Extra. Receives his own touch off the corner, and then right in front of Monkey Moon. It's a perfect pass inside the box and inside traffic. EG were there to make the play on it, but it was so perfect that Monkey Moon could follow it up easily and put it away.
That touch by Extra, like you said, so good. He didn't get the double tap, but what he did was that first touch setting it up to where he could land on the corner and then go for it right away before anyone from the EG defense could make the play.
Really emphasizes how crucial possession is and the options given to you when you're able to hold on to the ball. Here's a couple passing plays coming out from EG and a weak shot from RLCS. It was blocked by Monkey Moon either way, as they've shown a couple of opportunities, some half chances here and there for EG. Maybe another one coming if they can get this one in the midfield. Monkey Moon's going to cut it out as BDS trying to ramp up the offense here in the midfield. Here comes Mark by 8, the shot easily turned away by RLCS.
There was a double commit in the midfield. BDS didn't miss a step. Mark able to get that hit downfield, and we also saw a demo come out from Mark early. When Mark gets in that mood, and he starts bumping and demoing, usually that spells trouble for the opposition.
That back pass from Mark was brilliant to Monkey Moon. BDS really finding each other right now, on the same page. Clearly, the communication's on point, and Monkey Moon might have had a double tap there. Big touch from RLCS, doesn't go the way he wants. That comes out to Extra, and he's blocked by Catalysm.
You saw the awkward position put there. The defense expecting a bit better touch from the backboard, threw him into a panic. But Ivan, a nice defensive double tap. It was going towards net. Mark having the boost to play it. Another challenge, double commit as well. This time, BDS the ones who committed. EG a chance. Monkey Moon on the backboard, ready for that ball wrapping down. Ooh. You saw the idea from Monkey Moon, marked by 8, waiting in the midfield. The pass too far out of reach.
BDS certainly hunting and finding a lot of space in the midfield, which I think is surprising. I mean, even Evil Geniuses, they sometimes do back it up a little bit on the defensive side, but giving that space to BDS, I don't know if you really want to do that with the way that they've been playing, especially in this game. In the first 4 minutes, they, like I said, they're on the same page right now. Everything's working for them. They're up by 2 goals, no reason to force it. Monkey Moon's putting up a 600 score at the moment with 5 saves to his name in the final minute upon us.
Bounce back and a team bump. Catalysm and Ivan it goes from a situation where they might be able to start an air dribble, maybe go for a solo play, and that really throws a wrench in the attack. And you can see him out of position. Ivan will spawn in an advantageous spot. Now Catalysm off the ceiling, a flip reset, and that's shut down by Mark.
And that's a shame. He had a great flip reset there, but just not enough power to get over that first man. It wasn't guaranteed to go in, but it would have been a huge chance for EG. This one lobbed off the corner. EG in some trouble here as BDS, they don't want to overcommit. They know they're winning by 2, and they only got 10 seconds left here in game 1.
Final seconds dropping off the clock. One more for BDS? No, it will be denied. But Team BDS, a clean win, 2-0. They scored, 5 seconds in off kickoff. It was a rough start for EG out of the gate.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the biggest thing too, because afterwards, you know, it was just a 1-goal game, I suppose, if you want to boil it down to that. It was still a very close game, I would say. Evil Genius has certainly had some pressure on BDS. I don't like how much space BDS is getting from EG at the moment. It just feels like there's a lot of time for them to set things up. You see the passing plays working out from Mark by 8 in the midfield, extra from the corner. It feels like BDS have a lot of time and space to work with right now. And EG, while they are getting some chances downfield, I think they're giving some higher quality chances over to BDS.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it a few times. I think it was Rizex on the backboard, missed the hit to prevent a ball leaking out into the middle. They didn't get scored on in that situation. But then you also think about the ball rolling back into EG's half and the team bump between Ivan and Catalysm that interrupted their opportunity to potentially go for some type of air dribble, solo play, double tap, whatever it may be. So many options that they would have had if they had not run into each other.
Yeah, there's a good demo here from, oh my, Monkey Moon and BDS. Able to put one away. It's Mark by 8 the score, but look at Monkey Moon come off the back wall, take out Ivan, and it's an easy tap in for Mark.
And I mean, you saw Monkey Moon, he was on the wall. He predicted that Ivan was going to jump up right there. Read him like a book. There was no chance they would have seen that demo coming. BDS, another quick goal off kickoff. This time it took 9 seconds. But EG will be battling for behind yet again.
That's just not the way you want to start off your games if you're going up against BDS. Current land champions, and off of kickoffs, EG are struggling at the moment. We didn't really get too many last game. But again, having to fight back early, very early on here.
And we've seen EG give up possession quite a few times. Even on that last play off the ceiling, giving up possession, dropping it right down for BDS to make the play. And you pointed out the space that BDS seems to have. They've got too much to work with, and it has been punishing for EG. See how EG responds. Rizex going for the 50, a bit too late, running out of boost. Full boost for Ivan, low 50. Catalysm trying to pop it up. Double commit. Ivan can't make the play either. Catalysm, oh, he gets beat as well. 3v1 situation, but Rizex will find a way to break through and lead this downfield.
That was a crucial challenge from Rizex with all the pressure that BDS were putting on. Here comes Catalysm back the other way with a double tap to tie it up.
And Rizex, that defensive stand enabled this play. A beautiful double tap from Catalysm. But there was a 3v1. Rizex last back. He's got to, it becomes a thinking game at that point. You got to find your spot to dive in and make the play, and Rizex did so wonderfully.
Yeah, they quickly got out of a very tough spot and turned it into a great chance for themselves. EG did. And now they sit tied up, and a very welcome goal here. I think in the last game, it got away from them, not because it was a blown out score, but because they really couldn't generate a lot of chances, and a lot of chances were going over to BDS. Now you find yourself tied up. You got 3 minutes to work with here. And a very high-quality goal coming up from Catalysm as well. Look at the passing, though, from BDS. Still dangerous inside the EG box.
We're seeing more demo plays come out from Monkey Moon. Ivan with the demo response. Flip reset attempt. It leaks out to Rizex. Catalysm will rotate out. Ivan going for net. And it's going to be good. Ivan I was wondering what happened here. Extra just gets a poor touch.
Oh, he just clanged it into the wall and couldn't get back to it. Still had boost to work with, but even with the boost, he couldn't get back to that ball. And great positioning from Ivan to put that one away, or at least just be in the right spot in case Extra takes a touch like that, or just a challenge, and definitely got a lot more than he expected. And now EG able to take the lead as that one rings off their post. Let's play a little bit of defense here.
And you feel like what Extra wanted to do was hit that so it would bounce up the wall. Slight mistouch there from Extra, and it was enough for Ivan to work with. BDS find themselves trailing. Less than half the game to go. Ivan, quality challenge. Monkey Moon, second effort, flip reset. Rizek's already in the air, shutting down that option, but another team bump. It still is pushed downfield. We see a couple team bumps from EG.
To be fair, Ivan did just jump straight into Catalysm there, as I think he wanted to take it. Catalysm was still coming down to the ground. Now Monkey Moon finding the back wall. Here's Mark by 8. That one was off target. Ivan does get a touch. Monkey Moon again. Double tap from him over the defense, and we're tied up.
This was surgical from Monkey Moon. He sees two defenders in net, and he neutralizes them with that double tap decision, making the defenders jump to defend the shot, but then getting that off the backboard, putting it far post. That was wonderfully done. Monkey Moon showing us his class.
And it's a great example of how to keep the ball awkward on your opponent's side and then finally putting away a good shot. Peppering the backboard, peppering the sidewall. BDS were there every single time to meet the ball coming off the wall and keep it in a tough spot for EG to defend. Of course, great mechanics for Monkey Moon as well. And now EG, they've had a couple leads here. They've been given up. And then 1 minute upon us here. Can they fight back to tie up the series?
We will find out, but gonna have to defend this ball. Extra opting for the flip reset, taps around Ivan, rebound off the backboard, still loose. Mark will be denied by Ivan, and Extra is gonna have to keep possession.
He's calling for help there and certainly got it from his teammates. Monkey Moon, that's a great touch to space. BDS would love to take a late goal lead here. Extra can't hold on to this. The challenge coming from Catalysm, didn't even jump. Knew that he was beat. Rizek's off the back wall, challenged by Extra. BDS not letting EG out right now. They're gonna have to be a bit more creative than this as the challenges are washing over them. That's a good one. Here comes Rizek's, the shot on target. Extra's there. No, he's not. EG's gonna take the lead.
And I said, uh-oh, because I saw Extra all the way back in enemy territory with no boost. And guess what? He didn't find much more on his way back. A quick counterattack, and EG will take the lead.
Just as you thought EG were feeling the pressure, a great clear to relieve it. And a great counter. Now Catalysm once more. Is EG trying to hold on here for the final 20.
We've seen excellent resilience out of EG to fight back for this lead. Final chance here for BDS to tie it up. The pinch out to Extra. It bounces off his hood. Rizek's quickly up.
What a read.
And Rizek's defensive plays, that was a standout performance from him, not only in the 3v1 situation, but in that final moment. That was a tough read off the backboard.
Oh my, absolutely. That was a tough read for sure, because that came off of a pinch. I mean, that's not even something you would naturally expect in the game. Still caught him off guard, still got up to it, and he's there at the bottom of the scoreboard for EG, but definitely closed out the final 5 seconds there for EG. And this was a great game, I think, for Evil Geniuses, because they had it all. Great offensive pressure at times. They also had a good counterattack. And I think for the most part, the defense was pretty solid. I mean, you got beat by Monkey Moon with a double tap. I mean, every world-class team is going to be beat by him at some point. So for EG, I think there's a lot of positives coming out from this game, whereas in game one, I feel like they were kind of treading water. I think they had a little bit more command here against BDS.
They certainly did, and you even saw EG with a few more mistakes on the team bumps. We saw a pretty clean game overall from Team BDS, except for that overcommit. You saw Mark challenging when Extra had 0 boost in the tank, and once Mark got beat deep in enemy territory, it was over. So well done by EG. We're starting to see them come alive. The defensive standout performance really from Rizek's. That was a game changer for EG. We'll see if they can keep that up.
think they closed down the space on BDS a lot more. Now what's happening is BDS is getting in that offensive third, and they get a lot of quality touches that make it tough for the defense to break out. We were criticizing that near the end of the game against EG. And they were able to turn it into a counterattack, which is great for them, but it's not always going to turn out so rosy as it did there.
You're somewhat reliant on the opponent to make that strategy work. Oh, and the shot from Mark only had to rely on himself.
Wow. And kind of shocking. Again, look at the space here. Look at all the time he has to pick this one out. And Catalysm can't get back in time, and Mark by 8 putting that one away. Looks like we will have a pause. So we'll figure out what's going on as soon as we know. But great shot there from Mark by 8 on the counter, and nobody back in time for EG.
Yeah, and really that shot, taking his time. Like you said, letting it bounce. Even when he jumped and he was airborne for that moment, he froze the defender for those few seconds. And, you know, you don't have that much time to use your flip. Mark waiting till that last second, wonderfully timed, great shot. So, and it seems like it was a mic issue from one of the players on BDS. Hopefully we will get that resolved shortly so we can have the continuation of game 2.
Yeah, and I do think that, again, we've talked about this, I think, in every single game now, or at least for the first 2 games. BDS going up early. It's happening again, maybe a little bit later than the average in game 1 and 2, but still very early goals are going over to BDS. They've scored first in every single game. EG struggling to stay with BDS pace right off the rip.
But such an important win in game 2 from EG, as we're in game 3. I believe I misspoke.
Yeah.
So we will have game 3 coming back at you as soon as we can, just getting a player's mic issue resolved. But BDS, EG, in that game too, such a critical game as well. For EG, you've got Team BDS, the team in Europe, the major winner. They're looking for their first regional. You know they're hungry, despite all of the titles they have, despite all of the championships they've won. You know, BDS not having a regional, EG standing in their way. EG is feeling the pressure from Team BDS.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BDS are hungry to just prove domestically that they can come out on top. They did it internationally, and to be fair, none of the results from BDS have been bad. Second place, top four, top 3. But for them, that's below the bar, the BDS bar, as we jump back into the game. Remember, Mark just put away that goal, so we'll go into kickoff. And EG trying to fight back.
So thank you for your patience as we work through that issue. EG trying to lead the ball downfield, but Extra will stop it at the mid. Drop down pass. Enticing for Monkey Moon, but just out of reach. Open the door for an EG counter. Extra 50, hard off the sidewall, out in the middle of the field. No one was there. If someone from EG was in position, that was a shot opportunity.
I was watching that one from Mark's angle. Both players, I think, on the EG side and on the BDS side, thought that they were going to go for it, so they both backed off. Nobody wanted to challenge. Nobody wants to overcommit. Now Ivan, that's a great shot. Top shelf, and he'll tie it up for EG.
EG with the response. Catalysm, that first touch control up the wall and then flinging it out into the most dangerous spot on the field. And Ivan did not let him down. A tie ball game. BDS and EG. A close matchup so far. And Corelli, the desk, Shogun especially, having so much faith in BDS, but EG is showing us their quality. Already securing that top 4.
Yeah.
But they want more.
I think a lot of fans for EG know that this team can go far. I know that coming into the fall major, they had the reputation of just being that, godly scrim team where they just win all the scrims, but couldn't translate those results into the regionals. And it's not necessarily that they've had bad results. Lots of top 8s so far this season, but just haven't been able to beat the top dogs when it's been needed the most. This, again, like I said in game 1, this is the opportunity to really show what they've got. And right now they're playing BDS quite close, but they're under pressure. Ivan will push this one away, picks up boost and is ready to march downfield. Needs help from his team and will get it for the moment. BDS, though, will take it away. Monkey Moon almost able to put that one in himself. BDS again threatening here. inside the box on the EG side.
BDS has been assaulting EG, and it's not over yet. Extra tapping it to himself around the defense. Flip reset, air dribble.
What?
Extra doing everything on his own.
Look at him. He passed to himself again. And now a flip reset into the air dribble, a couple more touches. And again, just below the bar. It takes serious precision to put that one away. And Extra making it look easy.
Shots coming out
Here
from
comes.
BDS.
Oh, here he comes.
Another 6 shots already for Team BDS. And that one will be the 7th, but it's denied. Extra hard backward pass. Catalysm can't get there. Rizex, no way! Rizex had a chance on the ball. He gets dunked on the goal line, but what an effort.
Oh, but his first touch is what set up BDS. He came off the back wall, is almost getting back. Monkey Moon somehow got back to his touch. And Rizex tried to make amends for his first touch and did, but somehow BDS still crashed the net, and they're up by 2.
BDS peppering EG with shot after shot after shot. And Corelli, it's just a matter of time before they break you down.
It certainly is, and like we've been talking about, you don't want to give him the space. You certainly don't want to give him the ball inside the box like they have. And BDS, a 2-goal lead now, pulling away from EG. Some opportunity, though, for EG to fight back. Ivan doesn't get the touch. This one just lobbed downfield from BDS. It's EG trying to find possession. Rizex with the double flip reset, but to nowhere as they find themselves back on defense.
And Rizex trying to slow down the play, buy time for his teammates. Final minute. 2 goals separating the squads. BDS poised to win it. Monkey Moon slowing down the play. Catalysm trying to speed it up. Bart will help out. Monkey Moon downfield already. Extra on the rebound. Ivan will get in the way. Must score situation for EG.
That's all Rizex could do. He had nothing in the tank. BDS, they're making it look easy on defense. They've hardly had to play any defense. It's just been quality challenges. And a lot of EG lobbing the ball down the field or not having the boost to follow up their plays. Rizex trying to make the difference now. 20 seconds left for EG. Looking to play out of the BDS quarter. Catalysm has Ivan, but can't get it across. This one's still floating on the BDS side. This one dropped down to Ivan. He does block the clear. 10 seconds left. EG needs one here in Extra. Gonna pop it up to push it away. And EG just cannot break through BDS.
BDS from the get-go. They were all over EG. Shots galore. That play from Extra, the flip reset into air dribble. You've got Monkey Moon as well with the mechanics. Mark with the demo. He's got mechanics himself. BDS swarming, making it tough for EG, and a standout win here for Team BDS.
And a fun stat about EG overall, they average 1.5 shots less than their opponents, and somehow they keep winning. And that is the truth. When you hear Johnny Boy talking about them park the bus, they certainly do that. They don't put on a lot of shots. Here in this game, there's a good amount. I mean, look, they have 8 shots. That's not bad. They tied with BDS. So in this game, definitely not the case. And I think the level of play, when you go up against a team like BDS, you do have to push harder than you have before. And certainly EG, I think, reaching a new level here, just still cannot break through that defense of BDS.
And sometimes, Corelli, and I would say maybe even most times, not necessarily about quantity, it's about quality. And you saw the quality of shots coming out from Team BDS, the plays, that individual expertise that Team BDS has that can make the difference in tight games. It was the difference there. So EG trailing in the series. Team BDS appearing to be in form.
And now you really start to worry for EG. It'd be nice to start off a game here without going down early, but here comes another shot from Extra. It was placed perfectly, but the defense able to stretch out and get there. Just getting through this first minute without giving up a goal, James, would be a great start for EG.
Yeah, we've seen BDS with some hot starts. This one already tough, taxing the EG back line. Rizex on fumes trying to make that play. Bounce out. Monkey Moon can't tip it around Catalysm. Ivan does get beat. Rizek's second effort on the ball around Monkey Moon. We've seen Rizek's even go for those double flip resets trying to slow down the play in the air. Excellent air control.
Wow. Mark by not letting them out, and they're going to score from it. BDS, look at the challenges up and down the field. Ichi got to the halfway point, but then instantly, BDS were able to turn it back around and go back on offense. A couple more challenges in the corner, a couple of awkward balls, and the defense roasted by BDS.
And you saw Monkey Moon, he was threatening the double tap. Rizek bumps him to take him out of the play, but it still is a rebound. Ivan, even in net, ready for it, wasn't expecting that shot near post. Extra, we've seen him be picking his spots perfectly. His accuracy's been something else, even forcing saves when he's not scoring.
Uh-oh.
Now another shot opportunity, lacking on the precision there. Mark by 8 shooting it right at the defense.
Yeah, Extra with the weak follow-up as well. And BDS, though, still getting these early goals. Still getting a lot of chances already. 7 shots. EG have hardly crossed half field. They have 0, of course. As BDS looking to add another. Mark by 8. This one comes out to Monkey Moon, and a weak shot from him is turned away by Catalysm.
You saw the idea. Monkey Moon trying to get around that ball, send it to the other side of the net. Now Extra on the dribble, fakes past one, low 50 through the other. Extra is a one-man wrecking crew today.
Oh, he's inside the head of the defense. Look at Ivan jump, see you later. And he'll dunk Rizek into the corner. Extra is on a different level today, and he's here to win.
Oh, man, that fake's so dirty. And unfortunately for EG, there's no skip and replays in the RLCS.
That is one you call for skip, and it's not going to happen. Extra. Boy, he has played a phenomenal series so far. We're not even done. Mark by 8 will slot it to the left side. BDS rolling now against EG.
And you wonder, can anything stop a Monkey Moon so fast to the ball? Mark by 8, we saw him shoot right at the defender before. Not making that mistake this time. He tucks that one in right next to the post. BDS a 3-goal lead. 6 seconds away from the halfway point. BDS throwing up the numbers in this one.
Yeah, and I said the series was getting away from EG, and this game getting away from EG now. I think that's maybe the second time they've gone downfield past half field. They just have not had any possession, and it's the challenge game that's really hurting them. Here comes Monkey Moon again. Extra winning a monster challenge, and Monkey Moon to put it home.
Is Extra human? I mean, he jumps up, gets a great challenge, and then pinches it right to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon slotting it in. Oh, wow. Extra, he has been phenomenal.
He can't do any wrong. Every touch is exactly what BDS needs. Every pass, every shot is right on the money right now. 4-0 for BDS. 4 shots apiece for every player. 0 on EG's side, and they just have had 0 offense.
Goated on the sticks today. Extra, like you said, can do no wrong. Bumped out of the play there, though.
You better bump him. You wanted that one to the sky. BDS, or excuse me, EG, that's probably the best way to stop him at the moment, because once he gets on the ball, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, this one going to be pinched all the way back. But you're right, Corelli. It feels like there's nothing that EG can do against BDS when they're playing like this. Extra, so much confidence. You've got Mark by 8 with the bumps and demos. You've got Monkey Moon, who can shoot. The complete package in this game, too much for EG to deal with. And it feels like this game too far out of reach. They're going to have to start focusing on Game 5. And you wonder what they have to do to get back into this one. BDS, you said it, when they're playing, when they're able to do no wrong, or you've got Extra playing like this, is there anything you can do?
Well, I feel like the biggest thing, I said that a couple times now, I feel like the biggest thing that's hurting Evil Geniuses is the challenge game coming out of their own end. On transition, they get stopped every single time by BDS. They've done such a good job to lock down the midfield and make it tough for Evil Geniuses to A, keep the ball, but B, keep the ball with boost. And they never have both. And that's what's been hard for them to transition onto offense, because BDS does such a good job of winning those challenges and dispossessing EG on the transition.
And the speed from BDS is going to make that even more difficult. We've seen a few times where BDS beating EG to the challenge at the midfield that just keeps that cycle of boostless play going. Another rebound, it'll be good. Extra doesn't get the goal, but he doesn't get the setup. BDS always one step ahead.
Everyone's got to get a piece of the defense here. That one came off the post wonky and right back out to Mark by 8. BDS, though, 15 shots in this game. They've had to make a single save. EG's finally put up 2, but it is a blowout here in Game 4 as BDS have crushed EG, and they'll put them on match point.
BDS. This is just what they do sometimes, Corelli. And it feels like no matter who's out there in the entire world, it doesn't matter. BDS will have their way.
Yeah, EG, I think rightfully here, going to take a timeout as they need to recollect and figure out everything, to be fair. Nothing was working in that last game. Defensively, offensively, in the midfield, transition, possession, boost control, nothing was going in favor of EG. It was all BDS. And you're right, we talked about it even at the major. We talk about it every single time BDS performs like this. There's just no one that can stop them when they're on this type of form. Nobody in the world can stop them when Extra's playing like this, when Monkey Moon's hitting the shots that he is, when Mark by 8 is the disruptor that he's become. And I can't even say it. That's how good he is. And
well,
so
he's
for
scary.
BDS,
I mean, he makes me stutter too. I'm only casting the game.
Yeah.
And when I see Mark by 8 barreling down on in spectator mode, I start shaking as well. Team BDS, when they have their way, it seems like every person has that special piece that they bring. And Monkey Moon, for him, his shooting is so good. His speed at the midfield is so good. Extra, he brings an X factor. And when he is playing at his peak, which we saw in this series, what do? I mean, you just don't know what he's thinking. And then to make matters worse, the unpredictability of Extra paired with the annoying demos and bumps from Mark by 8, BDS is the most frustrating team that you can imagine playing against.
And so now EG, like we said before, you go back to, okay, what do we need to do? And I do think it starts with holding possession through the midfield on transition, winning, at least having some higher percentage of challenges won in the midfield as well. That was, I think, the biggest killer for EG's momentum as they finally would weather the storm. They couldn't hold on to the ball. And that's just BDS being so quick on the challenge. Of course, you're going to see Extra with the mind games and the dunks. But, you know, these things don't even have to happen if the challenge game is just a little bit better from EG.
EG going to have to go back to the drawing board during the timeout, trying to talk through some strats. They're going to need some upgrades if they're going to take it to Team BDS, who is on match point. One more game win, and EG is going to be down in the lower bracket where they'll play the winner of the Misfits and Queso. But BDS, they seem like there's nothing that can stop them if they keep playing at that level. Now, one game away from that grand finals appearance.
Talked about the shots before. EG at 5 shots per game at the moment. BDS 9.75. Just shows the disparity at the moment between offenses.
Certainly does. And that game, probably the best example from the entire series. Team BDS controlling that game from the get-go. EG not out of it yet. We'll see what adjustments they bring. Oh, it doesn't look like much as Monkey Moon will pound that ball right into the net. Marked by 8, the flip reset, beautifully done. Getting that rebound, so much work done there by Mark.
There's something to be said about the morale for Evil Geniuses, because BDS has crushed it at the beginning of every single game. They are in their faces in scoring an early goal in just about every single game. And I feel like that does something to a team when you're instantly down off the kickoff.
You're immediately in battle from behind mode, and maybe you start taking some risks. Extra with the demo. Catalysm. How much boost does Catalysm have? Must have been not much. A miss from Rizex. A bump on Ivan. Rizex panicking, getting back. That gives him space. Out of boost for Catalysm. Rebound out to Mark, and he'll drive it through. EG, they were stumbling for many moments there before Mark finally put them out of their misery.
And Catalysm just missed the challenge on the back wall, and that allowed Extra to come through. And of course, he's going to just serve it up straight in front of the face of Mark by 8. That's of course going to happen for BDS, but you got to get the challenge there from Catalysm on the back wall to at least prevent Extra from holding on to possession and giving them the option to dump it off to his teammate.
And that 50 for Monkey Moon now in a dribble. Ivan
bumping him,
being harassed, and Monkey Moon, he'll get the bump and the goal.
Oh my, and he didn't even have a lot of boost to work with. Only 5 in the tank. Put the ball in his hood, slowed it down a little bit, punched Ivan out of the way, lets it roll in, and BDS 3 goals up in the first minute and 20 seconds.
A strong start for Team BDS. EG, I mean, you mentioned the boost game before, and that, not the last goal, but the one prior, you could see how every player from EG was running on maybe 1 or 2 small pads, which makes, it makes it where you're limited on what plays you can even go for. You can't go for a long challenge. You have to use that boost. It's like gold.
And you start to panic too. I mean, I think there's the emotional side as well, where you're low on boost. Your teammates are also calling out low boost, and so you feel like you have to make a desperation play, and that's where you get into trouble. EG now, they got 3 minutes to come back into this one, but it has not been pretty. Just a continuation from game 4 here into game 5. Let's hear some pressure coming out. Rizdex, though, was facing the wrong way, still off the backboard as BDS's defense, not the prettiest, but it's working at the moment. Great pass down to Catalysm. That shot goes wide.
Still a chance perhaps for EG. That seemed like the opportunity for them to get back in. Catalysm dribbling the ball out, but that pass is exactly what EG needed. That type of opportunity. We saw BDS on the back foot there. EG will need to bring more of that, but they've got less than half the game to do it.
Oh.
Is that in?
It's wide.
Oh, off the post and out. Monkey Moon with the deep pinch.
Oh, I thought this was over Catalysm. The pinch would have just been poetic. And the way this series has gone, here's a little give and go as Ivan wanted to receive it back. Mark by 8 cuts it out. As EG, that might have been their best look in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
That one off the post.
and really, that seemed like EG needed that goal. EG needed that goal badly, and it rolls off the post. A tough break for EG.
Yeah, they need something to go in their favor. And right now, it's not going to be Extra. He didn't hold on to that one. It's BDS, happy to just stall the game out. You don't have to commit. You just have to play a little bit of defense, win a couple more challenges for the next minute and a half. And you'll take down, I would say a very tough EG squad. Here's a good pass. Ivan will dish it off to Catalysm with a pinch, and hold on a second. EG get one back.
Excellent effort from Ivan, getting the first touch, pre-flip, pinch pass to the middle, and Catalysm in position to receive it. That might be the spark that ignites EG. We'll find out. 1:20 left on the clock. EG have 2 more they need to get before they force overtime.
Kind of needs to see some offense coming out from EG. Some sort of possession. Nobody going up for this one. Extra, we'll say thank you very much. I'll just lob it back into your box. See the challenge, that line that BDS has put up. EG have not been able to cross it. And even in this instance, when they do, it's right into the hands of Extra. Good challenge here from Catalysm. Rizdex trying to force the issue. This is the time you got to go. If you're EG, you've got 45 seconds to make the difference.
Good pickup there from Rizdex. Ceiling pinch, double commit, team bump. Mark around 1, but Ivan's there to receive. Infield pass. The shot. Hit by Extra. Where did he even come from?
Fell from the heavens, and he makes the save for BDS. EG, they just can't get through Extra. Here comes Rizdex. That one just wide of the net as well, and BDS to clear it out.
I honestly, I can't disagree. Extra did fall from heaven. He has been angelic this game. And really this series, as Team BDS seconds away. And that is going to be it. EG having some chances in the final moments, but in the end, Team BDS proves too strong, and they move on to the grand finals.
And it doesn't get any easier for Evil Geniuses. They'll drop down, not out of it yet. They drop down to the lower bracket final where they're going to have to play the winner of Team Queso and Misfits Gaming. And two of those teams, or both those teams, not much easier than what they're getting here against BDS. So there's going to be a lot of thought, I think, going into EG and their next series, because boy, did BDS make them look silly here in some of these games.
Oh, they certainly did. And it's nothing against EG. Team BDS, they do this against everyone. When they're on fire, it doesn't seem like there's a team in the world that can stop them. And we saw that even at the major, where all the best of the best teams, they went head-to-head on LAN, and BDS came out on top. BDS, what do you do?
As I've said in RLCSX, and I've said it in this season, it's not your fault. BDS just picked you today. And Evil Geniuses were picked today, and BDS took them apart.
Yeah, it seems like Team BDS waking up on the right side of the bed this morning. A strong performance, and they knock EG down into that lower final. And now we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Misfits taking on Team Queso. You don't want to miss it.
I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite your boots. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. This is the Premier Cup. We are on Championship Sunday. We've got one match down and plenty more to go. I'm Leaf. Alongside me, Gregan, Achieves, and James Bond to break down one of those matches that we just saw. It was BDS in familiar fashion, James, as they take down Evil Geniuses and send them to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, me and Corelli were watching it, and we were trying to just put ourselves in EG's shoes, and you know what? It hurt. It hurt. BDS, they walked all over them. BDS, when they play that way, there is no team that can stack up to him. They're so good. Extra, the plays he was making, Mark's bumps, his demos, his shooting wasn't spectacular today, but there were so many rebound opportunities that Team BDS, they were unstoppable. And this is the BDS that really sets the bar high for everyone out there on the type of Rocket League you need to play to win it all.
That is, I feel like he's just said it all. So we're going to get on an actual expert from this team here. Extra is joining us on the line to break this down. Extra, welcome to the desk. It's honestly been a while. We missed you.
Yeah.
We haven't talked to you in a while. But you're here now again. You're in the grand finals. This is what we expect. This is what I hope you guys also expect. I just want to get a general view of from your perspective of the whole European region now at this point. Everyone's gunning to take you down. That's generally been the goal for a lot of these teams. Do you feel like the gap is closing further and further? I mean, because we find you in a grand finals again.
I think there's probably 10 teams that can beat us now compared to last season.
Okay.
And it's how everyone is saying on Twitter, it's very stacked in EU. So many good teams, so many good players coming very young, 15 years old players, in Queso especially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I want to ask you about what the experience is like playing in person around your teammates. We've seen Evil Geniuses and Misfits at this event. They're on boot camp. We've seen Endpoint do very well on boot camp. From your experience, you're one of the most experienced players playing in person with your team. What does it change for you as a player?
I don't really know how to explain. It's just you have a better team chemistry when you see each other. You can talk to your teammates very easily compared to online. Last regional, it was a bit messy with the COVID and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly. Well, speaking of experience, you guys ran into the wall of Queso last time. Do you think Queso has what it takes to make it out of the lower bracket? And if so, have you guys made any adjustments specifically for them?
Yeah, I think they will probably do it unless they play very bad, but I see them coming in the finals.
If they don't end up making it to the finals, where do you think they fall here, against Misfits or against EG?
I don't know. Misfits seems to be playing very good, for yesterday at least. And I think if they play like yesterday, maybe they have a chance of beating Queso.
And I'm just curious, in this time, you guys have to sit and wait for a few minutes. How are you guys going to stay warmed up and be ready for this grand finals?
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay. They'll probably just do what they do anyway. So Extra, thank you for joining us again, and good luck in that grand finals. It's going to be a great match.
Thank you, Leaf. Thank you, guys. See ya.
Extra from BDS, they find themselves in a grand finals. Unexpectedly, we always see that happening. Let's look at the brackets. You can see that journey to get there. They had to go through Queso in that upper bracket. That's who knocked them down there in the first place, Jim.
And honestly, I love it. First thing, the Extra joins after that performance where he's getting 50s into a pinch pass perfectly over to Monkey Moon. He has the fake dribble, the flip reset, air dribble. He's making so many plays. I say, you're peaking today. You're correct, Extra. He's like, I played okay today.
I played
okay.
So I just love that guy. He's so humble. BDS is so good. And their journey, they've taken down Team Queso once. And that really is. I mean, we were talking during the break. Everyone is really eyeing Queso, especially after what they did against Dignitas. It looked like they were going to be losing in that series. Multiple comeback wins in the final moments of games. Team Queso seems to be the team that is rising faster than any other, but they're going to have a long journey ahead of them. They got to take down Misfits, EG, and then double a bracket reset over BDS. It's a long road ahead of them for them.
Another thing he asked too is he's like, do you guys think it'll be Queso? Who do you have coming through? He does. He's like, okay, he's watching them too.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the way BDS play, and they've got a strong matchup against pretty much every team in Europe except for Queso, Dignitas, and maybe a few teams when they're popping off on their day. And it really comes down to BDS's play style is all about reading their opponents, breaking them down, challenges, and all that kind of stuff. So that's why they look so dominant against Evil Geniuses. Yeah. They're scared of those mechanical teams because they're the few teams that can break them down.
Well, let's break this down because we have Misfits going up against Team Queso in the lower bracket now. Of course, you know, it's best of sevens across the board, so teams can really test how they're playing on the day. But this is one life left down in the lower bracket for these two teams. Everyone achieves is eyeing Team Queso right now. What is it that's making this team stand out?
Man, I mean, Queso, like you said, it takes a strong team in and of itself for them to be able to take down, you know, top teams like Dignitas and BDS. But I mean, if you're thinking about what makes them good, well, the answer is Vatira, I think. Is
okay, that was the only answer you could have said.
It's really not too more complicated than that, really.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
No, I was going to say, you say Vatira, but there's very few teams with that standout mechanical player where their teammates are as mechanical as Joyo and Rise are. We saw yesterday a goal which came from an off-the-wall flip preset into a crazy double tap from Rise. They're stringing multiple mechanical plays together, which is how they can break these top teams down like no other team. So Vatira stands out, but every player on that team has the ability to stand out any given moment.
And just to back up what Gregan's saying, there were moments early in the series against Dignitas where Vatira was not playing well. He was missing some defensive touches that normally, you know, anyone at this stage in the tournament will be making really consistently, but ended up bouncing back. But in those games where he was struggling, Joyo and Rise stepped up, and they are such a strong unit, all three of them. So good, but you have to watch out for Vatira. He had that 4-goal game. He has that pop-off potential.
Well, chat, I'm curious what you're thinking. It's the fan vote time. We're going to get those predictions out there. We'll start telling up hashtag TQ or hashtag MSF in the chat. Who you think's moving on? Only one team can. Analysts, I want your thoughts as well. It seems like we're all going Queso, so I'm going to get mine on the board right away. Let's go down the line. Are we Queso, Gregan?
Yeah, I'm feeling cheesy. Yeah, I mean, we said Vatira. He's probably the best player in the world right now with the way he's playing. Like, he's looking fantastic. You've got to debate whether Vatira right now in current form is the best Rocket League player I've ever seen.
Yeah, you gotta pick Queso. Misfits turned it around nicely after a loss to EG yesterday, but Queso just looking more consistent. So gotta pick Team Cheese.
I've bought a few away decals recently, and the one that I bought and I've been rocking and enjoying is the Team Queso.
Agreed.
I love that. Rolling around with a block of cheese. It's amazing. I'm going to have to go with them here. I'm going to be wearing the decal, watch it as I play in free play. I think they've got the win. They've been looking so good. So I'm going with them.
Team Queso, chat, how you feeling? Yeah, Team Queso. Okay, Team Queso.
Okay.
All in agreement.
Everyone across the board, Team Queso. Well, we're going to see if they can do it now as we head over to the Skybox. Queso, we're in the last regionals grand finals, but if they want to do that again, they will have to try now through the lower bracket. Let's find out if Misfits cause any problems for them in this next best of 7.
One more series win for Team Queso, and they punched their ticket to Los Angeles, Dazarin. But standing in the way are the upstarts in Misfits. They've had a rocky road to get here, but they're here nonetheless.
Misfits have been battling over the course of this event to try to, resurge their season. Team Queso has been on the rise. You can tell the desk is feeling cheesy, but how much do they have left in the tank here in the lower bracket? We're getting ready for kickoff, Jordan. It's going to be an exciting series.
Yeah, the fans also feeling quite cheesy, and you can understand why. This team just rocketed out in the winter split, and they want to take that European crown. They want to challenge BDS again for it. Joyo starting it out, but it's taken away. Misfits standing in the way. This team is capable of playing against Team Queso. They've played against them in the group stage a couple of times, and it's been close between these two teams. Misfits known to play up to their competition, so I don't think you can count Misfits out of this one.
Absolutely not. These guys are battling, and Cash had a really good day yesterday. Got to see him come to life here in this series. Again, this Team Queso squad, some players in Europe call them annoying to play against. just from the mechanical ability and the way they can turn that into really good team plays. It seems like they have the special package, Jorby, and it's going to be a battle for Misfits to see how well they can combat against that.
Yeah, one of the things they're going to contend with, in addition to those crazy mechanics, is that demo-heavy game that Queso are known to play. I imagine that's part of what makes them so annoying for so many other pros to play against. Misfits, high ball for Matane, back over to Cash, 2 challenges in front of the box. Nothing yet here for Misfits. Joyo's got protection on the ball and down the field.
And Joyo being able to carry that out. Even now, again, aggressive from Queso. Vatira went to take that corner boost. They're trying to set up so they can starve Misfits, get on that offensive end. But Misfits doing a good job, protecting the ball, making sure Queso don't have too much room on their half.
Cash trying to force the 50 out. Arju right behind him. Misfits still in the blue half. And we saw them in their 2 series yesterday against Evil Geniuses and Guild, where they would stay in the attacking half for so long. They would get shots, but not enough quality ones. They're going to need to find the back of the net more often. You talk about Cash's shooting earlier. If he can pick it back up like he did in that series against Guild, Queso might be in a little trouble here early on, but they've handled things defensively well so far.
Defense has been pretty solid, especially on Queso. Matane gets a bump there. It's going to be off the bar, but no one there to get a follow-up. Arju and Cash kind of still waiting in the midfield. Arju still trying to get that through, but look at Vatira. That's going to be his 3rd save of the game. Again, always all over the field.
Another carry for Matane. Just a simple air dribble. Tried the 50 to get that ball across. Not the touch Cash wants. Arju's going to have to stay back as Rise has the catch. Rise tries to slip underneath. Arju pops it up. Vatira challenging him, but it's kicked back downfield by Matane. Only 14. Tried to get the flip reset, but not clean enough.
Yeah, needed a little bit more boost to be able to follow up that flip reset. Again, always trying to use those mechanics to get in front of the ball and make sure, let's try to put my team in the best position possible. That's what he's thinking when he goes up with that. And if he has just like 12 more, maybe even 24 more, he could probably follow that up with a double. Arju's going to try just off the mark.
You have to watch out for Arju on those breakaways. He can sink them just like anyone else can. Given just enough space. Well, we're in a deadlock to start out the series. No one able to score yet. Rise forced out to the opposite side of his own half. Cash against the back wall. Matane waits for it. He got a bump onto Rise. Matane gonna grab the ball now against the backboard. Vatir is there. Next up is Arju. Cash right behind him. Goes off to the corner, but Joyo screens him out, and Queso's structure on defense keeps them scoreless again.
It's a battle for the ball, of course, but the silent one is the one that's going on for the boost right now. Teams playing aggressive to steal boost because, I mean, you see how many air dribbles we've seen so far this game, Jorby. These guys love going into the air. As you can even see right there with that double commit, they're using up a lot of boost. So whoever can get that control, which is why we see Queso move up so aggressively on offense, they want to be able to starve out Misfits so they can attack and just bang the ball, pass it in the air as much as they please. Misfits is doing a great job, though, of just getting these strong clears out and utilizing those pads of field.
Queso trying to get the clear. They got a demo to give space. Joyo, only one boost in the tank. Chain dashes up and just missed the ball. Really wasn't a chain, just one wall dash, but Vatira going to keep it going for Queso. Underneath, Cash follows him right through, follows up with a 50 in front, and Misfits won't make it easy for Queso. Back to the blue half. Oh, nice win from Matane in the corner. 2 touches in front, but no one from Misfits able to commit.
Yeah, that corner game always so you have to be very careful. Those reads a little hard. Rise, though, that's a big 50 win. Teammates weren't necessarily expecting that, so they got to still play that from midfield out. And you can see the respect given on both sides. This is why we haven't seen a goal scored yet in game 1. A lot of respect given as Misfits trying to make a pass play work. Cash has to reach for it. Wasn't the best pass. Defense will have to try to work again.
I thought Arju might have had that double. End of regulation looming. Misfits gonna get back to this ball. Joyo pops it up high. And will Queso get an opportunity maybe? No, Arju and Matane close by. Overtime in game 1. I believe Misfits, Daz, I think this is their 40th overtime this season. I might be wrong about that. I need a direct check on that one. But they've played a lot of OT, and here we go again in game 1.
Oh, this one almost a short one. You saw that pinch on the challenge. Good, though, to get the save out. We'll see how they fare in this overtime if this is the 40th.
They've won a lot of them, too. I think going into yesterday, they were 70%. 70% of their overtime games were a win. So they're very comfortable playing in overtime. But with Queso, how much does a 70% mean? Well, probably not a whole lot. Here comes Vatira, catches it underneath, but not enough gumption on it, and Cash can pull it away. Matane getting in the way as well. Queso on offense. Demo comes out, but Rise's touch wasn't good enough. Vatira next up in midfield. Quickly jumping up is Matane, and Misfits will not let him have the space.
He's trying to get that space out. Just trying to work with the ball. Notice, you see Vatira, again, playing this one low on the wall, going for that bump on Matane. Rise will score in overtime. Queso are going to come away with game one.
Queso's physicality gives them dubs time after time. Matane gets bodied out of the way to give Queso the first victory of the series. And Daz, that is where I think Misfits really got to be worried. It's almost like the kryptonite, if you will, of Misfits. They get outbodied so much when it comes to the physical game, and Queso are so good at getting those valuable bumps and demos when they need them the most. They got it on Matane and got themselves a nice win.
They started out this game with a lot of offensive pressure. I mean, they had the most shots. They forced the Vatira to get a savior medal really early on in this one. But when it comes down to it is, again, this play with Vatira, Matane has to have the awareness to know that Vatira at some point is not going to be able to play that ball out. Like, the pass isn't going to come in. So what he has to do is he has to recognize, okay, the bump is coming my way. I've got to be ready for it. And he just got caught out there towards the end. Either way, I think this was still a really good opening here for Misfits. They just got to get a little bit more aggressive on that offensive end, get more control on the ball.
It was really tough because Queso were playing solid defense the whole time. Misfits tried a couple of different passes. They tried to win those tough 50s on the back wall, but there was always a follow-up guy ready on Queso to take the ball out and protect it. So Misfits have to find a way to break through that defense as we head to Forbidden Temple. Queso looking ahead again. If they win this series, they've qualified for the Los Angeles Major. Matane, challenge in front for Arju. And Misfits want to start out. Matane a demo on the Joyo on the backside. Arju trying to weave around that corner, just too long to get around to the box.
So, Misfits, again, trying to get back into it. Overtimes haven't been faring them well so far this tournament, Jorby. 5 and 7 for them. As you were close, but that last one was their 38th. So almost at that 40 mark. But for you, I know it feels like 100 at this point.
About, yeah. I mean, it's always close with this team, and I mean, they play up to the competition, and you can say they play down to their competition. Either way, Misfits just always look a little uncomfortable whenever they're playing, and the times when they do look comfortable, when they're in control, well, they need a little bit more. Again, that Queso defense already giving some issues. Vatira, nice touch against the corner. But Matane's got a little bit of space here. Tries to get over Joyo. He does. Not a lot of power behind it. But this is a good set for Misfits. Arju can't get back to it and rises on the backboard again. They cannot break through Queso.
Queso's defense is honestly really good, especially when you look at Vatira. A lot of times he's been able to get saves, immediately bring the ball upfield and turn that into something for Queso to work with offensive-wise. Even that, like, that clear into the dunk, so much space now given to Queso. They have the field to work with, and that's a free ball up front. Cash will go up for it, but if somebody from Queso is much closer, let's say Joyo, I mean, it turns into Misfits having to defend a shot on their net.
Yeah, that transition can happen so quickly. But Cash getting in front of it again and following up these touches well, but Arju couldn't go in for the shot, pulls wide, and he did get both Joyo and Vatira to bite, but they got all of it. Here comes Vatira one-on-one, doesn't get a solid flick, and Cash has an easy save.
Still though, comfortable. You can tell when he picks up the ball, gets the flip, still gets the pop-up, like, he can easily, like, there's no one challenging him. He has a lot of space, but he still wants to try to mix it up to get past Cash. Good defensive stop for Misfits, but they also have to keep in mind how Queso's feeling. They look very comfortable in game 2.
They were able to boom the ball downfield. Misfits maybe can get set up. That's not the best touch from Joyo, but the shot can't come. Immediately defended off the back wall. Now Joyo again, off the backboard. Gets the first 50. Cash is there, but Rise follows it up. And they really can't get by Queso on these defensive challenges, no matter what they do. And sometimes they're just throwing the ball out, and there's just nothing, Daz.
Yeah, they had Queso low on boost as well. It looked like a prime chance to strike. But again, when it comes to like some of these midfield touches, I think they take a little bit too much time to try to control it. And next thing you know, you see Queso on the boost, and you see a play like this. this. Rise will try to put it top corner. Cash gets back in time, and Arju will get that out of dodge.
Oh, my God, that was a jump and pray moment for Cash. Vatira had the flip reset. You're thinking, oh, he's going to sink that upper 90, but it just bounced off the post, and Cash just jumps in front to block the double? That was nuts. And then to get the follow-up right after that, Queso aren't done, but Arju keeps Misfits safe, gets Rise off the play. Vatira misses it, and Misfits can't find the net. Rise has a little bit of space to get out, but Queso in danger, and Rise gets them out of a tough spot.
This is, I mean, you look at Matane. Arju doing a great job being able to carry this out. But one thing I want to focus on here is Cash. Cash has the most saves right now. He's been doing a prime job. Matane, no, he had a free shot and missed it just off the bar. He's gonna want that one back, Jorby.
And nobody jumped either. It could have been just a few centimeters down. You're talking about a Bardowski. Instead, popped it back up. Rise has regained control of the ball for Queso. Up next is Joyo, but knocked away by Arju. Now Matane, just a pot shot, trying to catch Vatira out. Gonna be tough to do. Wins the next 50, but that's gonna be Vatira's ball. The Misfits so willing to pull off, head back to midfield. They're not confident at all that they can get through these Queso defenders.
A little bit of a double commit there. Cash able to help out there. But yeah, you can tell a little bit antsy from the Misfits side, and it's not doing them any favors at all. Again, lack of offense here, only 4 shots and none coming out from Cash, who is leading right now the tournament in shots per game at 4.3. He's sitting at 0 so far.
Well, you're gonna need your striker, or someone else is gonna have to step up if he's not producing. And Cash able to shake the ball off of one defender, but ran out of boost on his way back to it. Matane just a hard kick. That's not going to get it done. Arju left all by himself as Cash is rotating back, and Misfits have to defend at the end of regulation. A demo for Joyo. No Rise, lost the ball, and Arju's got it. Misfits protecting the ball here. Does Cash want to play? No. Second overtime in a row, and the 39th for Misfits.
We'll get to 40 by the time this series is over.
I think it's going to happen.
We'll get to 40. Buckle up. Rise in the air, and that's dangerous. He's going low with it. Arju got a good read on it.
When Vatira rotated back in time, he's got no boost here. And, well, Matane ends up winning that touch. Arju jumps for it, and Rise gets in the way again. Matane's first to the ball. Goal! Misfits get the Game 2 victory in overtime.
He's not gonna miss that same shot twice. Popped up high in the air and just outdusts Joyo. Top left corner strike for Matane.
Yeah, missing that first one. You might be worried if he gets behind the ball again, if he can't find that accuracy. But like you said, on target and perfect for Matane. And that was another tight one. 2 games in a row, Daz, 0-0 overtimes. The defense of Queso, we've been talking about it a lot. They haven't really given Misfits, they've given them give, but not, they haven't broken at all. And Misfits, they tried everything in front of that net, finally breaking through.
Yeah, they finally, like you said, they were able to get through. Again, that's a really good save from Cash. He ended up getting 2 back-to-back, stepping up there defensive-wise. And you're right. Maybe at some point, it's not going to, maybe like Cash isn't putting on the shooting numbers. Someone has to step up. Right now, it's looking like it's Matane. He's been the one that's had the most clear shot opportunities, and now he's starting to kind of find his form. So for Misfits, it's about building up on that. And then maybe later on along the line on the series, Cash starts to like awaken and get locked in. But Jorby, 2 back-to-back 1-goal games in this series. It's still a close one.
It certainly is, and I hope it's about this entertaining the whole way through. So far, Rise boxing one out of the way. He's looked pretty good. He's gotten in the way of a lot of Misfits opportunities on defense, and even keeping them locked in the orange half. Okay, so we're going to need more of it here. Vatira popping that up, but Matane's all over it. Still Queso ball.
Whoa. Arju thought he was going into the air. He got spit to the ground really quickly. Joyo's heavy.
Ooh. That ball's light. Cash off the ceiling, and that was looking dangerous. Joyo got up there in time. And that's been the difference maker for Queso. They never let that shot actually materialize before they could get there themselves on the challenge. But here's another one off the bounce, and Cash will sink it. Misfits take the lead.
Look at the energy. Cash getting involved, finally able to get a goal in and put some shots on. That's a great pinch, by the way, from Arju to set that up. I mean, Cash being able to read that as well. Teams in sync at the start of game 3. That's what you want to see from Misfits.
And, you know, Arju probably gets talked about the least on Misfits, but he fills in the gap for this team time and time again, and helping Cash and Matane be successful. He does so here for Cash. And now behind Cash again, trying to force that ball out. Misfits in control. Matane demoed on the play by Rise. But Misfits will keep that ball away as Queso look for a way out. Matane cuts them off in midfield. Vatira forcing Cash to challenge him, excuse me. Whew. And Arju just trying to keep that ball away from Joyo. Not successful. Matane lines it up. Got the next 50, but Queso's still in control.
These 50s, this midfield's been wild. Teams battling for boost, and we're going to want to look at Cash here because he's got the most here coming out from Misfits, at least on this challenge. And look at him. He's just battling the entire Queso defense on the side while Matane and Arju are able to go back. This is really going to be key for Misfits to keep up that offensive pressure that they finally have. They don't want to throw it away.
Ooh.
Even this dive from Matane almost ended up in a goal.
Hey, jump from the midfield line to get to that ball. A little risky, but when you think about it, probably the best possible option in that scenario. Otherwise, you're talking at least a 2-on-1 the other way. Instead, Joyo got another catch underneath, bumped the player out. Arju trying to slow it down. And Matane forced back a little bit. Queso now with control again. Rise can't force the ball behind Matane. Misfits gonna go again off the ceiling. Here comes Arju. Takes it low. Rise able to grab that ball. Queso in a tight rotation on defense. Joyo last back for his team. Has to keep this one close, and he does. He's over Cash. Big demo and a goal for Queso.
Big goal there for Queso to get back into it. You talk about the demo that sets this one up. Cash in a very awkward spot has to jump. There's no other option. There's no one back. It's an easy slot. Queso with the tie. And again, Misfits, I feel like this team is very momentum-based, Jorby. You see how excited Cash gets when they score, but you also see how emotional the team is when they get scored on. And it's about managing that. Queso, I feel like they understand it. They slowed down the pace of the game after Misfits got on the board, and then afterwards, they waited for their chance to strike. Pay it off.
Oh, the lead from Matane, and the shot just wasn't on target. And now they're in a race back onto the orange half. Here comes Joyo trying to beat them, but he's out of boost. Gets pull shot back up into the ball, and Arju takes it away. Matane following up closely. Arju trying to force the next 50. Not a bad idea, but Cash leaps from the back, hits the next 50. Arju trying to find Matane, but that's a huge miss. Cash coming back to prevent the clear, but Rise has found Vatira down. Up against the backboard. No one finds the ball, and Vatira's gifted a double tap.
You can see the chaos in the Misfits defense struggling to find some control, but Vatira had control all the way through. Beautiful read to put that in the center of the net.
And that is a tough read if you're Matane. You have to jump back and find that read. It could go straight down. It could bounce a little out, a little to the side. That's one of the hardest areas to really read where that bounce is going to go. Either way, it's got to find a way to come up with that touch. Queso, here they come again. Joyo off the ceiling. He's still got control. Joyo almost got it through. Vatira's next up. Shot too high, but it's loose off the backboard. Denied again by Cash. And down the field, no. Matane has to play more defense. Maybe he'll get down the field now as Vatira and Rise have retreated, and they're back on offense.
Queso looks so scary right now. You can see Misfits, they're jumping for everything. You talked about the high shot for Vatira. I think he meant to put it that high, Jorby. Sometimes that extra shot, you can tell Misfits pre-jumped to where he was shooting. He tried to place it over him to get Rise a fair chance. And that's the level of control Queso have on offense in this game. They have Misfits at the edge.
Really commanding it for sure, but Misfits trying to win challenge after challenge to force their way to the box. But this defense is just too strong from Queso. Joyo moves down the field again, and Misfits just a little slower on the breakout. Rise waits on the ground to get the next challenge, forces the next one through Matane, steals the boost away. Now a shot for Vatira, up high, and save from Matane off the crossbar. Arju gets the clear downfield, but they need something now on offense. They don't got a lot of time to get it done. Cash puts it over one, and it dies again. Queso just will not give Misfits any kind of consecutive touches. Here comes Joyo, denied by Arju. Vatira waits. Cash forces the 50 out, but Queso's still in control. Arju finally clears it out near the end of regulation.
Play out Cash to Matane. They need something to work here in the final 10 seconds. You can see them trying, but these 50s being played really well for Queso. Arju, does he have enough boost? Not looking likely, and Queso will start to lead this series.
Such a defensive series. Quick clears from Queso, not letting Misfits set up shop at all. Only 3 shots registered on net. Daz, you talked about how comfortable and confident and in control Queso were. That's exactly what happened. The stat line certainly shows it. They had all the poise on defense, felt no panic at all in game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the pinch play from Misfits. That worked out really well, but they struggled to create any other opportunities like that. Meanwhile, Queso, once they started to get on the board, and once you saw even like that type of goal there from Vatira, anything Queso did on offense just scared Misfits. And the defense started to break down. You could see just like them kind of scrambling, Matane a little bit out of position a couple times. And from that point on till the end of the game, it was just Misfits struggling to try to reset, trying to, get an equalizer. It felt like they were having to manage Queso, but that's exactly how Queso want a team to play against them, because then they have all the freedom in the world. They can be in the air as much as they want to. And these guys love going in the air. Queso playing their game right now.
I think Joyo spent probably the most time in the air out of all of them. Oh, Cash, just a little too much momentum. It's given Arju. He tried to beat Vatira on that play, and Vatira is able to follow it. But Cash, again, Misfits, trying to get explosive at the start of game 4. As Matane gets the demo, actually turns off the ball. No one comes up with the touch, and that was interesting.
It was interesting. Oh, Arju got a flip.
Oh, Arju? Oh, Joyo's too good. Vatira pops it around Cash. Now he's got an open net. He just has to wrap around. Rise picks up the demo, and Vatira's missed it. But another demo. Rise forcing it across the box. No goal for Queso yet. But you felt like that one maybe should have been in.
Yeah, looking at Rise, I can tell Rise is ready to play that demo game. There was a kickoff play in game 3, and he tried to jump in front of Vatira. Vatira was just trying to play the 1v1, looking for the flick. Rise like, no. Let me get in front of you. And he's just itching to be able to get that bump play, making life hard for Misfits.
And that's dangerous, isn't it? If Rise is having that kind of confidence, and you know what you're going to get from Vatira and Joyo. Well, when Rise starts popping off as well, not that he doesn't, but there are some times where he just plays a little bit above what you're used to seeing, and that is what makes Queso feel like a world contender so far in the winter split. They look great. Misfits having to contend more Queso offense on the orange half. Joyo gets the pop-up, gets demoed, and Rise has the touch, but Cash got the save. Nobody can follow it up. Cash has to follow it up himself with the 50. Queso back in the corner.
He's out. Matane trying to just be aggressive on that, but no real follow. Oh my goodness, Vatira got past 2 with that. Cash is gonna have to make a big defensive stance here, and will. But man, seeing Vatira be able to play that pass, that's got to give him and the team a lot of confidence.
Arju trying to keep that ball close. But again, a challenge right to Rise. Matane has to react and can't get the touch. Cash has to come in to support. And Misfits a tenuous hold on midfield, but Arju's won the ball. He might have the space. Big dunk for Arju. Misfits have the lead.
There they go. They're getting back into it. Arju, though, nice read off that pinch. Good follow-up into the dunk. You see Vatira just taking a little bit of an odd angle. Instead of just trying to hit the ball across, he intends to play the 50, already in a tough spot coming off of that post, and he plays right into Arju's hands.
And the biggest thing for Misfits now is keep your camera on a swivel. Queso are going to look for any option to break the defense, whether it be through bumps, demos, or just death by 1,000 challenges. Misfits have to keep that foot on the pedal. Like you said, Daz, very momentum-based team. And losing it at this point almost surely put the game right back into Queso's favor.
Yeah, but Queso getting a little scrambly. You can tell Joyo definitely called for a pass mid there, but the pass for Vatira coming a little bit too hot now. Things seemed a little rushed from Queso, but they have a lot of time left in the game, 2 minutes.
Popped up by Cash, just booming it down to the corner. Nice soft 50 from Matane, but Arju got caught out a little bit. Joyo's chasing him down. And the Queso transition in effect. Vatira misses, and Matane gets a big win to get Misfits back on the blue.
Matane putting in a lot of work. Arju, pitches out, no way. Oh, just barely off target. I say barely.
Now Joyo Yeah, no, he's carrying it downfield with Rise. Rise might have it. Off, where's Vatira? He's up in the air for it. Cash actually punched him off the ball and is on the loose side. Joyo has to wait for the touch. Misfits, they stop that transition dead in its tracks.
Oh, Rise at the ball. Vatira, a really close second, man. So is Joyo, though. That's not a good touch. But Vatira able to still keep control of the ball. And Queso still able to salvage this offense.
Oh, Cash trying to keep Vatira off that ball. Not successful. Pre-flip into that one as Rise catches the ball out. He's got a lot of boost. Keeps it in the air high, but no one can commit because Joyo got demoed. Vatira, 2 touches for him. Not on target. And Misfits, poise on defense. And maybe a little bit more confidence as Rise tries to get that ball out to Vatira. Now Vatira pops it over Matane. And Rise has to wait. They're going to challenge by Kump. They're just giving him the space, but quickly back to it is Cash. Not over. Off the backboard. Matane gets the next touch. Misfits hanging around. Vatira comes across. Back over to Rise. No, Vatira took it himself, and Matane keeps it down and low. Arju able to come up and clean up after Matane got bumped. And a tenuous hold again on defense for Misfits, but they've held firm despite about 40 seconds of offense from Queso. Nothing yet for him on the board. Looking for the tying goal. Vatira set it all up, but Joyo was playing too closely.
No.
Rise has to come in. Nobody's available, and Misfits get out again.
Oh, that might have been it. Joyo just too far forward. They're going to still try to salvage it, though. Final 15, counting down. They have the offense here.
Oh, shots up. Matane missed it off the crossbar. Somehow Cash got the save. Teed up again. Vatira's there. Back across the side wall. Hanging on our Misfits. Joyo, last chance for Vatira. Tried to put it across, but Joyo's too far back, and Misfits have tied it up.
Wow, even down to the last second, Queso tried to surprise Misfits. Out of everybody, everyone was in that offensive half. And Vatira just went for the shot. Almost actually scored it too, but you could tell even that caught Misfits out of for surprise there.
Yeah.
Even then, Misfits still able to hold it down. And everybody, again, stepping up here. This time it's Arju with the scoring. Cash has been consistently working on defense, and maybe that's just has to be the recipe here to keep Cash kind of back, have him use the mechanics to try to set up front. Because no one took shots besides Arju that game for Misfits. It was 0 for Matane, and it was 0 for Cash. And they're kind of just sharing the possession, sharing the ball. Hey, if it's gotten them this far.
Yeah, I mean, they spent most of that time in their own half.
Yeah.
Like they had what, 8 or 9 saves. So, but having to hang on to that and keeping that ball close. There was that one shot that you were talking about from Queso. That was really the only shot that I think they had a real chance at. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, heading to Wasteland Night now. It's the rubber match. Who's going to take it to series advantage to move on into the lower final?
Queso definitely looked antsy after that Arju goal last game, and you could see it. Now they have to try to reset. We know that this team has the mechanics. We know they can play fast, but sometimes they play too fast for their own good. They got to expose that game.
Oh, pop in front, Arju!
Fast. He's playing low and slow, and he got it all through the defense.
Yeah, he did. Matane keeps this one a little closer, makes the 50 happen in front, and it's awkward for Vatira as it bounces off the ceiling. Joyo playing it close, but there was no chance at all, and Arju gets the first goal.
He just jumps. It's just
after that challenge, yeah, it's all it needs. Sometimes all the hard work is done in the lead up to the shot. In this case, Matane putting in the dirty work. Hard clear, but nobody back for Queso. Rise actually getting back to buy a little bit of time for Joyo to recover.
It's got to be a sigh of relief here for Misfits getting that first one. Because now you're going to see again Queso. They're not going to slow down at all. But it allows Misfits to kind of have a bit more of a say here and how the pace is dictated. Because they can let Queso play the ball into them if they're smart enough. But Vatira, he's going to put on a quick shot, forcing Arju to send that one quick into the sidewall. Not done yet. You see Rise looking for that double, but just not enough boost.
And Queso still in the orange half. Rise shaking the ball off Matane, looking for a bump on his way out. Nobody's directly in the net. Vatira might have just caught them out, but Cash dives back for a stop. Rise trying to cut them off. Joyo backing him up. Cash pops the ball out, but Joyo's on top of it. Matane back across to the 50, and Misfits, again, defensive posture holding on since game 5.
Yeah, we've seen all of Queso in the air. Wait, hold on. Rise trying to play that low. Joyo on the ball too. You got to respect it. Vatira tried to come up again, and now it'll be a transition. This one, I want to talk about it, but you can tell like certain plays just not going to be as not going to get a chance to from all these potential offense that Queso's trying to build here.
Yeah. I mean, Misfits have done a great job getting in front of those passes, in front of the challenges, but Rise actually gets over one, and when they do get past that defender, the follow-up has been ready. Here comes the shot, though. No one's back to defend that one. The bar couldn't even save Joyo from getting the back of the net.
Oh, yeah, you can see Matane. He had the face palm on his head. After that, he knows he gave that one up for free. Joyo's going to take that any day of the week. Now back to the drawing board for Misfits. Like I said, they had the control. They had that comfortability. It's gone now.
And for Matane, it's just got to be don't care, go next. You know, it's still tied up. You can't let Queso sneak him back in. Do much for the mental, and a dangerous bounce as Cash ready for it and got back to the 50 as Matane gets bumped in net. Vatira has the close win in the challenge, and Rise gets demoed, but Joyo's up for the ball, and again, Met. Still, somehow Misfits are able to get in front of these challenges before the shot comes out. Matane's got no boost, and Queso didn't know it. Vatira trying to clear the ball. Cash forces the 50 and almost got through Joyo.
Almost being able to get that pinch. Matane up, trying to make amends for that previous mistake. Still pressure. Cash here with a chance. Does he have the flip? Does he have the flip? Oh, he's a menace, Cash!
Oh my goodness, Cash, look at this! Pops it above the ceiling, gets underneath it, no chance, Joyo! Saved his flip at the last possible moment. What a splash play from Cash!
It's a ginger menace! My God!
You can't stop him! In game 6, you can't stop him. Here comes Joyo across to Vatira, and it's denied. Arju pops this one up, or excuse me, game 5. We're not quite at game number 6 yet. As Arju trying to force that ball across. Joyo cut off by Cash. Misfits still on offense. Cash freezing Queso's defense to let Matane take it. No hit for Matane, and Arju's demoed. Cash coming in to buy some time. He even gets a shot on net. Matane's got a full tank of boost from the corner. Wants to get the bump. Floating around, and Matane makes himself as big as possible to clear the way for Arju.
Beautiful work here. Look at Matane staying on top of the ball, having Rise expect that Matane's going to go for a light touch. No, he's leaving that for Arju, and you can see it on the cams. They're coming alive. They're looking good. Misfits in full control of this game.
2 goals up now, and Queso left a little stunned despite having 9 shots on net, only being able to register 1 goal. Now Misfits getting a little antsy there with Cash. Vatira tries to get the clear out. You can't give Queso a centimeter, or they'll take a whole kilometer. Misfits are able to grab that ball again in the orange half, but now in position to take the lead in the series and put it on match point. Matane, hard shot saved by Joyo.
Still good placement though, getting it in that top corner. Shot confidence has been very strong for Misfits, and for them, it's coming at the right time. They close this one out. Next is a match point situation. Arju will put a top corner lead block from Cash.
Misfits finally clicking, and they get out to a 4-goal stint here with 50 seconds left. Easy pickings for Arju, and now you're left wondering for Queso, what happened in this game that really got away from them?
They let Cash score. Ooh. That's what it was.
That's true.
You see him on those in those cams. Every time the team scores, he's the one yelling. Again, that type of momentum given to Misfits, and they can become out of control for any team. And you're seeing it even here with Team Queso. Again, they just don't have an answer for it. They're running up the scoreboard here in game 5.
You know, it was something that I think Scrub said on one of his streams one time where he's like, Misfits and scrims, they absolutely destroy us half the time. And if they play like that in a tournament, you know, they might go pretty far. But as we all know in Rocket League, scrims, they don't directly translate to tournament wins. It takes a while. Misfits, it looked a little rocky in those first 2 games, Daz, but I think they're really clicking now.
Oh, goodness.
They're in position to get a Brazil.
In the game. We got to go next because they're just going to keep running it up. Look at Rise is getting no respect on that ball. Cash instantly challenging him. Austin Franklin pinching your net. 18 seconds left now. you gotta go. Yeah, you gotta wonder. Do we see a tactical timeout coming out from Team Queso?
You know, if this had ended a little like 3-1, I would have said no, but maybe they will call a timeout after 6-1. But the game kind of got away from them after it was 3-1, and there it is at the end. They do get the Brazil as we head to series point, and Misfits close to being able to move to the loser final.
Yeah, and we gotta play this last second out. It's gonna be really what happens in between the next minute or maybe 2 minutes. But right now, it's all Misfits. What a game from them.
They really flipped it, and that is a timeout from Queso. Much needed. I know that tactical timeouts, when you're up 3-0, they're not, or when you're down 3-0, they're not very effective. But in almost every other scenario for tactical timeouts, I think it has at least provided a game win afterwards for the team that called it. So I thought it was a good shout out, Daz. Queso, they need an extra minute to breathe because Misfits were all over them. You have to stifle that momentum somehow. Icing them, I think, is the right call.
They gave up 7 goals in that last game, which is the most that they've ever given up as a team. And that, obviously that calls for, okay, we need to regroup. Because there's a bit of a breakdown going on there on the Queso side. But, you know, when you think about Misfits, they have it feels like they found the answer, which is just get in front of them, get in their face.
Yeah.
Queso, and especially when we go back in the series, game 3, I'd say, again, looked super comfortable. They had the control on offense. They had Misfits playing scared against them. But Misfits is a team, again, they feel like they can turn it around. They feel like they can battle at every second. And now for them, the biggest challenge is keeping that energy, keeping that momentum going up into this next game. Because you're right, they are going to get iced out here from this timeout. Them being a momentum-based team, especially when you look at Cash, you want him to be enabled. You want him scoring those goals, getting that flip reset that we saw in the last one. Those types of plays changed the entire team dynamic, and it made that game, and it could make the series for Misfits.
And that was unlike any game Queso has seen this season. 7 goals is the most that they've been scored on. I'm sure that would be a record for a lot of teams near Queso's level. But yeah, this is their first game where they allowed 7. And as we head to Neo Tokyo, I have a feeling that it's going to look a lot like games 1 through 4, Daz, where, 0-0, 1-2, something like that. Queso, they had such strong defense before, but like you said, those challenges and Misfits being so fast to the ball. Look, I'm gonna say, look, I know what Misfits' kryptonite is. You just have to keep bumping them. You just have to keep trying to demo them. And then that's going to cause them to panic, because that's what's happened to them in almost every single loss that has happened to Misfits. Last regional, it was against Singularity, where they lost 3-1 in the losers bracket. What happened in almost every single goal? It was off of a bump or a demo. So if you can make Misfits uncomfortable on defense, the snowball effect just might happen, and Queso might take this to Champions Field. We're underway. Last life for Queso in the Premier Cup. Can they force that game number 7, or do Misfits still got their foot down onto the metal?
Queso, are they feeling cheesy, or are they feeling chasey? Because we've seen them chase a lot, and sometimes it throws them out of position. Again, very speedy team, good offense, but they got to be on the same page.
Arju slips Joyo off of that ball. And Cash now, moving forward, gets the 50 against Fatira. Matane, full tank from midfield. And it's touched back over to Cash. Joyo couldn't get there, forces Joyo up to make the save. Matane keeping it close again. Drops it for Arju. Shot on, denied again by Joyo. Next up is Cash against the backboard. He didn't have the flip reset, couldn't stay near it. Matane gonna pop it up high against the corner, but Rise is there to knock it dead. And 3 50s to kill Misfits' attack.
Still working. Queso trying to get upfield. Those 50s slowing things down, but Misfits no stranger to it. They're more than welcome to play it. Like the recovery here from Arju, trying to get above. Got 2 sent out. Oh my goodness, Matane just late on that. That would have been an amazing play. Arju had it set up. I can't believe he got 2 on that bump.
Oh, pop it downfield again. Joyo sitting only on 18 as he just keeps doing 360s in front of the box, waiting for a clear. Here he's going to get one from Rise. Now Rise trying to recover. And the ball's just Matane's, who was waiting. Now Cash coming up to take the 50. Arju grabbed that midfield boost as well. Misfits still swarming in the blue half. They pull off a little bit here, and Queso finally get a clear.
Look at that light touch from Matane to Arju. Knowing he has him behind him, trying to let him take control of the ball. Tom's got to be looking good here right now for Misfits. Still trying to find a way through. Queso definitely are huddled up on that defensive end. You see almost everybody on that back wall from them. And almost coming out Vatira with that quick shot. Arju will be able to clear it away for now.
And Matane also just trying to keep the ball close, making sure Team Queso don't get another free look at the ball in the third. Matane, that's a close touch to Cash.
Whoa.
But again, Queso getting to that fast. It was Rise and Joy, a hard shot towards the target. Rise sets it up for Vatira. Goal for Queso.
Queso with the transition. Like I said, they were waiting back. They saw the moment to strike. Beautiful.
What a
tough touch there for Rise. Sets up Vatira with an open net perfectly. Arju was thinking there was a shot he had to block. No. Halfway through this game, Queso trying to force game 7.
Matane beat by Joyo on the play. Now clear back in front. Arju gets a massive clear. Forces Vatira up. There's few other players you would want in that kind of situation to grab that ball and protect it, but he can't get wholly by Misfits as Joyo pushes the ball down back to Rise. Another transition. Arju sets it down. Cash doesn't want to commit, and Joyo can get the follow-up.
And what I love about Queso, the awareness on the field, so good. Their last goal, Cash had a very ambitious third-man challenge. Didn't work out. Queso said, okay, we're sending everybody upfield. Rise up, gave him a good pass. That type of stuff is great. But Cash isn't done yet. He gets the read.
Tying up the game, and what happens to Queso on defense? Vatira misses that ball. Joyo's expecting a 50 to come out, and his launch isn't that bad as he comes across. He was coming from an awkward position to try to make up for no touch coming out from Vatira, and he just couldn't get it done. Cash got on the far side of it. That's a big goal for Misfits. Cash slips underneath, and Vatira's there to clean it up. Queso down the field as Vatira beats the whole team by himself, trying to get down. Joyo, last man, tried to protect the ball. Now Vatira got bumped. Matane, it's a race towards this ball. Can Matane get something convertible out of this? Comes across and can't force the 50 against Vatira.
Matane tried to kill that right in front of the box. Misfits aren't done yet. They are challenging aggressively. Arju almost got a piece of that ball. And now they have to play a little bit of defense. Getting really tense in game 6.
Vatira, not the best catch, but he does win the 50. Now trying to get the demo. Cash ends up demoing him. Rise off the ceiling, underneath. He got the flip on the 50, but Matane pops it up. Joyo can't get there. Vatira's next up, and it's too high. That'll be easy for Misfits to clear. Arju, no boost, so Queso gonna get through without a 50. Vatira actually having to race back. Every touch Queso are giving Misfits is just throwing right back to the blue half desk.
They are. Misfits good at keeping calm, saying, okay, this is what we need to do. Getting it past Queso on that midfield control is a tough task. They've managed it well, but here comes that transition. Rise on the ball. Flick, has it, but it's too high. Joyo committed as well. This might go the other way.
Joyo actually got bumped as well. Matane, 30 boost. Can he get the 50? He does. In front, the shot denied before it could happen by Rise. Arju protecting the ball.
I thought Arju was going to really take to the air there. He had everything lined up, but instead he tried to slow it down. I think he's trying to buy his teammates some time. That's a big pop. Matane barely reached that. Arju again. What's he going to do? This time he's going to go for it. Off the ceiling.
Arju
has a flip. Gets it, but that's going to bounce out, and it might hit the ground. It will. Game 6 overtime.
Another one. The 40th for Misfits. And probably the most important overtime of all of them. Here comes Queso at the start of OT. Can they get it? Save. Arju got it. Vatira's got the next try. Vatira pop up on the air dribble. Last man bumped in net. That was Matane, but Vatira couldn't get a good handle on it. Cash keeping it away from the rotation, but Rise is already there. Rise gonna slow it down. Matane can't get the touch. Here comes Rise. Gets straight down. Joyo wanted to follow it up, but has to protect the clear. He gave it up to Vatira. Vatira's got the flip reset. Goal! Queso are on to Champions Field.
He's disgusting. Pop out. You give him this chance, he's not gonna miss it. Flip reset past Misfits. Load up Champions Field. Queso and Misfits are headed there.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, going to overtime is probably the worst thing that could have happened to Misfits. They were in such a good rhythm. By the end of regulation, they were able to control midfield. And then as soon as that ball hit the ground and they went on to kickoff, Queso totally just grabbed the leash and just ripped Misfits off the stage. And we're going to game 7, Daz. I gotta say, I thought it had potential. And I know chat was like 85 to 15% in Queso's favor. But I just want to ask everybody in the chats across the world out there that voted for Queso, are you feeling a little nervous? Or are you feeling a little better? Daz, I have the same question for you. Game 7, who's got the momentum?
Oh, God. I mean, I think a lot of people feeling cheesy right now, Jordan. I'll say after that flip reset, it looked like such a desperate play because Joyo went for that pinch out, but Vatira, he caught it on a reset, got the reset. When you do a play like that and clutch up, you can't help but think that Queso have the momentum here. It's going to be an intense game 7.
Vatira has put his team in such a solid position so many times. Absolutely nutty player. And his team just as nutty. Queso trying to move on, but it's Misfits who deliver the first blow. Matane gets the goal.
It's a big blow, too. You see him light up on the cans after they score. Just, again, that bounce out. Just enough space for Matane to get there. Queso got caught out on that one. Can't let that happen again.
Queso, not as many demos from them in this series overall, but as far as the season goes, they are second in demos per game in the entire league. So maybe if you think Queso, if they have a way in, they've got to get back to that physical style that works so well. We've seen it to effect in this series that has gotten Queso wins. Misfits, you know they're good at hanging on to a 1-goal lead because they've also done that a couple times now. As Arju gets the clear out, Vatira has to wait, but he's going to get demoed, and Arju tried to avoid it. Can he get the bump? He fakes Rise out, and Misfits on the board by 2.
Unbelievable. This is all Arju here. Well, Cash, I mean, he takes out one. Arju's like, oh, I can play this. Look at that. Oh, no, you can't have that hesitation in a game 7. You just got to go for it.
Too close. You just got to dive. Rise, he did not know what to do at all. And now Vatira. They're going to need something to put them closer to an equalizer, and they're going to get 1 goal towards that as Rise gets the one here.
We're seeing this happen right now in a game 7. We haven't seen 3 goals scored in the first minute ever in this series. And we're seeing it right here. Rise, good shot placement. That's going to be big for bringing Queso back into this.
And Misfits, you can't let 1 goal shake you. Hang on to that lead. Cash popping this ball up. He might have a chance at it off the ceiling. Not before Joyo can get there and make the challenge happen. Another demo. This time Rise got it. Joyo's already downfield, but not really in a position to do much with it. Vatira plays it low. Arju can't shake the ball off of him. Cash also looking for a way out. And another clear for Misfits.
Misfits at this point, got to keep that consistent play up. There's way too much time left in this game. Queso will make a play on you. So at this point, again, building up on the offense. Cash with the ground pinch, and Vatira had to jump for that. Oh, no, a miss, and Rise, he'll send it away. Joyo, oh my goodness, he's jumping up early, and he got the 50 on that. And he got the what in the world?
Oh, Arju's got to recover. He's stuck. He's stuck.
Backward.
Oh, Queso. Oh, they had a defender stuck on the crossbar, but still Cash is keeping it locked in the corner. Here comes Joyo again, denied by Arju, and somehow Misfits get away with one as it goes back downfield, and Queso have to play more defense.
And that's what I mean. Queso will make a play. It is just a matter of time. Misfits, they're going to have to really, again, play up to the speed. We have to see Game 5 Misfits at this point. Oh, wait, that pitch might do a good chance of starting it. Cash got a piece of the ball, but still not enough.
You saw almost everyone from Queso jump on that play. Knew that Cash was already up for that read. As long as someone touches that ball, it's safe. Another light touch there from Arju. Misfits don't want to be too overzealous. Matane lets it drop, couldn't get 2 touches onto it. And Joyo weaves around and almost made it dangerous. Cash picking up a demo on the backside. Vatira's got a demo on the Cash. And Cash coming back in. Or excuse me, Arju coming back in, not Cash. Matane on the backboard. The rest of Queso sitting around midfield. Rise being a great distributor for Vatira and Joyo. Vatira lets it hang for Joyo, and Cash got the catch again on the backboard. Vatira forces the 50 back to Rise. Rise pops this up in front, screening across the net. Rise got 2 touches and nothing in front of the box, but Vatira's got a full tank and full space. Back up against the wall, and Matane's there.
Ooh, got 50 out in front. Misfits now. Again, this is exactly what they're looking for, but they got to be too careful not to commit too much. Good on Cash to get that challenge. Otherwise, Queso would have had everything set up.
If Cash hadn't have turned his car, if he had waited for Matane's touch to come, not sure if he knew Matane was playing so closely, but that could have been a third goal. Now here comes Vatira the other way. 2 touches, just missed it. No goal. Cash got the 50, and Joyo's racing back for protection. Barely hanging on to that ball. Cash harassing him in front. Matane's got 12 boosts, just forces the 50, but Joyo got the ball over him, and Arju has to protect the retreat.
Oh, he does though. That light touch didn't for him to catch it on the wall. At that point he's forcing a 50, which is buying more than enough time for Misfits to be able to get back. But this is still dangerous for Vatira. Oh, just barely. Defense was there.
Vatira's getting closer and closer to the net. They have to find a way to keep him off if they want to make the lead happen. Oh, saved again. Vatira diving in front of it. Can they get the transition? Cash is on top of him. Rise stuffs Cash in the corner. And a transition coming for Queso? No, Matane stuffs Joyo in front. And Rise, a little stutter. I don't know what the equivalent of a stutter step is in car language, but Cash puts this one up. Vatira's got another save. All the defense is great for Queso, but they need to get down the field.
Here's a start. Vatira's just going to have to send that one way away. They don't have time on the clock. Final 10 seconds.
Pass from Joyo. Shot from Rise. It's wide. Vatira's there. Off the crossbar. It's down. Goal! With 5 seconds remaining. Team Queso have tied it up.
Misfits had it, but one too many challenges got through, and Vatira barely scored on the first try. Rise was there to clean it up, and all of a sudden it's anybody's ball game.
We could be going to a Game 7 overtime, but there's time left on the clock. Matane gonna play the defense, and Joyo doesn't get a good touch on it. Oh, I think Matane could thank his lucky stars. In fact, he couldn't get a solid touch. Hang on.
He's gonna kill it.
All right, Game 7 overtime. Golden goal to move to the loser final.
Did not think the lower bracket was starting out this way, but my goodness, have these players showed up and they're ready to perform. Cash in the air to set it up. Matane's waiting. Vatira hits it to Matane. Matane to Joyo. I say it as if they're teammates. They're on the other team.
Vatira gonna get the clear out. But Misfits, they got midfield. Cash, that's a hard touch. Rise is gonna be able to defend that. Now Matane up against Rise. He's got him beat, but has to chase his ball down. Actually, Arju's there. Just goes off the crossbar. Joyo left flipping, and Rise has control. Cash and Matane back now. Cash got the ball off of him. Light shot from Vatira. Double commit from Misfits, but it was good enough for a save. Arju denied by Rise. Rise coming up in front of it. The ball hangs, and Joyo trying to cut off the retreat. Vatira coming to help him out. Queso, you think they're going to develop something here on offense, and they might. Joyo wins a big 50. Cash gets up in front. Queso don't want to commit.
Queso low on boost. Rise is the only one with 100 boost. We just saw a boost steal from Vatira. Now Misfits are going to have to try to battle out. All it takes is for them to have a little bit more, and then maybe they could have set something up. Now they're going to have to play things from their own half.
Popped up. This might be a ball for Cash, but all he can do is let it fly. Joyo letting it go for Rise. Here comes Rise down the field. Off the backboard. Saved again by Cash. Vatira's on the backside. Pass over to Joyo. Denied again, this time by Matane. Arju gets in front of the challenge. Misfits need a clear. They get the 50, but Vatira has Arju about stuck on the back wall with no boost. And Arju gets the best touch over Vatira. Matane trying to kick it back out. Rise has missed the ball, but Joyo's there to clean it up. And just when you think a whiff might end the push, Queso somehow find the next touch to keep the push alive, but now Misfits have gotten the clear, and they're back to the blue half.
It could have been a chance there. Vatira has taken that corner boost, was in a prime position, but got awkward. That's a double bump. Rise last back, though. He's going to be able to get a piece of it and gets that in midfield past Matane. This is getting real sloppy real soon.
Oh, it really is. You're seeing a lot more whiffs, a lot more miss touches, excuse me. And everyone's getting chipped. Another hard clear for Misfits. Here comes Rise. Back to Joyo. Vatira playing Headhunter. He's looking for a demo to give his team the win, but couldn't find any metal across the grass. Here comes Matane. and pops the ball back out for Misfits. He can't come up with that 50, but Archer was playing him close. Now in the corner, Vatira waits as he knows he has the space, but Cash is going to close the distance quickly. Matane misses the ball again, and Rise, he gets demoed, but Vatira's playing it close, and again the follow-up, keeping Queso in it.
I mean, that demo kept Misfits in it. The 2v1 situation, I don't think anyone from Misfits is stopping Queso in a 2v1 situation. That being said, they're still alive. We're approaching the 3-minute section here in overtime, and Queso on top of the ball. Misfits have been battling. It's just coming down to who can keep consistent.
No one can come up with a touch on Misfits. Vatira, hard shot, he knows it. Goal! Queso have done it! They've qualified for the Los Angeles Major, and they move to the loser final!
Look at Rise, the pre-flip to that one. Perfect angle to get past two. Team Queso showing up and clutching out the series.
Wow. What a series. Oh man, I need a quick breath, Daz. Give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. I need to take a breath because that was absolutely insane.
I mean, this series had a lot. Like the development of the teams, how things started to change up as the series went on was just. I mean, it was phenomenal. Obviously, you can see the Misfits very upset at that one. Their emotional team, but they played really good. They really did, and it just it comes down to that overtime at the end of the day. But man. Queso, I mean, just when you think that Misfits have them on the edge, somehow, some way, they always make it happen.
Just all that momentum built, all that pressure built up, and it was a gritty series. We had a couple of nice looking goals that the pass into flip reset from Vatira in game 6 to force a game 7, and then just clinical work in game 7 to fight back, tie the game against Misfits with 5 seconds left. And after that, Daz, it was all done. Now, Queso have the momentum. Can they keep it going and get themselves into the grand finals? They've already qualified for the major, but Evil Geniuses stands in the way of BDS. Find out what happens after the break.
understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fail.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're watching Championship Sunday of the Premier Cup here in the second European Regional. I'm Leaf, and that beside me is Greg, and we got a Cheese, and we got Corelli. And with an intense battle there, Queso do manage to pull through and clinch themselves a spot to the major there. Corelli, it was a grueling battle for both teams, though.
It was a heartbreak year for me. These are two of my personal favorite teams here in Europe, and I thought Misfits really stepped up to the challenge. I think anyone who was going to take on Queso really have to bring their A game, and I think that was what we got out of Misfits here in this series. But boy, did Queso step up in that overtime in Game 7. They really looked good, pushed Misfits back on their own half, and while it was chaotic, you never felt like it was out of hand for Queso, and that's the sign of a good team improving over the seasons that we've seen and why they've been skyrocketed to a top squad here in Europe.
Yeah, Achieves. I think a lot of people have been cheering for both these teams, so it is heartbreaking. But how do you feel about this Misfits team's performance in this bracket? It's good.
Yeah, you have to feel good about Misfits, especially considering, how dire it looked initially on that first regional and the ending of the previous regionals in the split. It's just like, what happened to them? And this really was like, okay, here's why people think Misfits are a good team. Just unfortunately couldn't stick it out this time. Queso, too good, 2 OT wins in a row. So well-deserved win for Queso.
Yeah, that boot camp's going to do wonders for them. I think they're going to be better in future events after that. So fair play to them. A really good top 4 performance puts them in a good standing to make that 5th spot, maybe even the 4th spot in the into the winter major contention.
Right now, it's all about Queso, and to talk about them, Nick, the coach from Team Queso, is joining us on the line. Welcome and congratulations on the victory and the clinch to land.
Thank you, guys. So excited to be at LA.
I want to ask you about that. What was the teams? Was the realization there? Did you guys know before going into this, you had to, that winning this would have clinched it? And what was the result of comms like after you guys had finally won it?
I'll probably post it on Twitter later because I was recording comms, but we knew going in that if we won, we clinched, and we kind of got lucky with the bracket playing Misfits because, as we saw in Game 5, they celebrate too early, so the series was always winnable.
I've got a question about you guys and the way you act on social media and in general. You've got this sort of fun, we're better than you, full win mindset. Does that ever affect you when you come up against opponents who you've had that sort of fun banter with on social media?
No, we just have fun when we play. That's the most important thing. Like, if you enjoy what you're doing, you're always going to do it better. When you start stressing and overthinking it,
true,
that's when you play bad. Rocket League's all about the flow state and just being in it and enjoying it.
Well, you are going into kind of an unknown environment here. Your next match against EG, you guys haven't played them yet at any point outside of scrims, I assume. So, is there any nerves at all, or is it really just nope? It's cool. We're Queso.
Yeah, we're just having fun with it. At this point, we're probably just gonna be on adrenaline the rest of the day anyway. So we might as well just enjoy it, have fun with it, play for finals if we make finals, see where it goes from there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys have been there before, obviously, and trying to go back. I want to kind of zoom out a little bit from a coach's perspective, and we can blab up here and analyze your team all you want. But from a coach's perspective, what is it that makes Queso all of a sudden be this top 4, top 3, top 2 team in Europe? I think a lot of hardcore fans knew the potential of Queso, but what is it now from your perspective as a coach? What makes Queso work at such a high level now?
I think our comps have been a lot better this season, or this split. I think our ability to actually close out series has been a lot better. If you look at last split, I think we went 1-8 in Game 5s or 7s. That's awful. And that's the only difference between us and Dig Endpoint and BDS last time. So now that we can actually win those Game 5s, win those Game 7s, we're top of Europe, or at least top 3. So
can I
as long as we
jump
have
in?
that clutch fact, yeah, go for it.
I want to ask, speaking of clutching, we saw Evil Geniuses and Misfits struggling to clutch out a little bit in the past. And now that they've worked on that, they've gone through the same process you have, they've struggled in enough situations that they weren't quite there. Do you think the biggest difference between these up and coming teams and the ones who've been mainstays like Vitality, like BDS, etc., is that clutch factor experience under pressure?
I don't know if it's clutch factor. Teams just get scared, in that Game 5, Game 7 situation of we could actually win. Now what do we do? And I don't know if we had that or we just were throwing in the first split, but I think we've really worked on that. And I think Europe in general is not scared of anyone anymore. The top 12 teams could all make a final and no one's really that surprised. So now no one's scared of anyone, which makes it really fun.
That's yeah, no, it's great because it makes for really interesting brackets sometimes, that's for sure. But I'm gonna let you go and get prepared for the next match here. But I just want to say congratulations again to the team on clinching.
Thank you guys. See you all in LA.
And there is Nick from Team Queso. As you know, I'm actually looking forward to Greg in those comms videos. I love seeing teams celebrate.
Yeah, honestly, having been through it myself as a coach, there is no greater feeling in Rocket League than making the LAN, making worlds, whatever it is. I think back to season 8, obviously in season 7 with Vitality, it was, we clenched it quite early on in the season, but in season 8, we had to go through a really tough final day, and every game really mattered. Game 5 overtime wins. The amount of emotion you go through is unbelievable. And for these guys, now that they've made it, they're going to be playing the rest of this tournament on the biggest high of their lives, and they're just going to be having fun. And if they lose, they genuinely won't care, because they've got the biggest achievement of their career so far, and that's making LAN. So don't be surprised if Queso come out and don't look the same, because they've hit their target now for this split.
Well, Corelli, looking at the bracket, 3 teams left now. BDS, of course, in the grand finals, and Evil Geniuses and Team Queso duking it out now with their last life left for a chance to play BDS, and that will be a bracket reset in the grand finals if they are able to take down BDS once.
Yeah, for EG, James and I talked about it when we casted that game in the upper bracket final. I think this time off has hopefully helped them to reset, because BDS crushed them. And I think, Queso, they're probably going to get, a very similar type of play style, very similar type of game. And I think for EG, they're going to have to really step up and bring something different to the table, because whatever they brought to that upper bracket final was not working.
Well, let's start breaking this one down before this match gets ready. We got some time to analyze. It's Queso versus Evil Geniuses coming up next. Again, we said it, 1 life left for both these teams at best of 7. And then after that, they have to carry on into potentially 2 best of 7s with BDS. But this will be their focus. Coming into this, Achieves, we heard just there from Nick that Queso, they said they're going to ride on adrenaline for the rest of the way out. Adrenaline eventually wears off, and I'm wondering if you feel like this team may lose steam. I mean, they know they're already in, and sometimes that can make you pull back a bit. Or do you think that full win mentality is going to drive them hard against Evil Geniuses?
Well, I think the interesting point about EG's, they're only shooting 5 shots per game, 4 games in when they're matched against BDS, and you can't be only putting up 4 shots. And if EG, is looking to put the pressure on Queso, you need to get back up to that 8-9 shots per game category that you see Queso over. Otherwise, Queso's just gonna run right through them. And you saw that happen in the EG versus BDS match. They really did get steamrolled. Granted, Extra was playing out of his mind, but that's okay. Every now and again in every series, one player is playing exceptionally well, and I don't think you can afford to just sit here and let Queso run the offense. Otherwise, it's going to be a repeat for EG in the lower bracket.
I think that's what I want to ask there too, Greg, and from your perspective, Evil Geniuses now have to take on Team Queso after coming off a loss like that, whereas Chief was saying they weren't looking particularly the greatest offensively, and now they got to somehow get their heads back in it against Queso. What's Evil Geniuses' game plan if you were behind them right now?
Well, they're at boot camp, so it's definitely going to be easier. We heard from Extra earlier on how it's a lot easier to talk about your emotions, how you're feeling, and communicate with your team when you're in person. So they have that advantage here. I also think they have the advantage of this means a lot more to them than it does to Queso. We just said Queso are going to be playing with no fear because they've clenched their spot. So that could be scary with a mechanical team, but it could also mean they get too relaxed in their game plan. Whereas Evil Geniuses are going to be coming in. They need this win because they are 40 points ahead of both Endpoint and Misfits. And that puts them in that 4th spot. They want to just make that gap as big as possible in their rankings to get them in a good spot for Winter Major. So right now, every win matters to Evil Geniuses. So I think they're going to come in super switched on, super focused. Every moment of this game is going to be important to them, where Queso may let it slip due to that, carefree vibe.
I'll get your thoughts on it in a second, Corelli, but chat is first. Fan vote. We're going to get that rolling right now so you guys can start spamming away with hashtag EG or hashtag TQ in the chat. One team is going to be able to move on. The other team will be eliminated. Let us know who you think it's going to be. We'll tally those up well, we got the analyst thoughts on it too. So Corelli, thoughts on this matchup and tee it up with your prediction on who you think is going to move on.
I'm going with Queso.
Okay.
I have to. Going back and looking at that BDS game, obviously we just casted it, but I just didn't have a lot of faith in EG, especially the early goals that they gave up. It was something that I was harping on in that series about just the midfield challenges, or just the challenges in general, were very, very poor from EG. I thought the offense, when it was going, looked great, but it was not something that was consistent for them, and that was the biggest thing. When you're giving up so much possession to a team like BDS, well, if you do that now against Queso, it's going to be even harder. I feel like Queso's individual, like all three of them, are just going to do something crazy to you. You cannot give them the space that they afforded to BDS, and I feel like Queso's going to rip them apart for that.
Chiefs, that makes sense.
That's correct, Queso.
Okay. I mean, look, I would love to hear more from your Chiefs right now, but I think I'm going to be the one who's probably going to be standing out as the different one here. I'm going to go with Evil Geniuses.
All right.
I'm assuming you're going Queso Leaf. You might not be. Feel free to correct me if you're going somewhere else. But
you are correct. We can get it up there, but I'm curious to hear your explanation here.
Queso are the better team. Queso should be Evil Geniuses here. And Evil Geniuses today didn't look as good as they did yesterday. And so I don't know if we're going to see that Evil Geniuses step up now. But I'm going purely based off of historical experience with players having just qualified for a big event. There is that tendency for them to just relax. You know, they might even be joking around in comms. I'm not trying to say Queso are going to be throwing, or they're not going to be doing anything like that. But I do just feel like it's really hard to play seriously when you're in that position, having qualified for a big event. Now, don't get me wrong. They might pop off now because they've got so much free spirit. They don't care what they do. So they'll just be so mechanical, and that will just be too good for Evil Geniuses. But I just have this feeling inside of me that this is the first time Queso have experienced this. They might let it slip.
Does the tune of $30,000 lock you back in?
It's a good point.
I mean, at this point, $30,000, it doesn't seem like a much when you're thinking about LA. You know, like these guys, yes, they care about money, but really they want that major. Now that they've got that, that's when you sort of sit back and relax a bit more. Now, I genuinely think Queso should win this, but I'm just going for that, risky prediction and going, look, Evil Geniuses will come in here and surprise us.
Potential pick.
Yeah.
Respect.
He's just trying to be different on this one. Like, chat, what are you thinking here? Are you lined up with us, or has Gregan swooned you over to this? Honestly,
he's probably got more than it would have if he would have went Queso.
Yeah. I'm surprised. I actually thought that would be just a little bit higher. Well, I guess we get to find out, chat, if you're going to be right, if three of us are going to be right, or if Gregan is going to have one on all of us with a major clink for Queso. A win here is all about Gregan rights and payday. But Evil Geniuses would like for themselves. Let's see how they do.
So here we go then. What can Evil Geniuses do with the pressure on? It's a team that we've been waiting for, Johnny, to start stepping up in the high pressure scenarios, and they're up against a team that has just been through their own personal ones. So this could be a very interesting matchup with BDS waiting in the wings.
Yeah, still undefeated this weekend until today. EG were the team who are coming in with that winning record. Team Queso had to scrape through that lower bracket, past Dignitas, past Misfits. Those are impressive wins. But that's the same Misfits team that EG beat 4-0. So there might be something to Gregan's prediction here. That being said, Queso, when they don't have any pressure on them, that's the most deadly Queso you can go up against. We saw that in the last event. They got that top 4 and they just settled down. Anything's a bonus from there. And this is just full bonus mode right now for these guys with that line spot already placed.
Yep, full bonus mode, and two teams that like to subscribe to the philosophy of full win. See who gets to take it today. Keep an eye on those cameras as well as we see our first shot pelted towards the net. Let's see who's popping off the more after some of these goals go in, as Vatira tries to just find a way down to the other side of the field. Rise actually has Vatira to aim for. It's always going to be the danger. We've got players on both teams that love to make moves off the ball.
It's really cool, like you mentioned, pre-game here. EG all offering their congratulations to Team Queso as they joined this lobby. The congrats on making the land. A lot of these players, they're enemies on the field, of course, and they have to do everything that they can to beat one another, but great finds off the pitch and nothing but respect between these two teams.
As well, especially given how Worlds is going to work this year, where the better your region does, the more spots you get. Everybody just wants to send their best teams. And whilst Evil Geniuses will be looking to try and get their own spot, you want to be sending Queso in this form. Actually, Joyo gets the reset. Get used to seeing that. You're not going to see too many bumper hits. Instead, everyone here loves to get that flip reset, continue to play after the fact.
Yeah, this is, the real scary thing. Oh, what goal by Ivan. He just stuck in the back post here. And although it looked like Queso might have control, Joyo not able to get up quickly enough as he turns to defend the back post top corner. Good position by Ivan. Beats into it. Just by virtue of being in a better place when they started racing to the ball.
Yeah, Joyo was in a really tough spot there where it was actually the post that seemed to get in his way a little bit. Didn't quite know where it was going to pop up. X taking back over his team. Fantastic start here for Evil Geniuses. As we do see a shot come across this time. Joyo good enough. Rise has got to try and find some way out. He's done a great job, actually. Lines it up for Vatira off the backboard. And something that Team Queso have done exceptionally well at is just finding small gaps on the backboard to set themselves up for an aftershot. Something that Evil Geniuses need to stay very wary of. So far, Evil Geniuses looking solid, taking their time, not falling for any bait either, just taking the opportunities when they are given them.
Joyo still so hard to read in the air there again with the late dodge into the ball. It's covered well by Evil Geniuses. They're actually taking a different approach from BDS, who have already beaten Queso in this event. BDS making sure to challenge every single aerial play as early as possible. EG trusting themselves to just cover all angles by spreading out in defense against the Team Queso aerial offense. I've got to say though, I'd rather see some early challenges coming through, because it doesn't matter how well you can position against Queso, they always seem to find a way through. Huge pinch by Joyo, Rise with the follow-up, and no one is able to get back for that one from Evil Geniuses. Joyo continues to be unbelievably unpredictable.
Yeah, Ivan thought he could turn around and wait for whatever came towards him. Instead, Pinch zips past his car, bounces off the wall. That's one of the easier finishes that Team Queso might see throughout this series. That's the danger, though. Team Queso are very good at playing from behind. They proved it yesterday, but they're going to have to do it yet again. Ivan catches the ball, waits for his chance, and I love the way he slowed this down. Made sure that Rise's car had to stop.
Yeah, great stuff from Ivan to take his time and make that as difficult for Rise as possible. I'm surprised that Rise didn't just throw in a challenge there, because he knew he's all alone. There's no point in trying to wait and stall. No one's coming back. Vatira and Joyo completely out of the game there, so not the best kickoff by Team Queso to end up in that position. You know, Rise has got a bit of a 1v1 background, so I really just expected him to go for it there. Just maybe a reverse challenge, or maybe just a dive-in challenge. Just do something proactive, so you're never going to be the favorite from that range without a pre-jump.
No, it's almost like he expected the shot first time around. Actually, he's going to get another one here.
Hey.
And Ivan, well ahead of him, started to terrorize Rise on the field. As Vatira actually outpaced as well, something that's very rare. We did not get this yesterday. We casted these guys against BDS. Queso doing a great job of understanding when they were beat to the ball. That was not a good example of that.
Yeah, that's Vatira committing as third man, and usually when you see a third man committing in Rocket League, you know, they'll at least expect to get a 50-50 at worst. But as you can see, Vatira just getting beaten to the ball, so clearly he wasn't close enough to be going without backup, certainly. But, you know, that's not entirely on him. Just like Rise in the previous play, Queso aren't backing one another up here. They're not recovering quickly enough into position defensively. You know, that's kind of forcing these third men to make difficult decisions, and they are getting outplayed. Clinical stuff from Ivan. He is just scoring with every single opportunity he gets.
Oh, has another shot. That one's not going to get past Rise. Catalysm off the backboard. Here goes Rizex.
Wow.
4-1. And Evil Geniuses have stormed ahead of this series.
Yeah, just another small mistake from Queso defense. This time Rise not getting the touch that he wanted. He's trying to control the ball. It goes away from him as he trips on the post. And again, it's clinical EG Catalysm smashing the ball off the back wall to give an easy shot to Rizex. How long can EG keep this up, though? This is brilliant stuff for the Catalysm. Really makes it 5.
This is the dream start for Evil Geniuses. Vatira showing off a little bit of what he's capable of. Catapulted the ball back into the air. Joyo now takes his time. 5 boost. Won't be a problem for the time being. Vatira back in. Let's game looks like it's lost to them, but if they can get a goal off this push, they might be able to make something of it. It has to be quick. Joyo looks to try and provide exactly that. With that clear, Ivan more than locked it up. And Evil Geniuses, they were full of compliments heading into this game. Now they're full of just destructive offense.
They just don't miss in this game. The shooting is on point. Catalysm snipes that top corner. And once again, a solo defender for Queso at the back has absolutely no chance. There's no ball pressure for Queso as they come back into their half here. Obviously, at the end of the game, they have committed everybody forward just in the hunt of some kind of late comeback. But the
that might be
defense has to get better. It's going to be a completely one-sided game here.
Rise has already declared that he's changing car.
He's letting everybody know in the game
he's done with
changing
this.
car. You know, he's decided to go with standard one here. He was playing the Octane, which we're used to seeing from him.
Fennec time?
Well, that would be the most expected one, but with Vatira, or with Joyo in something a bit special. Maybe Rise is going to bring out something special as well. Let's wait and find out. But yeah, the defense from Queso has to be better. They're leaving each other alone at the back, and when you're isolated at the back, you are not going to have a good time. So it's all about positioning here, all about recoveries for Queso if they are going to stop this EG offense.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 goals there from Ivan off 7 shots, so he's been having a great time. And as you said, getting those shots exactly where they need to be. Everything is hitting top bins. You know, yes, they've been given too many opportunities, but when you see shooting like this, you get a little bit more comfortable that this is something that's going to be replicatable here for Evil Geniuses throughout the rest of this series. But for Evil Geniuses, we don't know what's on stake for them. We don't know they cannot lock in today, but they can really get their push going to grab Hollow on those spots, Johnny. And that's so important because they were one of those teams that were in contention at the end of fall. And it got away from them. It felt like everybody didn't want to go. We saw every team that could win to potentially grab one of those spots just end up losing. And they were among them.
Yeah, it's great to see these 3 teams who underperformed at the end of last season, or the end of last split, I should say, all stepping up this split. Those being EG, we saw Misfits just moments ago nearly taking down Queso, and Queso themselves. These are all teams who didn't make the major, but all at different points clearly had results and ability to do so, or at least get in that conversation. And who else is going to step up as the season goes on? We've still yet to see KC peak. We're still yet to see whether Vitality are going to get that return to farm.
I want to see if Misfits. This is the new norm for Misfits.
My.
That was the first bounce for Ivan. Oh, we've all been there. We've all seen it. And unfortunately, it doesn't get any less painful. Ivan had to launch himself. And he just saw the ball bounce away from him.
Yeah, Catalysm had an open net, really. He should just score, but he didn't want to hit it softly. He didn't want to give any chance of a last man getting back there. And Joyo will open the scoring at the other end of the field. So, bit of a mistake there by Catalysm in one end of the field. Ivan in defense. EG have only got themselves to blame for this one.
Quick note, by the way. We noted that it was Rise in the Octane, wasn't it, when he went to Switch?
Is he back in the Octane?
He's still in the Octane. Maybe he's removed. He's gone full Stocktane on us for this one.
Oh no, he's got the wheels and the boost look a bit different, but yeah, very standard car. I love that.
There's some really strong placebo if this ends up working.
Well, Vatira changed from Fennec to Octane, and Joyo is still in. I don't even know what car this is. Everybody in the live chat is gonna have to help us out here, but yeah, Rise doesn't need to change vehicle, just a preset. Now he's feeling great.
Catalysm with Rizex on the far side. Quite direct the pass down, despite the fact that Rizex was being bullied on his way to it. And that's another shot. That's another goal. Well, we spent the last game talking about Evil Geniuses shooting. This is certainly a very strong competition to it.
Oh, that's a delicious strike from Joyo.
Wow.
Completely upside down with the air roll. Slaps it into the top corner. Brilliant technique to get that lift onto the shot. Everybody telling us that this is a Mustang. So, yeah, there you go, chat. We're from the UK, so you'll see a lot of Mustangs over here. But thank you for the help as always. Twitch chat always so quick to aid us when we're in needing.
Somebody has the right information and everybody else can, parrot it. It's great. Always get the right answer somewhere. And whether or not EG have got the answer to this, it's a shot too high, almost landed on it. To get the double tap off the backboard, and Rizek's unfortunately clattered into as he wanted to try and get the follow-up shot. Rizek's now takes his time, doesn't catch the ball the way he would like to, but he's still going. There's Joyo to take the challenge, and Joyo does incredibly well just to wait for his opportunity. It's now all on Evil Geniuses. Got 2.5 minutes. Trying to find some way through. Vatira, good play over the top, but it's back over to Rizex. That's dropping.
Oh!
Goal! Yes, it is by Rise. And he's going to not enjoy this replay.
Yeah, sorry for watching this one back, Rise, but we have to take a look at what happened. Joyo getting bumped. Rise didn't anticipate this with his positioning and kind of panicked. And he has stuck that one in the top corner of his own net. Of course, he's trying to hit it out off the post, but even professionals make mistakes time to time. 1-goal game. EG for the team to make mistakes early on in this one. Now, a gift from Queso in game 2.
Oh, Vatira tried to take the gift away.
Kept the receipt on that one.
Yeah. You imagine him being one of those ones that, ask for the receipts with Christmas presents. Just in case.
You just have to give it, It's sometimes you just have no faith in your ability to know what to get.
True. Oh, actually, that's going to be opportunity now for Vatira to take back over. Joyo was downfield. He would have liked at least 20 boosts to become a target man. Well played. Diving in, though. Leaves one player left against Catalysm. Not a position you like to be in, but for once, the shot not in the top bins. And that gave the defender a little bit of an easier time.
Okay.
And Rise has got one back. He's made up for the own goal, and the team has got a 2-goal lead all over again.
Ivan barely not getting there. He was absolutely just pacing back there to try and get to the back wall in time. And he missed Red where the ball was bouncing. Rise doing a really good job to just ignore Ivan in that play, because if you're jumping for a shot there, you can't be waiting to see if the touch on the back wall happens. You just have to imagine it's not happening, or else you're never going to have a chance of reacting to what's in front of you. Oh, I don't think Rise is going to have any clue what's going on in this game, because everything that he's touching is just starting into weirdness. Did Vatira actually... Did he land on top of the defender here to stop the save? It looked like there was a player coming in for the save on that one. I think Vatira just sat on top of Ivan. So what looked like a really weird play from Ivan, Vatira actually just landed on him there. So that is a massive outplay. And it happened so fast that it just looked like Ivan didn't jump.
Well, at this rate, it looks like we're going to have a close series with 2 not very close games. 7-1 or 6-1? It was a blowout in the last one, but Ivan... That's mean. You can't be saving like that out of nowhere. 45 seconds left. Evil Geniuses not really in the best spot to make a proper game of this, especially with Joyo in control. He's going to try and drop onto this. It was a solid job. Rise avoids being demoed. Expect chaos because Rise is on the ball. Intentional or not, he has been the one to at least provide. Joyo off the backboard. And with 20 seconds left. And that ball heading straight towards Vatira's grasp. We have yet another one that we can call pretty early. It's hard for us to get a grasp right now of where this series is going, Johnny, because both teams have had performances, either in the first game or the second one, that you would not expect to see them replicating in the next one.
It's something that I'm more worried about for Evil Geniuses, though, because we know that Queso are going to be able to bounce back. They've done so several times in this event already, and we haven't seen that yet from EG. They only just now entered the lower bracket for the first time, so whether they'll be able to shake off things going wrong remains to be seen. Obviously, if you look back to the group stage, they were able to get a reverse sweep in there against Carmine Corp, but that's a really different setting than lower bracket final against Team Queso. Queso as well, they've just got that X factor these days. They're going to score goals, they're going to pop off, and they're probably going to win games. It's purely based on their own skill. Whereas EG, unless they can play that brutally efficient style we saw in game 1 and just not make any mistakes, I'm much less confident of their ability to just grind out wins in this particular matchup. Yeah, you can't just park the bus against Queso.
No, definitely not. We've already seen so many times just how good Queso are at just taking their time and finding their spots. But for Evil Geniuses, again, this is a great spot for them to be in. We have been waiting for them. They were the team that we saw throughout the entirety of offseason. That we were like, all right, there's a tournament. Queso, they've gone out and won it. Evil Geniuses have won this one. There's no one. All right, yeah, there they are. German Amigos at the time, just winning everything whilst all of the other teams were taking a little bit of time, but it wasn't translating into the opening split of the season. They got close.
Yeah.
This is the team we were hyping up when we came in. First pre-show, we're talking which teams are we looking forward to seeing. This was the team we wanted to see more of. We didn't get it. Been forced to wait, but that patience has been rewarded.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses with by far their best event of the entire season, but they would rather that best event continues. They want another shot at BDS later on today, of course. But not just that, in the grand scheme of things, they really do need this. Put themselves in a good standing overall. They're currently 4th in the rankings. But with how chaotic and how brutal the group format is, you can't rely on that. You want to get as far up there as possible, put as many points between you and Endpoint and Misfits as you can.
Yeah, it always feels like there's just always one team that misses out that you thought was pretty comfortable. Evil Geniuses do not want to be that team again. Yoyo over and up, off the backboard. No, Ivan gets crucial contact. Then wiped out through the smoke screen for Tira. Smashes his way through. Eyes once again looking for the backboard and see. Nobody really wants to just loiter over there. Made it a little bit more of a target zone for both teams. Rise. Nobody in the midfield for him. Instead gets the block. Solid defense though from Evil Geniuses. They've stopped the bleeding. Now try and settle themselves into this third game. Ivan actually does have a few options. He's gone for Calism, wants to get it back, and immediately realizes that that one's not one that he's going to see again. 1-2 not working out. More pressure happening here from Team Queso, and it feels like they've had to see less of the ball in order to get that pressure. A great job of positioning. Oh my goodness, Joyo almost found a way over the top.
Well, it's clear these days Queso are just better mechanically than pretty much anyone, especially when it comes to the unpredictable mechanics and flip resets. These guys are just simply on another level, so that's not how EG are going to beat them. If they beat them, it needs to look like game one. It has to be efficiency, it has to be positioning, it has to be clinical finishing. But we haven't seen too much of that. As now another shot goes towards Rise, and Rise has done really well with this. Tira the flip reset and defense just to buy some more time. Can EG keep Queso in this spot? Can they keep on getting that ball back into the danger area?
More importantly, can they spot out the counterattacks?
Ooh.
Already know that Team Queso love to just hold a player in the midfield. Actually, for Tira, might be the option this time. He's not made any contact. The Rise is still around. Never a traditional rotation here from Team Queso. Now they look to try and swarm. Joyo drops it to himself off the backboard. Asks a question of Ivan. Ivan doesn't get it. Rise to himself. This time Rizek's going to take it away. So over 2 minutes left here. Both teams looking to create chances. Early play there from Ivan. Did not want to get bumped. You can see now they're starting to utilize that backboard defense a little bit more. They've had to. Evil Geniuses are under immense pressure, but they're holding off.
Yeah, it was all about the boost management there for Evil Geniuses. They didn't panic, they didn't waste their boost, they just knew that they're going to be on the back foot for a while. That's fine. We've seen from EG throughout this weekend, they're quite happy to just let the ball come to them in these positions. You do have to get out eventually. You can't sit there for really extended periods of time. But when they are inevitably in those positions, briefly, it's all about the boost management, and they did brilliantly there to just save what they had. Actually, maybe even fake Queso into thinking that they were more boost starved than they actually were.
The corner then, Ivan. Astro trying to find some breathing room for the team. I've actually done it. Rizek gets the ball back. It's a fantastic position there for Joyo to play it. Gets it back down to Rise. Ivan's gone. Rise, flip reset over the top. And that's the reason why you challenge early. Make life so much easier for your final defender. Textbook defending there by Evil Geniuses. And now they've got their own opportunity. Joyo had to make contact because Ivan, we've seen how good his shooting is today.
Yeah, I think you gotta expect Queso to make those touches. This is well into the series now. We're not in game one anymore, where Queso are coming in after a very short break from their previous series. They've definitely settled into this one. They figured out what car, what preset they want to run. Oh, but a 50. Right, Matira's going to get a goal side of the first shot. Joyo in front of the second one. Evil Genius is still lurking around this area, but Ivan didn't have any boost to make a play.
Yeah, what a play that was from Rice, just to go and sneak behind him and grab a hold of it. It meant Ivan couldn't turn back around. And they had to give it up for at least a moment. Evil Genius is right back over. Ivan flicks the ball up. Straight over to Rise. Sets it up for Joyo. Rise can now become a passing option. It's not the best pass. Thankfully, Vatira, exactly where he has to be. 4 minutes and 50 seconds of Rocket League played. Not a single goal scored. Can we get one, or are we going to require overtime? Final opportunity coming in. Who's there for it? It's Ivan. Palms the ball away. Catalysm now. Tassin finding the ball to the floor. He actually want to do it. He tried to create a play of his own. Is he going to regret that? Here's Joyo. Was out of boost. But still, we keep going on. Vatira over towards the backboard. That's going to drop down dangerously, but Joyo beats the ball.
It's another impressive defensive stand from Evil Geniuses. Now here comes the transition. Vatira's got the backboard covered. Catalysm thinking about keeping this one up. He does. Rizik's the only player who's got any boost in this position, and he'll be quite glad that we've got into overtime, I think. Queso have got that mechanical skill. You feel like it's only a matter of time before somebody makes a pop-off play to win this one. Can Evil Geniuses keep shutting down plays and stopping these attacks before they even turn into shots on net?
Yeah, they've done really well at that, and I've really also been impressed by both teams' ability just to recognize where true opportunities lie, as that's such a good shot! Rise has given us a worthy winner!
Well, that's what we were expecting. You can only stay on the back foot for so long against Team Queso. What a tournament Rise is having. Getting more involved in the attack and making huge plays. The, likes of which we're expecting from his teammates after the first event of the split. You have to feel for EG though. They were defending well. They were shutting down the Queso offense with their early challenges, with their boost management, with their team defense. But eventually, Queso are going to find a way through. They are just too good. If you wait too long against them, you're just inevitably going to concede.
I mean, exceptional work. You've gone 5 minutes without Queso finding a goal-scoring opportunity. That is good. Like, straight up, that is fantastic. But you need to create your own opportunities. You've got to find a way through. And this is huge. This entire tournament is maybe, even if Team Queso don't go on to win it, I think this is a big, big statement for Team Queso, because last time it was the Vatira show. But how many times have we had to say this recently where you cannot win these tournaments with just one player? You cannot go to the majors and just rely on one player. You need everybody to be able to step up. And now we're seeing it. Their Joyo and Rise are having the tournament of their lives. It has been fantastic to see where Vatira, yes, he's been quieter. Maybe there's some people out there that are disappointed by the fact that we haven't been treated to Vatira magic after Vatira magic. But if you are a fan of Team Queso, this is what you are after.
Oh, 100%. Oh, what a block by Ivan. Joyo's still on the goal line, ready for the follow. Catalysm tries shooting low underneath pre-jumps, and it's worked out. Ivan pounces before the recoveries could come through to open the score for Evil Geniuses. I actually really like that by Catalysm. You might think that he should be just blasting that into a top corner, but he's anticipating pre-jumps. This K-Store is so known for that, and they are looking very jumpy in these positions. So it just makes it shot as awkward as possible to clear, and his teammates got the easy goal to follow him up.
He had 3 Queso defenders on the goal line. You've got to kind of expect it. There's another shot, and Evil Geniuses have got their second. It's another time where just waiting and checking your opportunities is the right decision.
Brilliant positioning by Catalysm. We saw a similar goal from Ivan to start off game 1, where he's just ready at the back post to jump up if the ball kicks across the box. And meanwhile, the defender's having to turn and chase after the ball. So you've always got the advantage in that position, not just as you're getting there first, but you can actually see the play as you're coming in.
Vatira is going to have to try and lead his team out of this particular scenario. They're already down by 2, not even a minute into this game. Rise infield, well intercepted. Ivan not messing about. He'd already started moving before the pass had started. That was required. Evil Geniuses have proven how good they are at holding a team down. They might go up by 3. Oh. Instead, it's Joyo that takes back over. Crossbar OP on this scenario.
It's just really well worked by Evil Geniuses. They're managing to influence 50-50s. They're managing to play these challenges in such a way that the ball's bouncing out towards teammates of theirs, and some times it looks random because it's just a 50-50, but the way that they're lining themselves up in these plays really puts them in spots where not really a lot can go wrong, and there's definitely a big upside to where the ball's bouncing. As again, they managed to get the ball across the box to that back post. It doesn't set up a goal this time, but it does set up a boost steal for Ivan, who's in that same spot, waiting at the far post for the ball to come to him.
Oh, Rizex is trying to find some way out. He's stuck in the corner. This is now Queso, exactly where they do some of their best work, but this is also where Evil Geniuses do their best defense. Almost caught Rise on the 2v1. Tira making sure there's nobody behind him that can just pounce onto the pass. Rise now off the backboard. He's got an opportunity for Joyo. Takes the shot and had to do better.
It's a rare miss hit by Joyo. To almost getting shown how it's done by Ivan at the other end. Woodwork being rattled in game number 4 several times by Evil Geniuses. But this is still a long, long way to go. And Queso have shown that they're very good at managing the time that they have remaining in games, really pressing more and more in Game 7 against Misfits when they were behind. So we are going to see that commitment from them. Sometimes it causes them to concede more, but no point in holding back when you're already down. Goal difference doesn't make any difference at all this late in the tournament.
Queso are one of those teams where the difference in playstyle when they're at 0-0 between and 1-0 down is so vast. Might be one of the most stark changes that we see across the entire league. Gonna need some of that here. Down by 2. 2 minutes left, but it's always calculated risks, and might actually have one here. Rise downfield. Couldn't get enough contact on Riz's car, but that might be the setup. Catalysm jumps. Joyo ends up leaving it. It's off the backboard again. Boost management will start to be tested here by Evil Geniuses. Got to make the right decisions and not send the double commits. Oh, Vatira tried to be cheeky, and he's given up some pressure.
The passing coming through again, but once more. Hard read from Evil Geniuses. Rizik's predicting the pass, and cutting it off. They're stopping shots before they happen. It's just like what we saw in the last game. The difference now is that they're already ahead, so this is a great strategy to be going for. If you're tied against Queso, I really don't like seeing this, because eventually they're going to make a goal happen. They're going to make a goal-scoring chance, but yeah, I think that there's a decent shot EG can hold on for a minute and change.
Already done it once before. And got caught out by the overtime in the last game. Rizex with Ivan. Ivan having some arguments over on the wall. Rizex once again over the top of Vatira. Joy already jumping on in. Rise is going for it. Here we go. Team Queso. All out offense. And now with 1 minute left, the switch is flipped. They're going to go for this now. They realize they've got to find a goal. But here's the other part to it. You can get caught on the counterattack. Joyo back over. Vatira, he's gone for it. But these passes cannot find their target. And it's not Queso's fault. Just how quickly Evil Geniuses are reading them and intercepting.
And sometimes a bit too telegraphed here from Team Queso, as EG continue to predict almost every passing play that they're making. Where are the solo plays from Queso? In these scenarios, you might as well just go yourself. If you're passing and it's getting intercepted, that's you and the player you pass to gone from the play for a moment. But if you can just get up into the air, force a favorable exchange, like we've seen from Queso so many times, that's how they're going to get players out of the game from Evil Geniuses. That's how they're going to outplay. It's not going to happen though. EG easily hold on at the end of this game, denying Queso pretty much from start to finish, only giving them 2 shots there. And I mean, we saw one wicked redirect.
One was asking a lot.
Yeah, it was definitely, there were some pretty decent chances, but still limited.
Yes. Evil Genius is doing exactly what they have to do. And one of the points you made there, Johnny, that I think we need to harp on here is, whilst they are intercepting these passes, they are obvious. And it's not even obvious in a way of, oh, we can see what you're doing. It's, we can actually anticipate what you're doing because you keep doing it the same way every single time. They are always passing across the middle of the field. So as long as you've got a player ready to just run onto this, it doesn't matter which way it's going. I'd love to see these teams just pass wide a little bit more often, pass to players on the wall, let them set up the solo play from there where they can't be challenged for a while. Instead, they're trying for these one-touch passing plays where they're going left side of the field to the right side of the field. It's not quite working. There's always somebody around for EG.
Yeah, it's just all about the mix-ups for Team Queso, and that's why they are so dangerous is they individually they have so many options at their disposal. When you see an air dribble from Team Queso player, it could be several things happening there. You know, it could be a flip reset, double flip reset, could be a mind game, could be a dunk. There's so many things you've got to cover. Whereas, you know, some of these passing plays that they're lining up in the last game, there's pretty much only one thing you've got to cover, and that is the angle of the pass. So, I want to see more options from Team Queso. I want to see less predictability in the setup, and that is likely going to stem from solo plays. But who knows, maybe they'll spot opportunities to start passing as well. Rizik's actually got one here as he goes high off the back wall. Catalysm just waits on the ground, deciding that jumping for that one would be a bit too ambitious.
I'm looking forward to seeing in this game, actually. That shot's going to start dipping, and Vatira had to make sure that he was on his balls of his feet. I really want to see here from Evil Geniuses whether or not they can just maintain the different strategy. We already know how good their defense has been. They've held Team Queso to 1 goal in the last 2 games, and that even required overtime. Actually, Vatira, he's the option. He's got it. Oh. What a shot.
And this is set up by a team pinch as well. Joyo coming out of the inside of his own net, chips it with Rise. Vatira's lurking downfield. And yeah, you can't really blame Catalysm for failing to save that shot. Absolutely smashed on target by the Frenchman who's back in the Fennec. He switched it again, Shogun. He can't get comfortable, it would seem.
Well, as long as it's got the Octane hitbox, he seems to be happy. It's not something that you can really complain about too much. But yeah, it does seem to be after every single loss, even after some wins. We do get a change, and almost Rizek's catching a little bit of a break with the way that ball ended up leaving. Off the wall, Rise, 0 boost, requires Vatira's help. How far forward is the third man going to be? Joyo instead was getting pressured on the backfield. Rizek's now sees Joyo pre-jump. They're not happy with that. Yeah, good for you, mate. We're going to take this back to our own corner, start to create another opportunity for ourselves. In field to Catalysm. Not the same sort of power. Vatira scoffs at the shot that came towards him.
It's really interesting to see EG consistently hit infield passes from 50-50s. It's, you know, kind of like an infield 50, I suppose. But yeah, maybe some of the fault is on Queso for leaving the infield open while they've challenged in the back corners. But EG are doing it again and again. As once more, Ivan collects an infield pass and just puts it into the back of the net. Vatira couldn't get back to the ball fast enough, and unfortunately for Rise, he couldn't get goal side quick enough either.
Yeah, always so deadly if you just can't quite notice who's on that wall still. You try and clear the ball out using it. So 1 each. This is to try and get yourself match point. BDS waiting in the wings in our grand finals. They will need to be beaten twice in order to be eliminated. They hold all the cards. To see who can stay in it though. Joyo off the backboard, tried for the reset. Instead, now he's got Vatira, and Vatira didn't need power because the keeper was already beat.
It's just all eyes on Joyo on that play. Rizik's pre-jumping because he's expecting Joyo to hit the triple tap with the reset thrown in the middle. That's how much respect Rizik's has for Joyo's aerial ability. He just assumes that's got to be on target. It's Joyo. But this time Joyo actually just misses the ball, calls early, and his teammates got an easy shot behind him.
Oh, Ivan, great play to get it back to Catalysm. Did not allow it to roll back over to an opposing player. Off the back wall, Evil Genius is looking for their chance. Vatira, happy to scoop that ball away. Off the backboard, actually, Ivan's got a chance. Instead, backs down, saw Joyo coming back. Eyes lit up for a moment, and instead, still staying around. 0 boost, so Ivan's going to be late on the rotation back. Doesn't need it though. Catalysm, loads of time, stealing, reset, doesn't hit the ball. Rizek's to finish. Rizek does finish.
And they've actually managed to hit Queso with a bit of their own medicine there, as all eyes were on the ceiling shot coming in, which ended up not making contact. You know, sometimes when you go for a pre-jump play, you end up looking pretty silly because the whip will outplay you.
Both these teams just have so much respect. There is never even the thought that they can't do it when you see the attacking player come forward, and that is now being used against the other team so much. Just the threat that you know that I can do this. Now do you think that I will? Joyo takes back over. It's gonna be a little bit strapped for options. off the wall. Vatira had to drop back down. Not a position that you typically want to be playing that from. Didn't have a choice in the matter. Vatira now over the top of one. And Evil Geniuses, if this game has gone through, are looking so solid. They've managed to lock Queso down. Now what can they do with it? Queso, on the other hand, they need to stay in control of their own boost amounts and find a way out of this.
It's a pure clash of styles at the moment. No nonsense Rocket League by EG versus full nonsense Rocket League from Team Queso. Every single play they're making is as impossible to predict for their own teammates as it is for the opponents. But neither style proven to come out on top in Game 5 with only 35 seconds left in the game. All EG territorially.
It's a big swing game. Who can get the big goal to go along with it? Ivan just gets clattered out of the way. No way to follow up that one. Cataclysm decides to try and take it by himself. He's the one that managed to set up earlier on. Can't get past all three players of Team Queso. Tira, oof, almost saw the ball land over to him. Rise off the backboard, ceiling, reset, gets the setup, and Joyo isn't going to be there for it. Difficult play to read overall. And we might need yet another overtime. Or maybe not. Catalysm! Zero boost. Wouldn't have got to it anyway. The dangerous end for Team Queso.
Yeah, the quantity of shots definitely going strongly in EG's favor, but it's all about that quality for Team Queso. They're looking for that one huge outplay. They're looking for that one play that EG will not be able to read. That'll eventually cause the defense to crumble. EG are swarming. Or were swarming as we approach overtime. Now they're the ones under pressure. And let's see who will come out on top of the clash of styles. Once again, stealing reset for Rise. And the save from Rizix at the near post. Joyos as well following up. He's hit the post. And Rizix, under all that pressure, has kept the ball safe.
How is that not in? There was so many different ways that could have gone. But it's the way Evil Geniuses would have hoped for. They're still under pressure. Top corner! Rise was never going to hit it anywhere else.
And once again, it's the unpredictability of Joyo that's causing problems in the final third for Evil Geniuses. EG's Ivan had no boost to play with there, just had to keep up his momentum so as not to completely run away from the play there. Rise, far too good with the shot. And too many options to cover there for Ivan. Can't really fault him for ending up boost starved there. Obviously, Evil Geniuses just let it slip at the end with their defensive rotation. You're usually seeing two people or two, maybe even three players ready to defend in every single instance for EG. Not that time, and they have called the timeout. As you can see, they try to figure out how to solve the Queso problem.
I mean, I think right now, if they're going to get anywhere with this, they've got to figure out Joyo a little bit because he's just so frustrating to play against. What's the phrase that we heard an awful lot at the major? He's just there. You don't know why he's just there, but he's doing something, and it's menacing just to look at him because they're all capable of outplays. Joy and Rise having a fantastic tournament for themselves, and now only one more win away from getting themselves into their second straight grand finals. If you needed any more proof that this team has arrived on the European stage, there can be no more questioning it. But for Evil Geniuses, how big is this match? They've got to get this. They can get so much breathing room between themselves and that top 5. And as we said, that group stage is brutal, man. You don't want to be heading into that tournament without every single possible thing going your way.
Yeah, it's absolutely, more important for EG to win this because Queso have already qualified for the major. But that's not to say that it isn't important for Queso to win in the context of the major, because seeding is going to matter a lot. You look at how brutal the groups are online, regionally. Now just imagine how scary those groups are going to be on LAN. That's going to be crazy to see. Obviously, going in as an EU 1 seed will give you a much better group draw than even an EU 2 seed or an EU 3 seed. So it is important for Queso. It's still a big deal for them, but I don't think they'll be thinking about that right now. They've already made major. That's going to be enough for the enough thinking about the future for one event. Now they're just fully focused on getting as much as they can out of these matchups. But yeah, for those of you back home, remember it's very, very important. In Queso making 2 grand finals in a row, that would just guarantee that they're coming out number 1 at the end of this event.
Yeah, it's certainly short-term work for long-term gain. As we now get into game number 6. Team Queso against Evil Geniuses. Underway. Can Evil Geniuses convert this timeout into sending us into Champions Field? Or Team Queso just a step too far for them? Here right now, Catalysm, he's been the main provider of these goal-scoring opportunities. He's been creating the best chances that they've had. Might have even got another one. Bounces down. No follow-up. Ivan realized that he didn't want to take that challenge, didn't want to overcommit. And it's now back to the drawing board here for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses continuing to rely on that structure that they play with. Just positioning so that they can quickly attack the backboard. There is again Ivan ready to get up as soon as the pass comes through, and it's coming in from that far angle, making it very difficult for the defender to beat you to the ball. That's EG's game plan. It's all about efficiency. It's all about positioning. And meanwhile, Queso, all about mechanics and unpredictability.
And Queso are more than capable of fighting back from these positions. We have seen, but we've also seen Evil Geniuses are more than capable of staying with a clean sheet for over 5 minutes. Constant battle of styles throughout this entire series. Here's Rise, got his chance.
Oh,
and Catalysm lingers in the goal. Didn't take a single moment before he was straight onto that ball. Use that 1-goal lead for his team. Now tries to set up Ivan yet again. Had 4 goals in the first game. He'd love to try and get even half of those in this 6th one. Joyo tries to escape. He's not done it. Catalysm one-on-one. Vatira didn't stand a chance.
What play by Catalysm. Joyo looking to offload that into the back corner. Doesn't manage, but that first touch and shot combo from Catalysm, completely undefendable. Top corner, in off the post as well. And it all happened so fast, but obviously you have to look at what Joyo's doing there. Did he need to play that as complicated, that complicated sequence like he did? Probably not, but that's what we love about Queso, as Joyo now going all the way. He's had triple reset from one end of the pitch to the other. Joyo going
2
all the way himself. He almost got a 3rd one here. I would have loved to see him land on the ball while he goes in for the bump, but he only got 2. So yeah, he needs to work on that, clearly.
Well, at least his confidence is not shot after the previous goal. Joyo, just a highlight reel all by himself. Gets his team right back into this off his mistake. Vatira now looks to try and set something up. Ground pinch isn't going to quite get there for him. Rizex, reset. 2nd reset. Oh, we're going to get that 3rd. We're starting to look for it now. There's the wall dashes as well. Keeps the pace going for Rise. 0 boost, 0 problems. Vatira ceiling. Takes the challenge. That's now a good spot for the rest of his team to play. Joyo ended up jumping for it. At least Rise by himself. Rise was beat to the ball. But of all things, that was the bounce that the defense needed to see. Slowed the play down a little bit. It has allowed Team Queso to set himself back up.
And more key interceptions from EG. Whether it's a knock-on pass or an infield pass, anything kind of pass that's being attempted by Team Queso, getting read and shut down more often than not. But that doesn't stop them from being a constant offensive threat. Joyo pretty much causing problems for both teams, I would say, in this game. As the classic long car experience. Who knows what's going to happen anytime that he's near the ball? Does he even know himself?
The wild card. And they at least find some way, though, of getting this one back. Catalysm, he is everywhere right now. He has really come into his own as we head into the latter stages of this series. The best first touch from Rizex. He invites Rise back in, and Rise doesn't need much of an invitation. Catalysm with Ivan, but instantly intercepted. Oh, no, he was. That was a fantastic challenge. Ivan continues on with it. Great play, though, from Rise. Faked out the first one. Gave Vatira a chance to get back. Just knocks the ball on yet again. These players from Team Queso could be anywhere on the pitch. You've got to try and keep track of them. Otherwise, it's just one clear into a redirect, and suddenly you're under so much pressure.
This is pressure for Ivan. Last man back does well. Defending against Vatira. But now infield for Joyo. He's going to slam that. It's off the post and out. Queso within a whisker of scoring.
Ivan now sets up. Good challenge. Gonna land for them. Catalysm off the backboard. Chance to break away now, but Rise's first touch wasn't good enough. Gave Rizex an easier challenge. Just over a minute left here. Joyo with the challenge from Ivan. 2 players needed, 2 players committed. A shot from Rizex and can't hit that better.
You know, I really think it might be time for Octane Joyo, because this is not it. See, that also came off another player in the first place, but yeah, a lot of these touches going wayward in defense. We might, with the amount of card changes we've seen this game, in this series, might be seeing one here for the Wonder Kid. Okay, so I've just been trying to read as much as EG have. EG continuing to be consistent. They're continuing to be that efficient lineup, and you know, the German efficiency shouldn't surprise us, really. That's what they're all about. 2-goal lead. Trying to make that game 7. What a huge result this would be for EG's split. And even EG's season.
Oh, Rizex takes the ball back down. This is such crucial challenges from him. Just sending all 3. They've got all offense. They've got themselves the 4th. And I can hear the call of Champions Field on its way, Johnny. Ivan, he is the person that you want taking these shots, and just made sure it was on target.
Yeah, great work as well from Catalysm after making the initial play, just completely blocking Joyo from recovering and getting a save. They're absolutely in the driver's seat now going into that last game, but will Vatira get any kind of consolation goal? Catalysm not going to give them that either. EG sticking to the game plan. They're not trying to do anything crazy. They're not falling into that trap that so many teams fall into against Queso. You can't out-mechanic these guys. You can't out-flare them. But apparently, if you're Evil Geniuses, you can just play efficient, consistent, and no-nonsense Rocket League and get the job done. It's the quantity of their shots that they're pulling out in this matchup. Very much in the lead against Queso. Even if, you know, you're looking at some of the Queso shots and thinking, yeah, I don't really want to defend that one. I'd much rather defend the kind of peppering shots that EG are throwing at the backboard occasionally. You know, like, that's just as effective, it would seem, at getting goals, especially when Queso are making mistakes defensively. Yeah, no leave of this lobby from Joyo, so it looks like he's going to stay in this.
He might know where it is. It might be in the settings there. He's got it. It's
oh,
like
true.
Emergency Octane right there. If Champions Field break the glass. No, he's sticking with it.
Still going for the same card. Well, this is going to be interesting. Queso sticking to their game plan, just like EG, just sticking with theirs. Let's see who triumphs in the Clash of Styles. It goes all the way to Game 7.
Catalysm just takes his time, immediately gives the ball over to Ivan. In Queso, where they want to be to start off with, can they steal some boosts and find a way through? It's Joyo actually going to be the one tasked with trying to deal with this. He does do that. He can continue to play. Almost found Catalysm's car. Now Rise, not there with the reset. Who's going to get the first breakaway goal? Catalysm off the backboard. Good touch, good second touch from Vatira. Back over to Joyo. Awkward bounce. It's back and forth here to start off. Either of these teams are willing to wait and see. Instead, we're getting demos, we're getting bumps, we're getting passing plays, we're getting air dribbles. Exactly what you want to see from a game. But you don't want to be seeing that. Almost handed the ball back over to Ivan.
Yeah, that was not it from Rise, centering the ball as he attempts to clear it. So Catalysm swoops across and takes one man out of the game. Look at Rizex there waiting at the back post for that high ball to come in his direction. Something that EG have been doing all series long. Can EG clutch it up? Can they play a consistent Game 7? They've been, honestly, the more consistent team throughout this series so far. They've won 3 Game 5s at the group stage this event. You know, losing out in those Game 5s, Game 7s is something that sort of became an EG trend throughout the season. Only this event, they've been clutch under the maximum pressure.
And this would be the biggest one of them all, Catalysm. Gonna pop over to Ivan, who's gonna have a little bit of time to try and set up here. He's gonna survey the land, figure out where he wants to go. Didn't get much time though. Joyo straight over to put the challenge down. Nice yet again. This is becoming a match where both teams are just trying to find some way of scrambling out their own side of the field. We haven't seen much play outside of that. No one controlling the opponent's side of the field either. Rizex clears. Joyo over to himself. Not the best first touch, but he's got the reset. That tends to be a very good way of resetting not only your call, not only your car flip, but also your place in the play. Rise's shot blocked by Ivan. First big opportunity there for Joyo. He's gone top corner. What a hit by Joyo.
And you know, Joyo's been conditioning them all series long to expect a reset. So no doubt when Joyo flies up to this, Catalysm's thinking, is he going to go for a reset double tap? Is he going to go for a double reset shot? Nope, he's just going to hit it in the top corner. Great mix-up by Joyo. And can you believe it? That is the mix-up, just simply shooting. For Joyo, that is the surprise. And it has worked halfway through the game.
Yep, conditioned them throughout the entire time. Finally reaping the rewards. Only 2.5 minutes away now from another grand finals. Ivan off the backboard, Rezex is around. And so is Vatira. Gets rid of it. Now Catalysm up against the challenge of Rise. Rise does well enough to keep the pressure going. Not good touch from Ivan. Almost, if that was a position where Rise could have turned around for it, could have been 2-0. Evil Geniuses, yes, they want this goal back, but they cannot afford just to hand away another.
Yeah, they got extremely lucky there that Queso did not make a play off that of a free possession. They just gave it to them. Luckily, Queso gave it right back. I don't think they were expecting to get the ball so freely, especially against an EG, who have been so efficient with their possession this series, but they've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left. We talk about how many chances on net they've been creating game after game. They've only had 4 shots in this one. Not a lot happening in the Queso end.
Yeah, they've spent the majority of this game just trying to figure out how to stay at their own side of the field. And even that hasn't quite worked for them. Maybe a chance here, booming clear. So as far as it is, Vatira's first touch sets up his second. And as always, EG just finding a way, but that demo opens up some space for them. Ivan, tasked with the setup. Just took too long. And Vatira ended up getting there, but this is the first time EG have managed to settle down in the opposing side of the field. They will not want to hand it away, but unfortunately, it's gone against them. Rise sets himself up, takes the challenge, and muscles the ball in.
Queso in Game 7, just playing standard after just going for the craziest plays all series long. Now they're actually just bringing it down, going for top corner shots, 50-50 goal in the EG goal line from Rise as well. And it's EG who can't make their touches count. The team who have been playing so simple are getting torn apart here. But what a great look this is for Queso. Second Game 7 in a row today where they're the team to step up. They're the team to clutch it up. And I don't see EG coming back here. They've got to completely throw caution to the wind. But it's all gone wrong at the end of game number 7. At the end of a great tournament for Evil Geniuses.
That's yet again the Team Queso showing us that there are so many wrinkles into the way they can play this. We saw this version of Queso against BDS yesterday, reserved Queso that wanted to pick their battles. Didn't have it for the majority of this series, but when it has turned up, it has resulted in a drubbing in Champions Field. There's the bump. That would have been a BM goal if there ever was one. Rise was looking for the hat trick. Off the backboard, touch there from Vatira. I think they're comfortable right now, Johnny, as they look to try and stamp their ticket through to the grand finals.
Yeah, they've done it. Queso gonna get that rematch with BDS. And Queso, who are seemingly doubling their fans every single event these days, gonna give that long-range 50-50 goal to EG, but there's no potential for a comeback. It is completely impossible with only a second of the clock. You can score in 1 second, but they'd need 2 for us to even tell you that there's a 1% chance here.
We would need
nothing
goal
that's
reset
at this point.
off, and even then, it's going to be very, very tight.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they've had a great event. They're still in with a fantastic chance of making the major. Queso confirmed themselves as the EU #1 at the end of this event, regardless of what happens in the final. But more importantly, can they go back-to-back? They beat BDS, or they beat Dignitas, sorry, first try. Well, they also beat BDS first try last weekend, or 2 weeks ago as well, but they've beaten Dig first try in the grand final last time. Now they've got to come from the lower bracket and do it. Different journey. Okay, so eyes on the prize. Is there anything this team can't do?
We're still finding the limits. This is what's so exciting when we get a team like this emerge as quickly as Team Queso have. Yes, they were the team that we had eyes on, but you never expected to happen this quickly. Team Queso have confirmed themselves as one of the teams to beat. They are right up there now. And it just makes qualifying in that top 5 all the more difficult. Something that Evil Geniuses are going to have to refocus on going into the next tournament. But one team as well that can qualify is BDS, and they are waiting. They are hungry, and they want to book their spot at LA. We're going to find out after this break whether or not they can do it, as the grand finals is coming soon.
Don't tell me that love is a game, baby. I don't wanna play the same old king games. Don't tell me that you're gonna change, 'cause I know that's what they always say. Maybe it's dangerous for you to try to control me. It won't be as safe for us. That's not how love's supposed to be. The fact that you know me, you act like you own me. Gonna be lonely soon, you'll see. Baby, it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
to escape. People said you're old. And when you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. People said you're old. When you're walking on the moon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Championship Sunday here at the Premier Cup. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gregan, and you know it, it's Shogun and Johnny to break down that last match and preface the one coming forward. Johnny, it seems like Queso is barely getting through there. They have some challenges along the way.
Yeah, I kind of like that we've seen this though, because we knew from last event that Queso can run with the momentum on their side. They can go the distance all the way, winning an event when nothing goes wrong. But things have definitely gone wrong in this event, coming back from 3-2 down against Misfits and losing that game 6 against EG. Still able to produce the best Rocket League when it gets down to that game 7.
Yeah, I mean, these guys seem to have another gear that they reach when the series starts extending. They find a way to step it up one more notch. And one of the excitement things, I know you and I were speaking about it, Johnny, is they have this ability when they're down a few goals in the final moments of the game to overcommit and create a goal that no one can defend. Because they have that mechanical ability, they can shift either way, a bit more safe, a bit more risky. And we saw it there in that series. You know, they're feeling free. So they were taking risks. They were showing off the mechanics that they have. And it was just too much for Evil Geniuses, despite the carefree nature of their rotation.
And taking a look at the bracket now, we find Team Queso hanging out with BDS in the grand final, Shogun, but Queso is going to be looking at a bracket reset that they'll have to get. That'd be 2 best-of-7s. BDS, familiar with this territory, but Queso, Shogun as well, since they were here in the last regional.
Well, the underdog BDS, the BDS that have not won a regional tournament so far this season, against a Team Queso that just came in and just did it because they felt like it to start off this split. But yes, we've decided to give Queso a handicap. They've got to win this one twice. They get through 1 best-of-7. They've got to do it a second time. But for BDS, this is the strongest BDS we've seen some time. And despite the fact, Johnny, that we were very impressed with Queso's performance against BDS earlier, BDS still beat them pretty handily.
Yeah, they did. You know, BDS is definitely the most impressive team this event. There's no denying it. Queso are unbelievable. But BDS, they look like they're playing at their absolute best right now. And we've actually seen something new from them as well. That matchup against Queso is extremely interesting because we saw BDS just accept that they're going to be in defense, which isn't something we often see from them. They are always very keen to get out of defense and to be the team dictating the flow of the game. That's why, you know, they kind of struggled against Dig, struggled against Queso because they just can't play their game. But they actually defended brilliantly against Queso in the series that they already played this event in the upper bracket. And I could see them replicating this against Queso today.
Well, let's start talking about it, break it down a little more here and get some extra thoughts on it. It's Team BDS facing off against Team Queso. Queso finding themselves through the lower bracket. BDS, the one handing them that handicap from the upper bracket. They're the ones that knocked them down there. So Queso's going to have to come back with something new on the plate, Gregan, because it didn't work for them the last time.
Yeah, we can almost see this format replicating the best of 3, best of 7s that we saw in the old format, because often the rematch in the final is a team who lost in the uppers. So Queso lost to BDS earlier. They now have to try and reverse sweep in a best of 7, if you think about it like that. So this is a chance now, Queso, to download BDS, try something new against them, but it is incredibly tricky to beat a team in form like BDS in a bracket reset. So for Queso, they're going to have to play the game of their life for several games, not just 1, not just 2. There's going to be 8 straight games they have to play, and then even then there's going to be games which they play incredibly in and BDS will punish them for. So this is going to be tough, especially after the long run they've had. They're going to be feeling tired. The adrenaline's probably starting to run out now for them from getting into the major. So it's going to be a tough feat for them to beat BDS.
That really is. And I'm just curious, John, I don't know if you have any like deeper insight on what you think Queso's definitely going to need here to take them out.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call him out. You know, Joyo's tweeting at me here saying, at Johnny Boy, don't disrespect the Mustang. I'm going to be honest. I think if Joyo's playing in the Mustang, they have no chance. They're going to lose. He's way too inconsistent to beat BDS. They're, that kind of level of inconsistency. Queso are still good enough to beat EG, because I think there is a bit of a difference of skill there, but BDS are right there on Queso's level. You can't have those inconsistencies and expect to get away with it. BDS are going to put away more goals against that. They're also able to pop off and, not match Queso for Flare, but definitely get a lot closer than EG did. EG don't really try that anywhere near the level BDS do. So yeah, Joyo, let's see it. If he thinks he can beat BDS twice, 2 best of 7s in the Mustang, I'd love to see it, but I don't think so.
You guys are already doing it. I see the spam hitting it. You see the fan vote up, BDS and TQ. Make sure your vote gets counted. Don't delay. Spam it now. While we get our thoughts out, we'll tally things up and see what the analysts think here. A bracket reset is needed. So we're going to go, if you're picking Queso, you're thinking a bracket reset. We'll see if people flip later. But we're seeing what's going to go here. Does BDS take it all in one, or do we have a second best of 7 coming afterwards? I'm going to start with Gregan on this one. BDS, do they end it now?
See, we interviewed Extra earlier, and there was one thing behind him that got me very excited, and that was a happy Monkey Moon. When Monkey Moon is feeling happy about the way he's playing and the way his team is playing, there is no player more scary. We saw yesterday he was a little bit frustrated at himself. He was getting frustrated at the mistakes he was making, but I think making the final has taken a lot of pressure off them. Monkey Moon is going to pop off right here, and we're going to see one of the best performances from him. And if Extra carries on like he did, and Mark Bae keeps doing his role as well as he was earlier, I don't think there's any team in the world who could beat BDS playing the way they did today. So BDS.
Okay, we have one BDS on the board. Usually this desk goes all BDS. We'll go to Shogun to see if that switches up here. Is there a bracket
Where
reset?
do you think I'm going here?
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to build it up.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, Johnny was very correct on one thing he said earlier on. This is BDS in top form. This is the best team in the world in top form. That means you don't get beat when you are that team. BDS are just a step above right now. Queso have done fantastic. I actually expect this to probably go game 7. I see that going that way, but I just don't believe this version of BDS can be beat. If Queso are going to win this, BDS needs to seriously drop off the pace.
Okay. At least Shogun just did his. That leaves Johnny now at the end.
It's fine. He's going to agree with me.
Yeah, I'm dragging as much. The players aren't ready yet, so I'm just dragging as much as possible.
Start the game, Leaf.
Start the game.
Well then, so we've got all the time of the run. No, not really. I'm sure the game's coming soon. I still think BDS are going to take this though. They're definitely a team with a higher floor than Queso. I mean, on their bad days, they're still playing very well, whereas Queso, when they're not playing well, and we saw that a lot in the first split of this season, then they can lose to anybody. So BDS much more consistent. And maybe, although Queso might have a slightly higher ceiling, when they really play their absolute best, those players look like I think the best in the world right now. But I don't think they're going to do that today. It doesn't look like they're producing their absolute best today. They've kind of already done the job they made major. They don't want it as much as they did last time. BDS still in the hunt for the first regional win. I think they're going to take this.
Okay, Leaf. There is nothing braver that you could do right now. I'm not saying pick Team Queso. There is nothing braver you could do than to make the whole desk unanimous. Okay. I know the courage to do this.
So here was my thought process though, is that the last time that this happened, we actually got burnt. Like it seemed like a sure win.
At some point we got to get this right, all right? Every single time we do this, everyone just starts messaging us just going, oh, well, now BDS have clearly lost. Okay, come on, join us here. We get this right, BDS win, and we never have to hear this again. If you go against us and go Team Queso, and we're going to get stuck with it, all right? Please, for us.
I am going to go with BDS. There's no way. I'm not. Yes. Why would I pick Queso? It doesn't make sense. We've already seen them lose to BDS today. We've already seen it happen. Queso, sure, wonderful work, but they barely made their way back to the grand finals here, and it's a bracket reset. They got 2 best of 7s they got to hit, so I can't see it. And chat, a little indifferent here, but they are in favor.
Okay, we're all on this.
Of BDS.
Yeah. Hey, look, there is a world in which Queso could win this, right? They are good enough to do that, but I just think the circumstances are too in favor of BDS right now.
Well, let's see if they can do it now, because our match is about ready. We're heading over to the field. We have Queso managing a way to squeeze their way back to another grand finals, but this time it's from the lower bracket. So a bracket reset is needed. Or is BDS going to end it right here and right now?
Not too long ago, BDS were the new dominant team on the EU block, but Stumpy, in this grand final, if they can get a bracket reset, Team Queso can match a record that's belonged to BDS for a very long time.
Winning 2 regional events in a row is an incredibly hard feat. I don't think anyone is surprised by that whatsoever. It just comes down to whether Queso have got the ability to do it and take it away from a world-dominating BDS in this Premier Cup.
Well, it's a long, long way until we can start saying that Queso are even the favourites in this one. Team BDS looking almost back to their absolute best, and they have the joy of coming into this one from the upper bracket. Can they be stopped, Stumpy? Can Team Queso play as well as we know they can?
Yeah, certainly. I don't think there's much doubt that Queso really can take it to BDS. Considering the last time these guys met in a grand finals, BDS walked away 2nd place. Queso beat them 4-0 in the upper final and took the championship, you know. I think it's definitely one of those situations where on their day, Queso can do it, so long as BDS start to pull back, exactly as Shogun said. But early shots coming out for BDS are showing that they have no intention of slowing down.
Even in the early doors there, we saw what was best from both of these teams, with Rise going for bumps and demos off the ball, and Extra just completely faking 2 or 3 Team Queso players out the pitch. And, you know, it's a really good start to this grand final when they're already trying to do what has been working for them. None of this just eking each other out at the beginning of game 1, which we never want to see, just going straight into it.
How do you find Joyo's car change? How do you think that's working? Because Monkey Moon, he's already slung one past, and he's showing that the Octane may well be the way to go.
Well, Team Queso can have a little bit of fun with it so far. They've now qualified for the major, but they'll still want to win this one. They'll have to get past BDS. And with Monkey Moon getting back into the scoring, it's going to be harder than ever to do so. He really has stepped up recently.
I mean, that Mac-E, the Mustang Mac-E, I saw Wavepunk tweet about it earlier. He is in love with it. He's a big Mustang man, and it looks so good on this pitch. Johnny Boy did have a couple of reservations about it. I think that these new cars, or the different cars at least in the RLCS, they definitely leave question marks in people's heads. You know, are they really trying their hardest? Obviously, yes, they are, but I think it can work as the placebo. Either way, you know, pressure, is it off, or are you just trying to convince yourself that you don't need to have as much of an impact on the game?
Well, you say that pressure is off, but maybe it isn't with mistakes like that on the backboard from Rise, who normally is so dependable wherever his team need him, but that was a huge error, which Monkey Moon is always going to make the most of to make it a huge start for Team BDS. 2-0 in a series that if they start it well, the journey that Queso have to take just becomes longer and longer.
I mean, both those goals as well scored by Monkey Moon, a man who is rocking a 76.5% goal participation. 1 in 4 goals from BDS goes in without any of his intervention. He is one of the top in Europe for that. He is the highest rated player in Europe. He is everywhere on this pitch, at the back for saves. He's 2nd at the moment through this event, through the Premier Cup. You have to try and shut down Monkey Moon, and he makes that near impossible.
Here he is again, coming in from the side from Extra's pass, getting all sorts of the ball. And Team Queso are absolutely pinned back in their half so far, but that's better from Joyo, just getting past one player and then at least forcing a 50-50 against Mark by 8. Is it going to fall to any Team BDS players? So far, not yet. Intercepted really well by Team Queso. Every single time it looks like it is going to fall to a BDS man, as Mark by 8 puts that one to the side, right into the middle. The pass isn't quite there, and Team Queso haven't quite woken up yet.
Yeah, I think this break, you know, it's going to do them a little bit of good, being able to rewind, figure out who they're playing up against and change their tactics a little bit. Equally, you might want to stay hot. So far, Queso looking like maybe they cooled down a little bit too much, and BDS, despite their hour-and-a-half break, 2-hour break, whatever it ended up being, they are still coming out the gates on fire.
Oh, almost a chance there for Rise. Joyo, can he do any more with it than just hit it to the ceiling? On this occasion, a Monkey Moon dribbles it away. But I mean, if one team are used to coming from the upper bracket and keeping themselves warm after massive breaks before a grand final, it will be Team BDS. They have won so much in EU. Coming into the season, they were by far and away Europe's best team. Going to the major, they had those question marks, and they answered them absolutely hugely. So it's a team that will never, ever just shy away from a challenge. And there's no challenge on Extra right now. The double tap into the corner. Mark Bay has a shooting chance to the backboard. He goes. Monkey Moon's coming in, but Vatira with an all-important touch.
I like how Queso defend, frequently sending that ball to the backboard. It looks dangerous and it looks scary, but if you remove the ball and take it into a negative angle to shoot from, then the opposition has no chance of scoring. 2 goals up though, and BDS continue their fabled push.
They're still coming on. Joyo's going to have to keep doing this defending for Team Queso. It's looking pretty desperate for them at the moment, hoping for this boost. Just looking to do anything with it. Extra to the backboard. Joyo is doing more defensive work. But this isn't where Team Queso want to see him penned back. They want to see him moving forwards. Getting some chances on the other side. They just can't get rid of the ball. This is BDS at their best, Stumpy. Their opponent's unable to clear.
I mean, that's what the desk was scared of. Showing BDS at their best and being a terrifying team to try and take down. Definitely showing it. In Queso, though, not looking as hot as they were before. Starting to solidify. No longer being that molten fondue volcano we know and love.
Ooh, Extra putting that one to the side, and BDS are looking like they're going to see this first game away. Unless Team Queso can change things quickly. That's a better change of pace from Joyo. Mark diving in, but isn't going to get there. Rise has to win this race against Monkey Moon, and he does. Maybe an opportunity is arising, but BDS defending so well. They were saying on the desk they have been upping their defensive fortitude coming in to this event, and it's looking like it's going to pay off as Monkey Moon can clear the ball away. Team BDS take this first game, and Stumpy, they were much the better team.
Yeah, I mean, having that amount of pressure is something that BDS are going to absolutely thrive in. I think Queso needs to try and shut them down. And that change of pace about 30 seconds ago from Joyo, slowing it down in the midfield and sending, I think, Monkey Moon just flying past him, that's something that you can really work on. You can take their sheer speed and their aggression and use it against them. Let the Giant topple themselves.
And they are the Giant mode. Team BDS just looked pretty dominant in that first game. 3 more, and they finally win a regional in the 21-22 season. We didn't see this one coming, them having to take this long. And something, if they do it, they qualify for the major as well, which isn't something they'll be feeling pressure about. They will always assume that they will make the major, but it's still just more freedom for Team BDS to express themselves.
I mean, BDS qualifying, and it takes them until the second regional to do it. Washed, question mark? No, Queso have already done it. We've already got one team going through from Europe that will be heading to Los Angeles, which is incredibly exciting for them. You saw how much it meant to the team on their player cams when they won and through their interview with Coach Nick. BDS attempting to join them and, you know, beating Queso to get there. I think that's a very good sign for them if they do.
It was just a superior team performance from Team BDS though, really. We didn't see anywhere near enough from Team Queso. We know that we can see much more from Team Queso. We've seen that today. We saw it the last time they played Team BDS, even though they lost. And we certainly saw it the last time they played Team BDS in an upper bracket final when they 4-0'd them on the way to winning that first regional. So much more to come from the Cheesy Boys. And Joyo's trying to get it started now to the backboard, but just not quite enough boost. And Team BDS's defense continues to impress.
Yeah, their offense has been sublime, but then when you look back and see how they do defend their back line, it normally falls, and I'm going to harp on about him again, to Monkey Moon. I said earlier, he is second in saves in Europe so far through this split. He has just looked unbelievable. He has been so snappy across the face of the goal, and it means that when anybody does shoot, you need to try and remove somebody, because otherwise, Monkey Moon, he's going to chuck his car in front of that ball.
Well, maybe some of the Team Queso exhaustion starting to show. 2 Game 7s in a row to get to this point today, and those slight missed touches, it is completely brutal. Those slight missed touches are starting to rear their ugly heads a little bit too often, which Team BDS, you just know, are going to make the most of. But that's better. Joyo to Rise, a bit more incisive in the attack. They cleared it away with some power. The pass again from Team Queso. It's just not quite coming off for them so far.
Look at how BDS defend, though, sending multiple people to one ball. It's not scary when one of them at least gets it away, because then one of their players in net remains low and then they keep it calm. On that goal line, even if you get it to the backboard going for the double, you've got 2 players to contend against. It's impossible to knock bricks out of that wall.
More possession for Team Queso in this second game, though, and a demo from Extra and Vatira will at least got BDS for now. That was actually a really good demo. Now they're flying in. Extra's got a taste for human flesh, it seems. Rise is going to take over from Vatira, but his touch isn't ideal. It does allow in Joyo, though, at least for now. Mark by 8 smartly lets the ball run across him and then clears it straight past them. More brilliant defending for BDS.
It's on Queso now. How can they attack? With Rise taking a low touch, Monkey Moon is immediately on him, using their swarming, suffocating playstyle that did them so well to win the full major over in Stockholm. But a chance for Queso to try and work their way out of their half. Rise to the midfield, does find Joyo on a 1v1. Can he get around with that? Mac E isn't quite able to. Falls to Vatira, who ends up whiffing. Rise shoots it wide. Such a good opportunity from Queso, just missed and passed up.
Good read there from Joyo when it looked like Extra would be free if he'd got that touch cleanly. Mark Bay is going to close down Rise. Now, are we going to see a repeat of what we saw in that first game with Team Queso unable to clear their lines and BDS just swarming? That is a much better start from Joyo, winning the 50-50 and getting Team Queso away from things. All the pinches right now going in Team BDS's favor, but that one does fall to Vatira, who manages to get a shot away from Mark by 8, and now Vatira is getting the demos back for Team Queso. So a good response to them when it was Team BDS showing a little bit more firepower earlier on.
I love those demos. Vatira is trying to just weaken that back line and trying to stop their defense from being so frustrating to play against. Monkey Moon having to tap it away from that incredible French prodigy. Joy a chance to tap it down. He does so, finds Rise with a backflip. That's fine though, that was calculated. Monkey Moon otherwise was beating him to the ball. The game sense is there, and Extra senses weakness.
Absolutely slams it home, does Extra. Not too much was happening until it falls to the big Frenchman, and then bang! What a finish.
Rise just turning in the midfield, thinking he can challenge. Not the worst idea, maybe should have gone for a shadow challenge instead. Go up early, at least slow Extra down so your teammate can then get back and defend a little bit more traditionally. Isn't able to do that, however. BDS yet again with the lead, and Team Queso yet to score.
They're going to have to grind out some goals here, our Team Queso. The mechanics aren't quite working for them, which is understandable after their long day. So team plays, demo plays, just somehow getting that ball across the goal line just to give them something to get a bite into is exactly what they need. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is mechanics. Joy with the musty flick and dribbling it forwards. But of course, Monkey Moon, he cannot be fooled.
Yeah, good defense from Monkey to keep that one out. I think now we're going to be seeing Team Queso try and go to their more free play style that they do like to go for when things start to stack up against them. They'll try and go for awe-inspiring, bewildering plays. Try and wrestle it away from the defense. Good demo from Mark, opens it up, but Rise can catch Extra shot from the backboard with a flip reset. Again finds Monkey Moon, who needs a bit of boost, and so will refill on the garage in the corner. Vatira finds Joyo on the backboard, but nobody is there. Rise lets that ball fly past him, and Mark finds Extra, and the pressure dissipating again.
You're completely right, though, about the mechanical plays. Team Queso just looks so much happier in this second game to keep the ball to themselves and go solo, try and force the issue a bit more. That's what we want to see from them. That's when they can be so dangerous. Here's Rise. He catches it. Can he fit this one into the corner?
Brilliant.
Yes, he can.
Absolutely brilliant placement from Rise as well. Slows it down, and look at how it draws out the defender. Mark does start to get bumped, and then he has to come out. He has to leave the net. Extra is on the backboard. It's not going high, and so to take that low into the bottom right corner, that is just brilliant from Rise, and that is the equalizer.
Tira with the kickoff, and it's a good one. Actually, it only falls to Monkey Moon. It gets over the top of Rise. BDS might be able to kill Team Queso as soon as they equalize. Extra shoots. It's weak for Tira. Will be able to get a save, but Mark Bayet can keep the attack going. This one's to the ceiling. Extra's going to win this race against both Team Queso defenders. There's a chance for Monkey Moon. He slows his roll, and then he rolls it home.
Oh, that is cheeky. Going for the chip. Extra has to shoot it. The bump doesn't come in. Monkey Moon slows it down, sends 2 players to it, says goodnight. An exemplary shot.
Team BDS showing that they are not afraid to retake the lead when it's taken away from them, and the kickoff has been purposely lost towards Vatira, though. Team Queso maybe with one more chance. There's a pass in the center. Monkey Moon's been taken out the game, but he just manages to keep his car somewhat in the way making sure there's nowhere Team Queso can put that ball. They're completely out of boost. They just want to take some control of it, but they can't do it. And Team BDS inevitably are going to take that 2-0 lead.
The constant contention from Monkey Moon on that ball shut it down at the end, and that's exactly how he played throughout. That chasing style to shut down anything Queso wanted to respond with, and they weren't able to get too much going. It came down to Rise having 3 defenders against him in awkward positions, and then he still went for that 1v1 bottom right corner. Brilliant chance. Extra's goal, sending it from midfield, was exactly what they needed to do as well. Just withstand every single shot they're able to and then work on the counter. Something that you don't normally see BDS do realistically. You know they can defend, and you know they're more than happy to do so. But typically, they'll want to just charge down, get those 50 goals, try and get in the face of you in the box. The fact that then they're happy just to absorb what Team Queso want to throw at them and then send it long downfield, go for a Hail Mary. It's a scary time for Queso.
As we head into Game 3, if there was one word that I would use to summarize Team BDS's performance so far, it would be professional. They are not overextending. They realize they're coming up against an opponent that isn't wounded, but is a little bit slower, and so far it's been working, but Team Queso show signs of life.
Yeah, a misposition there from Extra starts to turn into it, and it bounces just perfectly for Team Queso, for Rise to get his nose to it under the crossbar, but with Extra turning on it and then having to turn back again, precious seconds wasted, and the opening goal for Team Queso and their first lead in the series.
Joyo could double it right here. The flip reset goes underneath Monkey Moon almost, but Monkey Moon got himself in the way and then got a decent challenge in the middle against Rise. Extra versus Joyo. Who's going to be next to control this ball? It's races to each touch at the moment. Vatira, Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon is the first one to really take control of it and put it around the corner, get a couple more touches. Extra's waiting for the ball. Will he get it? There's a fake there as well. Vatira has to keep an eye on Extra. What a finish from Extra again!
When it rains, it pours, and Extra summons the rain cloud on that blue net to the opposite corner. It just tucks ever so neatly behind Joyo. The equalizer is brilliant.
Team Queso are at least starting to score some goals now, but every time they do, Team BDS just equalize in seconds. Their kickoff game has been fantastic, and they are taking every chance that they get. Team Queso will take heart from the start of this first game, managing to get the lead, managing to get some control of the ball. There's a really nice touch there from Rise. He and Joyo have the same idea. Oh no, it's backfired completely.
Monkey Moon as well, getting rid of Rise, saying, nah. You're not going to try and do that on my pitch, mate. Touch though from Joyo, leaves it for Vatira, then challenge. Couple of opportunities now for Team Queso to try and get their lead back yet again, but with Extra and Mark both not knowing who to go for that ball. Extra parks on the boost, waits to get the 100, heads straight back into the fight.
Oh, but look at Joyo go. Can he connect with it? Oh, not quite. So close. Again, Team Queso showing signs that they're just starting to come into this grand finals and realize where they are. Rub their eyes and blink a couple of times and make themselves wide awake, but BDS are going to keep on coming. Marked by 8 towards Vatira. Can he get into this series? Only 30 points so far for the Frenchman. Shows how he's been dulled a little bit by Team BDS's defense. Can he change that? Gets a flip reset. There's a bump going on. Joyo is going to do so much work, but Vatira does the rest.
When he's called upon, Vatira is going to show up with one flip reset. Lands to fake out the high defender. Mark sits sedentary and has to watch that ball find the bottom corner. Team Queso earn their lead yet again.
About 30 seconds before that, Joyo and Rise had both gone for bumps instead of the ball, and it had backfired, as I mentioned. That time, Joyo went for the bump again. He wasn't shaken off playing that playstyle, and it worked because the communications were better, and Vatira had the mechanics to really punish Team BDS and give Team Queso their second lead of this series. Vatira, can he get another one? Not quite. And Team BDS can take it away with Extra to the backboard. And there's Joyo going around the corner. BDS are going to have to dig themselves out of another hole, Stumpy.
They've done it before, and I'm sure we will see them do it again. But it's Rise wanting to make that hole ever deeper by digging below the feet of BDS, with Mark trying to flick it high. Just waits on the backboard, gets called off by Extra with the forward momentum. Really good communication on a team where Monkey Moon previously has very openly said, and maybe inadvisably said, communication, it's not there sometimes.
Rise, he has the mechanics here. Oh, there he goes. To the backboard, he's trying to get the dunk on it on Monkey Moon. The Monkey Moon's defending again. Terrific. Just won that one cleanly, but it's just falling to Team Queso a lot at the moment. If you see as well, Team Queso, they're taking that split second longer, reading where Team BDS are putting the ball, and that's allowing them to have a slightly better read of it and more control over where to put it, better clearances, better passes, and better opportunities. Team Queso have stepped up in every game so far, but BDS are still so dangerous. Extra just can't stop scoring.
Extra reaching out of the hole, clawing the mud back in, patting it down, and rising to level ground yet again. That demo smoke screening the defense. 2 minutes remain, BDS draw level.
Team Queso, though, still looking better, I'd say they've shaded it as the better team so far in this game, but no longer anything to show from it, especially if they concede here. But there's a good challenge from Rise. Joris is watching Monkey Moon, trying to read where he's going to put the ball. Where he does put it is towards Mark by 8. Then there's Monkey Moon again. Great interplay from Team BDS as Extra steams in. The man of the moment as far as scoring goals. This is what Team Queso want to be able to do, though. Dribble that ball out of their goal line.
We saw this happen so much in groups previously as well, where BDS would go down by 1 goal and then they'd suddenly equalize. It would happen time and time again. And BDS are just so adept at not letting a single goal phase them. When it comes down to 0 seconds, they're a team that will try so hard, just like everyone at this level, but are usually more successful than most at then getting that goal back. It is never dead in these games, and BDS are fully aware of their skill at the death.
Team BDS, the standards that they have to achieve just to achieve par are so high. They literally have to win tournaments, or else people say, oh my goodness, there's a problem there at Extra. It's causing so many problems for the Team Queso defense right now. They are just desperate to get hold of the ball whenever he has it. As ever, causing chaos in his opponent's half. And now Monkey Moon can come in. Everybody on Team BDS knowing their roles, doing their jobs. Team Queso having to stand so strong and tall to defend against it. These big booms, absolutely huge, so they can get some boost again. Vatira might be able to fake out Monkey Moon, or just barge straight through him, but it's saved by Extra.
Opportunity yet again for Team Queso. It's felt like a little while since they've had a proper one. Now Joyo, the man who was going for aggression earlier, tries for it again. The bump happens twice, and yet Monkey Moon stands tall.
So close. Mark by 8, a counter-attack maybe for Team BDS. Vatira's dodge almost sent the ball racing towards the goal, but it was a little bit wide, thankfully, for Team Queso and their fans. And to be honest, for this series as well, it's going to be really tough if it goes to 3-0 Team BDS. Vatira with a flip reset. Here's Rise. Extra steaming in from the side. More speed from Team BDS. They look that little bit faster. Reading the ball slightly better. It does seem like we're going to have our first overtime of the series, unless something crazy happens here. Joey does keep it up. Just to get something going. Wants to win this one before we go to overtime. Vatira puts it towards Rise. Joey's to the side, but it's charged down. We have overtime.
BDS looked terrifyingly comfortable sitting back there, where they knew that they had a moment just to take stock, get a little bit of boost, and then actually go for the plays out of their own back third. Very, very scary that they're just happy to sit back and absorb all of Team Queso. But on this push, immediately from kickoff, it's pandemonium.
Oh, lovely touch there from Vatira. Joyo's up for it, but Mark Bayet and Monkey Moon were as well. Now Rise is coming in, more demos. Team Queso have definitely upped the aggression game in this game. Joy's going to have to do some defending up against Extra. He's missed the ball completely. We'll call it tactical. He meant that, I'm sure.
Mark by 8, going to the right-hand side with Extra all on his own. Can head high, but with not too much boost. He picks up that corner 100. Brilliant rotation just to start the starve. Monkey Moon attempts to go low. Now it's Mark by 8, 15 again. Extra using that 100 boost to fly from cross pitch and gets it again. Perfectly timed 10 seconds.
11 shots have come in from Team BDS. None from Mark by 8, who's playing more of an interruption role, and it's Extra that's looking most likely. Rise with 0 boost on the goal line, kept his composure, but Extra can come again. Joyo is up. He's on 0 as well. They're completely starved, and BDS have done it.
I have died and gone to attacking heaven. Extra with one touch there to the backboard, taps it out, and has Monkey Moon waiting in such a prime, prepped, and ready position. With 1 minute gone, that's BDS 3-0 up. The hype chamber is glowing with the blood of BDS.
Yeah, the blue and the purple are raining out. It is looking every bit like it's going to be Team BDS's first regional of the 21-22 season. Still the team to beat in EU. Even when Team Queso were coming into it, Stumpy, they just can't hold their leads.
BDS managed to get 14 shots in that game, and you might think, hey, that's spread out against 3 people with a game, with an overtime. It's no problem. Mark got 0. There were 7 apiece for Monkey and Extra, and Mark was just chilling out. Apparently, not doing much offensively, but you've got a lot of the factors that are the unquantifiable off-ball plays, the things that really aren't as tangible as a number on a scoreboard. That's where Mark seems to be fitting in. Going away from that typical very attacking style to link up at the top with Monkey Moon. You normally say that Extra is maybe the more unquantifiable player, and Monkey Moon is the man who is involved with 3/4 of the goals that BDS score. It is time now for Queso. They need to get a single game to start this best-of-7 reverse sweep. Otherwise, BDS lock their place and their plane tickets for Los Angeles.
I'm pretty sure in the pre-show, Stumpy, you predicted for us that the finals would have a reverse sweep in Series 1 and then a 4-0 to the team that did the reverse sweep in Series 2. I can't remember what teams they were, but this is going according to your vision so far.
It was EG and Queso from the lowers. So.
Oh, there you go. So you've predicted weird things before. So stranger things have happened. Maybe Team Queso do bring themselves back into this one with a reverse sweep. They have got 4 games in a row against BDS before, don't forget, in that first regional. But not with BDS playing like this. They look absolutely terrifying. Dribbles from players like Rise are going to be so important for Team Queso, but Joyo was so far back. You can't score if you're all the way back in the midfield.
It's now BDS continuing to push that 50 with enough energy to punch through a planet. The ball falling perfectly to Monkey Moon. It's just that dominance from Extra going through 2 players to get the ball rolling nicely. Monkey with a tap in and BDS with a lead.
Team BDS are just holding Team Queso at arm's length, waiting for them to tucker themselves out and just pushing them over, giving them a prod, and they are toppling. It's amazing play from Team BDS. They are leaving nothing in the tank. Nothing is wasted. Every finish is finding its way home.
Time and time again, BDS surprise us with a couple of iffy performances, and we think maybe Europe's catching up. Maybe this is the time where they then don't go through to the big event at the end and just romp through. And BDS are here to show us that regional events, maybe they can win them as well as majors.
We are 3 minutes and 50 seconds away from knowing our first 2 major qualifiers. A reminder that if BDS win this one, they will be heading to LA as well as Team Queso. Team Queso, they'll still feel they can do this. They just have to keep on fighting, keep on believing. Joyo with a good touch. Rise is there trying to cause some pandemonium in the Team BDS defense, but the defending has just been, I would say, close to perfect from Team BDS. When you consider how good Team Queso are in attack, how many goals they normally score, and how much BDS are limiting them, it's incredibly impressive.
I feel like Queso just been utterly outwitted in this. It seems like they've become a little bit more blunt, maybe just tired, and that is absolutely a factor. As you said, Cole, they've played 3 best-of-7s. Sorry, 2. They've gone to 2 game 7s in those best-of-7s, and this is their 3rd of the day. It is knackering. It's so hard to keep up that pace against BDS at that. We've seen World Championships decided on this. If you have any veterans here, back in the Gale Force era versus Method, when they had to play in the uppers, it's so hard to maintain that pressure. And Rocket League, quite frankly, was easier back then.
Oh, Vatira, can he squeeze this one in? Oh, it's just not Team Queso's day, and Mark P8 arrives to send the ball away as well. Nothing is working for the cheesy team right now. Everything is going BDS's way. Vatira can't get past Monkey Moon, who is having the time of his life right now. No boost. Forward he still marches. No boost to even steal. It doesn't matter. They're still getting the passes. They're still getting the goals. They're still getting the victory.
Sharing goals this time. 1 apiece. Extra joins Mark and Monkey in potentially sealing their fate for the next winter major. It's so exciting seeing them play this well. Team Queso have done so well to get here, and then they need to just be able to have that stamina to compete through game days at this level. It is horrifying having to do it, but these slogs are what competition is all about.
It shows you how impressive Team Dignitas's lower bracket run was in the last regional. When they started in the very first lower bracket round and won 5 or 6 series in a row to make it all the way to the final, when they came up against Queso, and Queso did what BDS are now doing to Queso to them as well. So, yeah, I think that's something that we forget when we watch Rocket League. We forget how exhausted these players must be. Yeah. But BDS, I mean, take nothing away from them at all. You know, you can still lose to a tired opponent, to an opponent that's not thinking and making weird plays, doing odd rotations, going for the solo weird mechanical plays you were talking about earlier. BDS haven't fallen for anything that Team Queso are doing.
And that's exactly where Team Queso thrive, and it's how they get through a lot of teams. It's how previously they've gotten through BDS and have recently been able to do that in a previous winter event. It's those moments that Queso really shine in. But BDS had just had their number today, coming through a little bit fresher. Monkey Moon up for yet another, can't quite bump Vatira out of the way. There's a minute and 10 seconds left with a 3-goal lead by BDS. You have to just see the curtain start to close on this incredible Premier Cup.
They're turning into a Team BDS that win when it matters. Going into this season, what mattered to them the most was winning at the major, taking victory at a LAN, and they did exactly that. And now we're back online. Team BDS didn't want to surrender their record as being the only team to have 2 EU regional events in a row. Team Queso were looking like they had every chance, but Team BDS say no. Now it's time to win. Now it matters, and we will not give you a sniff. And Extra is scoring again, padding his stats. It's 4-0.
This series has been decided so much on these midfield plays, where we've seen goals go in from them, but not only that, we're seeing less saves statistically across the board for BDS compared to their average, nearly half of their average. We are seeing so few shots for Queso, which is so much lower. It's their lowest shots per game they have had at all in any series so far. It has been the biggest series that we have seen for BDS versus one of their most staunch opponents. It is phenomenal. It is Extra, and it is the era of BDS.
Extra has done so much work breaking down Team Queso, and look at him go, he's having a great time. Even Monkey Moon getting in the way can't put Extra off his game right now. It is a romp, it is a waltz. They are just dawdling to the finish line, Team BDS, making it look so easy against poor old Team Queso. Will they get a 6th just to put another cherry on top of this massive, beautiful cake? It's saved by Vatira now.
BDS will be heading to Los Angeles alongside the opponent they have absolutely obliterated on Utopia. They will join NRG from North America, and they are going to continue to give us the greatest Rocket League we have ever seen. This was step number 1.
Yeah, the Premier Cup, deserved champions, Team BDS, fist bumps all round. They just do the job. That was just ultra professionalism with a little bit of flair, having a little bit of fun at the end, and rightly so for Team BDS. Just a reminder of how good they are.
Coach Kale at the end, he started to run in. He just sat down. He got up immediately, celebrated the players. Extra, head in hand, so happy with what the team has achieved. Monkey Moon is looking so pleased with everything this team has achieved. And with Extra and those emotions flying around the room, you have to know what it feels like to know that you've qualified for the major.
And as for Team Queso as well, I mean, they also have qualified for the major. They have done their job today, winning 2 Game 7s in a row just to be here. Shows that they have the mental game, shows that they have the fortitude, shows that they can dig deep when they absolutely have to. They did run out of steam against Team BDS there in the grand finals, but Stumpy, they would have learned so much from that coming up against the best team in EU, Team BDS. I think we can say that again now.
Yeah, I think realistically we could have always said that, considering what they have become, the best team in the world. And when the best team in the world is having a day like that, there's not much that will stand in the way. The desk said it right before they came over to us for one of the quickest series we have seen. And I just think we need to send it back to them, to be honest, because that was a very, very fast one.
Wait, what do you mean send it back to us? Wait, is it already?
That's where we get back.
Guys, it's done. It's already done.
Wait, what?
It's done. Sit down. They've already won.
Wait,
what happened?
I don't know.
the game's over.
Finished already?
I think they just speed ran.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Shogun.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we're good to go.
BDS, you done?
It's done.
They've done
already.
It's already over, guys.
What? I ordered food at the beginning of the series
anyone-
and was like, yeah, it'll be plenty of time, and it's just arrived just then.
Did anyone have like a stopwatch going on? Was that a record?
BDS has just shown us why you should not doubt. They just dominated. There was no chance for a bracket reset ever in this situation, Greg. And they said, you're going to have to wait for that meal because we are winning right here and right now.
That was incredible from BDS. They just look so clinical, and I think when you're playing against a team that's playing that solid and executing that well, when you got mechanics like Queso do, you start to second guess yourself, like what's actually going to work here and what's then becoming risky. And we saw so many goals scored on not empty nets, but like situations where there should be a defender there, and it's just because Queso's mechanics were forcing them to overcommit. BDS were punishing, and it just was so clinical from them.
It was absolute domination. And then we wonder if, I asked before, Johnny, I asked if he thought maybe the gap was closing here, right? And he's a humble guy, so he's never going to say it. He's going to say, yeah, everyone's good. But do you feel like it is true? Like it feels getting close? Because like if we see a peak like that, there's got to be a difference.
I still think the gap is closing, you know. Okay, so coming off a high from qualifying for the major earlier, they weren't playing at their best. There was still enough to beat EG, who's had their best event of the year so far, but it's not enough to beat a prime BDS. And BDS definitely leveled up defensively this event. I love what I'm seeing from them. They're picking their battles a lot more smartly. They're not just throwing themselves at the ball and hoping that they surprise the opponents like they sometimes do. Very, very impressive from BDS. Best that we've seen from them online. And you can see how much it meant to them as well, which is awesome for a team that have already had so much success.
Absolute destruction, Shogun, here for Queso, though. But I mean, Queso has to be happy for sure. I mean, like being able to clinch the LAN is just a cherry on top. You know, if you could have got the bracket reset, it would have been nice. I'm sure they'll come up with a lot more gusto, though, in future regionals.
Yeah, and they'll definitely want to try and keep that going because getting that #1 spot in Europe is so big heading into that major. So yes, they've qualified. They're still in a very good spot for it. But now they're aware that BDS has woken up. BDS has finally won themselves a regional. And Queso, though, are legit. We've had so many of these teams that come in, look great, either win a regional or get very close to it. And then we look to see what you're going to do next. Oh, okay, you're just gone. And all right, guess we'll worry about you later on. But Queso's shown us something that is very difficult to achieve over in Europe, and that is consistency. Unfortunately, there is a more consistent problem over in Europe. That is BDS. And yeah, they seem to be back. The onliners have returned. And I'm so proud of you, Leaf. I want to point this out. I'm so proud of you. It was good. It was so easy for it to come up to you and just go, you know what? For the sake of
I could have done
jinxing the desk, I'm going to go Team Queso just for a little bit of parity. But you went and did the right thing. You went and were correct. And that is the most important thing.
I stood the ground. It was tempting to not want to ruin anything, but I in my head, I knew in my heart it was BDS. And I'm glad that you made sure that I was doing that too. So we asserted dominance on that one. But speaking of asserting dominance right now, BDS has just done that. And to talk a little bit more about that victory, we're going to bring on Kale from BDS to talk about this. Kale, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you so much, man.
It was a domination. That's for sure. You guys absolutely made a statement here. We talked before about boot camping and now having Mark at the boot camp. What's the benefits of having Mark there as well?
I would say that I think it's much better to work as a group while we are boot camping, you know. And also BDS allowed us to play in much better condition than we are doing at home. So I think it's a big plus for us, to be honest.
Yeah, and on the RLCSX season, you guys played and dominated against all of Europe, but we've come off the full major and you guys had a chance to play against a lot of the best teams around the world. In particular, what was it like playing against North American teams at the full major?
To be honest, we were like impatient to prove ourselves against N18, you know. We were like super excited to get such a good time to do it, like in the major. But actually we were a little bit afraid because we have never played them before, you know. And maybe that could be really dangerous for us as well. But I think we have that really good. We could demonstrate it when we play against things like complexity or energy, you know.
We're seeing so many new teams rising up throughout Europe. How do you feel currently about the strength of Europe with so many teams looking so strong?
Yeah, it's incredible, man. I mean, the evolution of most of teams compared to last season is incredible. I mean, last year I feel like we were one step above lots of teams, but this year it's been really complicated to face every single team during every single tournament, you know. So, but to be honest, we like to find the situation because that's how we become as a better team, you know.
You know, we saw, Kale, how much that win meant to you guys. And it's really inspirational to see because of all of the success that you guys have already had. So can you explain to us, how do you stay motivated as a team after all that success and still want those wins so badly?
I mean, if you want to be the best team and find good chances to win the World Championship, it's like you must keep being motivated even after all of this achievement, you know? So that's why we give everything we have to make it real, man.
Yeah, well, you're doing it, and whatever you're doing it is working right now. Because again, you just grabbed the Premier Cup victory in stylish fashion. You made sure that no one doubted you guys were supposed to be the winners here. And for that, since you've won, I always give the floor to whoever's we're talking to here. So the stage is yours if you want to say anything out to the world, and feel free to do it in Spanish as well if you'd like.
Okay, I'm going to do it in Spanish if I can do it.
Sure.
Okay. Pues nada, quería darle las gracias a toda la comunidad de Rocket League España que están ahí día tras día apoyándonos, tanto a Marc como a mí y a mis compañeros Extra y Monkey también. También quería dar las gracias a mis amigos y a mi familia que están ahí todos los días apoyándome. Y no es fácil porque es bastante duro cuando tienes que competir a tan alto nivel. Y por último, nada, quería mandar un saludo a mi sobrina Daniela, que sé que me está viendo desde casa y que le hace mucha ilusión que la salude. Así que nada, un saludo para ella. That's all.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, congratulations. Go celebrate with the team.
Thank you, guys.
Kale from BDS, coach, the man behind the scenes there, making sure that they're staying motivated, staying on point. And they've done exactly that, Greg. And there's no doubt that, especially today, that they are the best in Europe.
Yeah, I'll definitely be checking the translation for that one later. I know after we did the same thing for the BDS guys over at the Full Major, the words these guys say mean so much more when they say it their own language, because they can really express how they feel because they're so much more comfortable with it. But it's really nice to hear from Kale because, you know, he's stood behind that team for so long and we don't really get a chance to see him speak too much. I think a lot of people didn't even know it existed until the Full Major, but so much to do with how this team has succeeded. So you should be incredibly proud. I've not answered the question you asked me at all, Leaf, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Kale. I'm so proud of him. He's one of the best people I've ever worked with behind the scenes, was always so punctual, on time, professional in everything he did. I think it says a lot for what translates throughout the team of BDS and why they do so well.
Honestly, you're playing the Gibbs role perfectly right now because he doesn't listen to me either. So let's take a look at the journey that it took to get there. Starting off with the groups. Of course, it's grueling to get through those. Ton of matches just to make it into a good spot in the bracket. You could even be eliminated. Over in their group 2, Shogun was Guild, who actually, I think, outperformed a lot of people's expectations.
We don't know what to. The guilds just throw something at a random direction and see what happens. This is the reason why I love to watch them. But they managed to get through here. As always, if they were in the RLCS, they had to play against BDS at some point. It is just a tradition. But a lot of good results here, Leaf, and all 4 of these teams, I mean, proved why they were number 1 because they dominated the bracket as well.
Yeah. No, it's true. Yeah, the carrying the results over from the groups into the bracket, we look at that, and those teams were all at the top there. So BDS, EG, Queso, and Misfits sitting in your top 4. You know, we had some good matches too. Looking at the lower bracket, Johnny, it was just game 7s across the board. You know, until it came to BDS, they said, all right, we're done here. But, you know, for that bottom bracket run there for Queso, it definitely was not the easiest run.
Yeah, they've really shown that they can fight back from adversity. As many times here, they're being pushed to the limit and they're succeeding against great teams. So that's wonderful to see. Immediate followed up success after their phenomenal first regional event of the year. But, you know, I want to specifically draw your attention to Misfits and Endpoint. They've had mirrored results. In first regional, Misfits out in lower round 1. Endpoint have done that this time. In the first regional, Endpoint made the top 4 this time. That's exactly where Misfits have finished. So that's the main rivalry here. They are currently tied for 5th place in the point standings overall, as we're going to see. And that is going to be so interesting to see develop in the final regional event of the split.
Yeah, we can roll those up now because there's a few noteworthy things. Johnny, you were just saying with those 2 teams it being close. With Queso, though, clinching in a land spot is absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, and BDS as well. They're both, I believe, just confirmed because the distance from that 5th equal is just too great for there to be 4 teams passing by. So BDS and Queso way ahead. Dignitas still looking great. EG actually in a pretty good spot as well, because if they can make top 8 next time, you need to see Misfits and Endpoint finish top 4 in order for both of them to go past EG. Then again, Are we going to see another miracle run from some team? Our Semper, our Luminosity, a team like KC finally going to show up and make an insane run? Because if another team just comes out and wins one of these events, then maybe EG aren't going to look so great at the end of that one.
Well, it's true. And with Queso and BDS clinched in, the other spot's still open. You look at Dignitas, Greg, and you're like, okay, that should be a team that does end up solidifying their spot there. Is there any chance you see that switching up drastically, or is that a team you're looking like, oh no, they're going to stay there?
I mean, we had the exact same story in the fall, right? We came into that final regional and there was 4 or 5 teams who could all make it to the major. In the end, every team choked their opportunity to do so. Some tricky, I think Queso had to win the whole event, a lot trickier than some of the teams who just had to win one game in the playoffs. This next event is going to be one of the most exciting events across the whole winter split because there is so much on the line for these teams. Not only is making the major really important for these teams to earn loads of points to get to Worlds, but if we don't see Endpoint, if we don't see Vitality, if we don't see Semper there, that means we've got a whole different cohort of teams that are earning points at the major, and then that makes so much more exciting for the spring. Europe really is the most volatile region because of that depth.
Well, that brings us to the end of Championship Sunday here for the Premier Cup as BDS gets crowned the winner as everyone was expecting, right? We all knew that was going to happen. And we appreciate you guys joining us for this. So let's get some final thoughts from the analysts before we sign off, starting with Johnny, then Shogun, then Gregan.
It's just keep an eye on those last regionals, not just EU, but, NA as well. Those 5th spots for EU and NA, completely unpredictable at the moment. So it's going to be so exciting to see who can make the deep runs to get into the major that's coming up oh so soon. And keep an eye on the minor regions as well, the newer regions. Really interesting to see with less spots available, it's still to be confirmed across the board. We don't have any teams confirmed yet, so it's all to play for in Regional 3.
Yeah, I mean, South America is just got underway. So if you've got more Rocket League that you want to watch, by all means, be sure to check that out. But a quick reminder as well, BDS are still right here. They are still soldiers. They've reminded us that there. But one thing that we heard Kale say, and it's something that will be sticking with them this entire time, is not only have they not won a world championship, they haven't even had a chance to compete for one. That will be the motivating factor, and I cannot wait to see how this BDS continues to evolve.
I mean, for me, it's boot camps. Boot camps are the key for a lot of these teams. You saw Evil Geniuses, Misfits, both through that closed qualifier, coming on, making top 4. BDS with Mark at the boot camp made a massive difference for them. Maybe not for Vitality. They were at boot camp, but it didn't seem to work out, or Williams Resolve. But boot camp seems to give these teams a buff. So I want to see more teams really putting in that extra effort. Endpoint back on boot camp, I believe, for the final regional. So really interesting stuff in that sense. But what an event this was.
Yeah, in general, it seems to be true. The boot camps are good for the teams, and we love to see them happen. It just it's also the energy, what it brings for the teams. But we thank you guys again for joining us. Reminder, us personally will not be here for the next week. We'll take a bit of a break, but then those third regionals will be returning for the North American and European regions. So for now, to make sure you don't miss any other Rocket League content on the channel, wherever you're watching from, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. A lot of you guys might be subscribed if you're watching on Twitch now. I think that was BDS dropped 100. They are asserting dominance everywhere. In chat, on the field, all over the place. Lots more Rocket League come your way on behalf of Production Sonics and everybody else involved. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon.